Forget everything you think you know about heroes. This story doesn't start with a person, it starts with a sword. For hundreds of years, that blade passed from hand to hand, master to master. Blade met blade in war after war, battle after battle. Every wielder who picked it up walked away a legend, forged into history by its power. But then it met someone different, someone it actually came to call a friend. That friend was just a nobody, a boy born in a backwater village called Leonberg. He grew up swinging that sword against monsters most people wouldn't dare get near. Sword and boy roamed the world together, hunting down anything that threatened it. Beaten and bloodied, sure, but that kid never once backed down. Together they racked up victories nobody else could ever hope to match. Their road eventually led into a frozen, storm-battered mountain range. Something up there hit hard, and for once the kid actually screamed. A monstrous claw locked onto the blade like it meant to rip it clean away. And just like that, he went down, swallowed by the snow. Looming over him was something way bigger than any monster they'd ever fought, a dragon. It roared, and the whole mountain seemed to shake with it. Bloodied and half buried in snow, he planted the sword and forced himself back up. Then it all went white, in a blast that swallowed the whole mountainside. The sword answered, blazing to life in his hand. Power poured through him, wrapping him head to toe in raw blue light. "Let's go, my friend," he grinned, and the sword had never been prouder to be swung by anyone. He charged straight back into the fight. Grinning through the pain, he pressed the attack. The dragon roared back, thrashing against the light. He leapt, sword raised high for the finishing blow. And finally, the blade came down, and the beast that had terrorized these mountains finally fell. Word spread fast after they took down the white dragon of the Frost Mountains. That nobody from Leonberg eventually climbed all the way up to become king of his own nation. And the sword that stood at his side the whole way became a symbol of it. A legendary blade with a legendary name. Its name was Gruhorn, and the legend of the dragon slayer went down in history right alongside it. Before his friend passed, one last request: watch over my descendants. So Gruhorn was handed down generation after generation. Centuries later, something jolted the old sword awake. "Why is it so noisy?" it grumbled, still half asleep. Someone was shaking it around like a toy, rude frankly. "What insolent bastard is shaking my body?" Gruhorn snapped, right as some stranger declared himself its new master. The guy screaming at it looked absolutely thrilled with himself. Guards came running, shouting that nobody but the king was allowed to touch that sword. Prince, apparently. "Please return it to its rightful place," they begged. "Wait, Prince." Gruhorn was suddenly very interested. One look at the guy holding it and Gruhorn's first thought was, "This pig." "Shut up, there's nothing in this country I can't touch," the prince bellowed. No way, this couldn't actually be who Gruhorn thought it was. Time to find out for sure. Gruhorn dug into a power it hadn't used in ages. Appraisal: turns out this sword can read people like a book. And the results left it speechless. Adrian Leonberg, age 16, aptitude, none, traits, arrogant, obese, uncoordinated, lecherous, lazy, a pushover, and somehow allergic to his own mana. Rough. The name Leonberg confirmed it, this brat really was his old friend's descendant. Yikes. "Nothing in this world can ignore me," the prince ranted on, completely unaware what he was holding. What a ridiculous guy, Gruhorn thought. Then the prince actually shouted its name, demanding the power of the great dragon slayer for himself. He swung it around like he genuinely expected something to happen. "Are you crazy? Why would I lend power to a guy like you?" Gruhorn shot back, not that he could actually hear it. He just kept howling the sword's name, louder each time. Swinging wildly, he nearly took someone's head clean off in the process. Staff scattered, begging him to calm down. "You're not supposed to draw a sword inside the palace, genius." "Shut up, how dare you order me around?" he screamed back, swinging even harder. "Do you want to die?" he shrieked at anyone who got close. "If I just get Gruhorn's power, trash like you will be." He never got to finish that sentence. Something suddenly went very wrong. "How" was all he managed to say. The blade he'd been waving around had buried itself straight into his own chest. His own hand, slick with blood, reached out for something that wasn't there. A guard nearby froze in horror at what he was seeing. Someone else just screamed. "Prince, ah no!" The whole hall erupted. "Call the royal physician immediately," someone screamed. He was scooped up, barely conscious, blinking through the pain. The one who just stabbed himself with his own legendary sword was this scoundrel, of all people. So why is my vision getting blurry too? Gruhorn thought. Apparently the sword felt it as well. If this kept up. For the first time in its life as a sword, Gruhorn was actually about to pass out. Everyone in the palace already whispered the same thing. If Prince Idrian ever took the throne, this kingdom was finished. A prince who inherited none of his family's talent, but somehow topped the charts in arrogance and greed. The greediest guy in the whole kingdom. A stupid, lazy, violent pig by every account. That was first Prince Idrian Leonberg, a dark cloud hanging over the kingdom's whole future. Then strange rumors started. After that same prince got stabbed by a sword, hovered between life and death and somehow woke back up. Hasn't the prince changed a bit lately? The maids whispered. That's right, he doesn't flip tables anymore. He hasn't even called for his gang of delinquents. Guess even the mighty first prince knows shame now. Maybe he's just scared. Give it time, he'll go right back to how he was. Except the person in question had zero interest in any of that gossip. He had bigger things on his mind. To think he'd killed his own friend's descendant and ended up taking over his body. Your Highness, His Majesty the King has arrived. Please get dressed immediately. Wait, why's the old man who didn't even visit while I was dying suddenly showing up now? He grumbled. Yo, Your Highness, the court knights have sharp ears. Please mind your words, a guard hissed. I heard you came back from the dead, came a voice from an old family friend waiting nearby. But it seems that temper of yours is exactly the same as ever. A knight coldly dismissed the old man. You may leave. His Majesty isn't expecting anything from you anyway. Who is this guy? He wondered, right as the old man pressed in. We share the bond of master and disciple and you'll pretend not to know me. So this washed-up old swordsman used to be this pig's teacher, huh? Your Highness, sorry, my memory's kind of a mess right now, he lied smoothly. I feel like I might remember you, then again, maybe not, he needled. The old man looked genuinely rattled. His Majesty the King has arrived. The real announcement finally came. The king, so this was his dead friend's this scoundrel's actual father. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Huh, better than I expected, he thought, watching the king arrive in full royal procession. I figured after all this time, the lion's blood in this family had watered down into a dog's, the king said, looking him over. But seeing the king in person, guess that's not quite true, he thought back, sizing the old man up. Seeing as you can't even greet your own father, the king said coldly, I suppose surviving death didn't change you one bit. Your Majesty, I've just heard the prince's memory isn't intact. Good heavens, how could such a tragedy occur? Why wasn't this reported to His Majesty? Summon the physician at once to examine the prince. So the royal physician was hauled in to poke and prod him. I could find no abnormalities in his body whatsoever, my liege, the physician reported. Though it's possible this is simply a temporary symptom of mental shock, he added. Memory loss, you say, the king repeated, clearly skeptical. Did he catch on? How convenient, the king muttered. If you're really telling me you don't remember, the king said, then everything you've done up until now simply ceases to exist. The words hit like a slap. Sometimes a person makes the wrong choice. Sometimes they do things everyone else condemns them for, the king went on. If they later realize it and never repeat that mistake, that's called learning, growing. But you've forgotten everything, the king said flatly. Since it's all become as if it never happened at all, you haven't taken a single step forward from who you used to be. And you never will either, the king said, turning to leave. A knight tried to calm the king down while our prince just sat there thinking, wow, he's really tearing into me. Ah, damn it, I stepped in it, he thought. Forget being treated like a prince, looks like I won't even get treated like a person. What the hell has this kid even been doing with his life, he wondered, sweating. Ian, a warm voice called out. He froze. His mother swept in and pulled him into a crushing hug. I heard everything, you must be so confused. Your memory will come back soon, I just know it. Honestly, the past's trivial. Why would forgetting it even matter, he thought, unmoved. She squeezed him even tighter. To think your lovely face has become so gaunt, my poor son. Gaunt? Where exactly is this face gaunt? He thought, very much still round. Still, I'm truly happy you've opened your eyes like this, she said softly. You must never touch such a dangerous object again, someone warned, nodding at the sword. If something had gone wrong and you hadn't woken up, his mother trailed off. She just held him tighter instead of finishing that sentence. I don't even want to imagine it, she whispered. I'm sorry, he thought, unheard, but your actual son is already dead. This whole thing is really a lot to carry. Night fell over the palace, quiet at last. I'll visit again, rest well, his mother said, finally letting him go. Finally alone, he sat with everything that had just happened. Ha, he laughed bitterly. My friend begged me to look after his descendants and I went and killed one of them instead. He couldn't stop replaying it, the body lying there, the life he'd cut short. It wasn't intentional, but either way, I'm the one who ended his life, he admitted to himself. So since it's turned out this way, what can I actually do about it now? I have to live a good life, for his sake too. He'd spent an entire past life as a sword, cleaning up other people's messes. This time wasn't going to be any different. Doesn't matter that this body's out of shape with zero natural talent, he decided. I just need to build up power all over again. Do you have any idea how many kids I've trained into legends? This is nothing. For the first time since waking up in this body, he actually looked like he meant it. First things first, I need to refine a mana heart, he decided, settling in to meditate. Blue energy coiled to life around him as he poured everything he had into it. It blew apart, throwing him backward in a shower of sparks. He hit the floor hard, gasping. The mana just scattered, this body can't hold it, he realized. Once again he growled, refusing to quit. One more time. He pushed even harder, energy tearing through the room around him. He hit the ground again, completely spent. What? He managed. What kind of body is this? He shouted, staring down at himself in disbelief because whatever just happened felt very different. Somewhere in the dark, a hand reaches out for an ornate frame and a groggy voice mutters what? As the fog of waking up somewhere very wrong starts to clear. Then the panic hits. What is wrong with this body? He screams, staring down at himself like he just got stuffed into someone else's skin. Spoiler, he kind of did. He screams into the void, wishing he still had his old body. Whatever this new one is, it clearly isn't the one he remembers. Nearby, someone sizes him up like a doctor with a difficult patient. With a constitution like this, I'd usually just force the mana inside, they mutter, not exactly a vote of confidence. A knock at the door interrupts the moment. A guard steps in and bows, Your Highness, excuse me. A nervous maid wheels in a tray. This is a tonic sent specifically by the queen, she says, and our prince nearly chokes just looking at it. It may be bitter, but it's highly beneficial for the body, she pleads, so please consider the queen's sincerity. She holds the tray steady, waiting. He stares down at the cup like it might bite him back. The maid can't help but remember last time he hurled the whole bowl across the room, medicine and all, screaming that he wasn't taking it. She flinches just thinking about it, bracing for the tantrum to repeat itself. But this time something makes him pause. That's, he mutters, catching a glimpse of something in the cup he wasn't expecting. The tonic flickers with a faint blue glow. Wait, does this thing actually contain mana? The maid steps closer, tray in hand, bracing herself all over again. This time he just drinks it. No tantrum, no thrown bowl, just gulp after gulp, calm as you like. The maid can only stare, speechless. This is definitely not the prince she remembers. He sets the empty bowl down without ceremony. Done, now leave, he says, all business. Startled, she snaps a bow. Ah, yes, your highness, and hurries out. Alone again, he settles in. Good, then once more, because apparently one dose of mystery medicine wasn't the whole plan. He gathers a swirl of mana into his palm, brow furrowed in total concentration. Fortunately, it's working, he murmurs, relief flickering across his face. But it's not enough yet. The amount is still insufficient, he notes, eyeing the small spark of mana he's managed to conjure. This kind of mana would scatter within a single day if he's not careful. Hey, he calls out, already scheming his next move. The maid jumps at being summoned again. Yes, she stammers, bracing for whatever's coming. Do you happen to have any more? He starts, deadly serious. Of that, he finishes, and you can already guess he means the tonic. Later, alone, he calls up a fistful of glowing mana, focus locked in. A memory flickers up, a grin in the dark, a voice murmuring, finally. It's a memory of the very first time he ever managed to create a mana heart, energy surging wild around him in triumph. Mana heart, he repeats to himself, the word landing heavier than it should. The memory sharpens. He could create a mana heart with his eyes closed back then, not exactly true right now. Snapped back to the present, his whole body seizes. It hurts, he grits out. He doubles over, clutching at his chest, mana crackling wildly around him. Through the pain, a thought surfaces, come to think of it. The memory and the present blur together, and it genuinely feels like his whole body is on fire. I feel like my chest is going to explode. This is not a metaphor, apparently. Somewhere in memory, a glowing crystal catches his eye. I see, so this is it, he realizes. The lesson comes back to him clearly now. Creating a mana heart was always supposed to hurt like this. No shortcuts. Gritting through it, he steadies himself. I mustn't lose consciousness, he repeats over and over. If he faints now, the mana could backflow, and that's a disaster he can't afford. Red and blue energy detonate around him in a violent burst. Sweat pouring, jaw clenched, he's holding on by a thread. I have to concentrate, he forces out through gritted teeth. Somewhere deep inside, instinct takes over, sees the mass of mana trying to run wild before it tears him apart. The lightning around his fist steadies. There's no need to rush this part. Follow the path along the heart, he reminds himself, to the right. Slowly let the new heart seep in, one careful step at a time. A cracked orb of mana pulses in the dark, holding steady barely. A single drop ripples across water, calm where moments ago there was chaos. He kneels in the low light, hand pressed to his chest, mana finally settling. Sweat beads down his face as he holds the process together, eyes locked forward. And then stillness. It's done, he breathes. This one wasn't made for anyone else, it's entirely his. But a mana heart that is entirely my own, he says, fist raised, finally feeling like something belongs to him for once. It's done, it's complete, pure unfiltered triumph on his face. I finally have a mana heart, something he's chased for who knows how long, and it's finally his. He pumps his fist, practically glowing with pride and, well, also literally glowing. Then, something odd flickers into view in front of him. He turns, staring at a golden panel hovering in the air. This, a status window. And then it clicks. It's exactly like the status messages I used to send my masters back when I was a sword. Yeah, you heard that right, he wasn't always a person. Appearing for me now, he mutters, watching the words scroll, connection restoring with the source. What? Wait. The messages keep flashing, connection unstable, most authorities locked, only a handful usable. Whatever he just triggered, it's a mess. One authority flickers online, inspection, the power to size up anyone weaker or equal to him at a glance. Wow, what is this? He blurts. Two more light up right after third eye and third ear, letting him see and hear sharper than before, even if only barely. He looks out the window, turning the word over, authorities. He squints out at the trees, testing his new eyes against the blur of leaves. I can certainly see more clearly than before, he notes, genuinely a little impressed with himself. Then he tries the hearing, straining to catch words through a wall. Inside, sound, words, won't go in, personality, don't know, is that why? He can hear whispering all the way outside the door now. If this got out, there'd already be chaos in the palace. Then it all cuts out at once. Ugh, he gasps, staggering. The verdict flashes up cold. All his mana's spent and the authorities been shut off by force. He rubs his head, catching his breath. I see, so that's what extremely limited meant, he mutters, a little sheepish. He remembers the senses he used to have as a sword: total, absolute awareness in every direction. A vision surfaces, a blade planted in the ground in some quiet forest clearing, a squirrel sniffing curiously nearby. That was him once. That kind of perfect awareness is gone now. For the moment, he can only squeeze out the tiniest trickle of mana. Just enough to eavesdrop through a door or see a little clearer than the average person. A far cry from what he used to be. He clenches his fist, resolve steady. Once he expands his mana capacity, things are bound to change. Cue a very unglamorous interruption. His stomach growls loud and proud. I'm hungry, he admits, completely deadpan. Even legendary swords apparently need snacks. Somewhere off-panel, a servant scrambles. I shall serve you immediately, first things first, though he still has to figure out how to run this body properly. Cut to the palace itself, gleaming under a clear sky because of course royalty gets an establishing shot. How admirable of you, a bright voice rings out from somewhere close by. It's the queen, all warmth and drama, reaching a hand toward him with a delighted smile. I heard you finished every last drop of the medicine I sent, she beams. He can only manage an awkward, I suppose. You finally learned to cherish your own body, she gushes, while someone else moves quietly into the room behind her. A stern man with dark hair studies him, unimpressed. Do you recognize who this is? He asks flatly. No, the prince admits, and honestly, given everything, that's fair. It seems you truly have lost your memory, the man says, not exactly sympathetic about it. The queen turns to him. That is why you must help this child, brother, and there it is. Our prince quietly puts it together. This scowling guy is the queen's own brother. No matter what is said, she presses, is he not my only nephew? Her brother scoffs. You speak as if he's lost something magnificent. It wasn't a pleasant past anyway. The prince reads the room fast. It's obvious at a glance that this man does not like him. Let me make one thing clear first, the man says, and it does not sound like the start of a compliment. All I can do for you is help shed some of that excess flesh. The prince blinks. I cannot provide anything beyond that, so give up on any foolish expectations, the man says, arms crossed, entirely unmoved. I am grateful for even that much, the prince manages. Do not forget that sentiment, comes the cold reply. He's left standing there, thoroughly confused about what he just agreed to. The man's stare lingers, sharp enough to cut. This is clearly someone used to being obeyed. Cut to the training yard. Our prince eats dirt hard, courtesy of said uncle. Ugh, from now on, the man announces, everything you eat, drink, and every breath you take, it must all have my permission. If you expect to be treated like a prince, give up now, he adds, standing over him without a shred of pity. Try your best, who knows? The man grins, and it is not a comforting grin. I might change my mind and teach you a single move of our family's secret swordsmanship. The prince's internal response, how absurd. That comment does not go over well. What did you just say? The man snaps to the instructor who taught the undefeated knight and the master of the king who founded this nation. Seeing your fat trembling, you must be frustrated. Jaw clenched, teeth grinding, the prince finally snaps back one word, uncle. Let's make a bet, he says, and you can feel the whole scene shift. Within 6 months I will make you acknowledge me, he declares, dead serious. The uncle's private thought is blunt. He needs to knock that arrogant look off this kid's face just once. If I fail, the prince adds, I'll do whatever you command. In return, if I succeed, you'll have to grant me a wish. How interesting, the uncle allows, considering it. Fine, very well. Watching them both from above, it's clear this whole arrangement is really just one thing to the uncle, entertainment. Cut to the prince alone, absolutely gassed. I talked a big game, but he's drenched in sweat, barely upright, regretting every confident word from 5 minutes ago. This damn body, he growls, glaring down at the extra weight slowing him down. No shortcuts left, he'll have to mobilize his mana directly. Blue fire trailing behind him, he leaps clean over the castle wall at night. First, I'll concentrate on burning off the fat across my entire body. Below, his uncle catches sight of him and goes rigid. That boy, could he be? He draws his sword and closes the distance fast, expression tight with disbelief. Someone shouts his name in alarm, Adrian Yu. The prince blinks, caught off guard by the sudden mana surging around his own chest. Adrian's voice cracks with disbelief. Did you actually create a mana heart? The prince just grins, sweat dripping. Oh, this, playing it cool mostly. Yeah, I succeeded in making it a while ago, he says, like it's no big deal. Why, do you regret making the bet? Adrian presses. What were you thinking, creating a mana heart? The prince's smugness stalls out. No, before that, where on earth did you learn the refinement method for a mana heart? Looking at you, it seems you don't even realize what you've done wrong. A mana heart, you see, Adrian says, building to something, is a low-grade technique that only bottom-tier mercenaries learn. And there it is, the win he was so proud of just got roasted into the ground. What is all the prince can manage, his whole triumphant moment collapsing in real time. The castle sits quiet under the sky, completely indifferent to the ego death happening inside it. What? The chapter slams shut right on his shock because apparently even being a legendary sword doesn't save you from getting clowned. Somewhere in a quiet hall, the Count murmurs that this truly is the end of an era. Our prince just listens, sweat beading, with absolutely no idea where this lecture is going. His uncle, the stern Count Balerhard, repeats the words back at him, "This mana heart you speak of, a test." The prince stammers that it's just some lowly technique third-rate mercenaries mess around with. Bold answer for a guy about to be proven very wrong. Whatever Balerhard says next isn't what he expected. What on earth do you mean, he blurts out. Balerhard doesn't bother explaining further. It'd just be faster, he says, to show him himself. Watch closely, Balerhard says, and a surge of raw mana rips loose from his hand. Right there in his chest, an old and half-forgotten power source pulses to life, a mana heart still beating. The prince's jaw drops as loose mana actually starts folding itself into perfect glowing rings. Balerhard's blade ignites with power, mana howling around him like a living thing. The shockwave alone is enough to rattle the stones under their feet. The prince flinches back, completely floored by what he just watched happen. So this, apparently, is what a properly awakened mana heart can actually do. Balerhard explains flatly, mana chains are just easier, more stable. Even the once mighty Count Ili family who clung to the old mana heart ways collapsed into total ruin a century ago. A properly woven mana chain, he adds, can crush a mana heart's aura outright, no contest. Which is exactly why, Balerhard says, nobody bothers with a mana heart anymore. Alone that night, the prince cracks open a battered old book, Basic Theory of Mana Chains. Homework apparently is still a thing even for royalty. The book lays it out simply: mages cast their spells through circles. Knights, on the other hand, weave chains to gather their mana instead. And a knight's true rank comes down to exactly how many chains he can weave. The very first rung on that ladder is the single chain. Climb higher and you hit double, then triple chain territory. All the way up to the near-mythical realm of the pentachain. The prince admits, grudgingly, that maybe this book isn't complete nonsensical gibberish after all. Then his eye catches a name buried in the text, Altringen. He swears he's heard it somewhere before. The memory tugs at something just out of reach. A long time ago, so the old story goes. A hooded stranger steps out of the ice and introduces himself. "My name is Ernest Altringen." A rival swordsman challenges him outright, demanding a duel to settle who really deserves the title of Sword Saint. The legend goes that a total nobody once came looking for the Sword Saint, wielding an art that was neither swordsmanship nor magic. Across the room, the third prince smirks along, clearly enjoying every bit of the old legend. Our prince can't help but wonder out loud, so whatever happened to that guy? Back in the present, he's escorted down the palace hall, guards falling into step right behind him. Balerhard's voice cuts in. Did he even read the book last night? By now, Balerhard says, he should fully grasp the situation he's in. Just how foolish a choice he's made, Balerhard adds, ice in his voice. The prince just shrugs it off. I wonder about that, he says, infuriatingly unbothered. He doesn't feel like he's made even the slightest mistake, he insists. Confidence or delusion, jury's out. Balerhard's patience visibly cracks, a sharp tusk slipping through his teeth. He leans in close. Does the prince simply refuse to admit it, or does he genuinely not understand what's happening here? Not all mana hearts are created equal, Balerhard warns, mana crackling awake in his open palm. There's a real difference in class between them, he says, power surging up his arm like a warning. An old memory surfaces. Have you ever heard of it? Someone once asked long ago. The question just hangs there, half forgotten by everyone but him. Balerhard scoffs here. He was wondering what nonsense the prince would spout next. There are always a few like him among mercenaries, Balerhard mutters, eyes on the sky. The kind who delude themselves into thinking they're some hero out of legend. And every single one of them, he says darkly, failed to even clear 2 chains before ruin caught up to them. The memory flashes, blades locked, mana blazing between 2 old rivals. Dust and debris tear through the courtyard as the clash rages on. So if the prince is really so different, Balarhard dares him go on then, try defeating a double chain knight. Pull it off, Balarhard adds, and he'll become his guardian just as the prince's own mother wished. The prince can't resist asking, is having his own uncle as a guardian even supposed to be a good thing? Honestly, he mutters to himself, he really isn't so sure. Nearby, a knight and a servant both freeze, clearly alarmed by what they just overheard. Did the prince seriously just question his qualifications as a guardian? Balarhard's voice drops, cold and dangerous. I am, Balarhard growls and power detonates around him as his true form comes surging out. A count of the realm, he declares, and commander of the entire northern army. Master of the Black Lancers and one of the 5 silver lions sworn directly to his majesty. So yeah, he may be not a guy to talk back to. The air itself seems to buckle under the sheer weight of his aura. Balarhard's whole silhouette burns with power, mana chains coiling tighter around him. Shards of raw energy tear through the air around his blade. His eyes blaze. One who has woven 4 rings, he says. A quad chain knight, the title finally spoken out loud. Baal Balarhard, he says, that's the name of the man who may one day stand behind you. And that, he says, ought to be more than sufficient qualification. The prince grits his teeth, sweat pouring, mana spiking defensively around him. This is a lot of pressure for one lunch break. The standoff finally breaks, motion blurring as the duel ignites. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks. A knight lunges into the fray, sword raised, desperate to get between them. Stand back, Count Balarhard, he shouts, planting himself right in the middle of it. Balarhard just smirks, completely unbothered by the interruption. Nearby, the cocky double-chain knight sent to test him just grins wider. Don't you dare go back on your word later. The silence that follows says everything nobody wants to. A short while later, the dull thud of a body hitting the ground breaks it. The prince lies there battered, gasping for breath. That duel did not go the way he hoped. That's enough for today, someone finally calls out. Beaten and quiet, he's carried off somewhere to recover. Hand braced against the table, he can still barely believe it. He nearly died out there. Sweat-soaked and shaking, he replays the whole fight over in his head. In the memory, his opponent's grin twists almost demonic. You challenged me for my acknowledgement with that kind of grit? Absurd. A double chain, you'd be lucky to beat a single chain. The memory blurs at the edges, distorted by exactly how badly that went. Still shaken, he mutters bitterly to himself, that demonic bastard. A door creaks open ahead. Your Highness, I've been waiting for you, a voice says. He freezes, wait, the royal physician. The old physician bows deep, humbled that the prince even remembers a lowly servant like him. So, why exactly is the royal physician here? Her Majesty the Queen herself, the physician explains, ordered him to administer healing magic personally. This way, Your Highness, the physician says, a soft green orb already forming in his hand. The prince recoils instantly. No. I don't need it, so just get out, he snaps. And with that, the poor physician goes flying out the door. Catching his breath with a loyal knight at his side, he can still hear the old man wailing that all his suffering today was for absolutely nothing. Someone nearby just watches quietly, clearly moved by what he just saw. The physician shuffles off, muttering to himself, thoroughly defeated for the day. Time skips ahead in a flash. A maid and a knight usher a small child into the room. Brother, are you here? Across the table, an unimpressed voice cuts clean through the silence. The third prince leans back, arms crossed, looking extremely pleased with himself about something. The prince nearly chokes on his food, caught completely off guard. Lunch, it seems, is about to get very uncomfortable. A knight leans in and whispers, it's His Highness the third prince. The prince blinks, the third prince, him of all people. He keeps eating warily, no clue yet what this visit is even about. I heard you suffered a mishap, the third prince says, but you look better than I expected. What a shame, he adds, looking him over with a smirk. So he asks coolly, what exactly did he want to say, or is he just here looking for a fight? A prince really shouldn't have that much free time. I heard an interesting rumor, the third prince continues, twirling his fork like he's got all day. They're saying he made a bet with Count Balarhard that he actually intends to duel a double-chain knight. His fist tightens under the table, so word's already spread that far. Well, about that, the third prince says, setting his cutlery down slowly. How about I be your opponent instead? he offers, smirking like he already knows the answer. His smile turns sharp in the shadows, daring the prince to say no, and that's exactly where we leave things to be continued. Dinner time for the first prince, and he is already annoyed somebody just left the room and he wants to know who that was. His mind flashes straight to Prince Jillian, the smug rival who never used to give him the time of day. Word spreads that Jillian has been a swordsmanship prodigy since childhood, which apparently explains a lot about his family's ego. The first prince can't hide his surprise that punk Jillian, a prodigy. Apparently Jillian formed 2 manhwa rings by age 14, fast enough to make grown knights nervous. Someone with real power takes notice too, arching an eyebrow at the mention of Jillian's name. Before the gossip goes further, a nervous attendant interrupts to bother the first prince with something else entirely. A letter has arrived for His Highness, the attendant announces, practically bracing for impact. Turns out it is not one letter, it is an entire tower of them, and the maid staggers in looking ready to collapse. The first prince stares at the pile, baffled. These are the same people who never spared him a glance before, so why the sudden fan mail? He narrows his eyes at the stack, already suspicious of what is actually inside those envelopes. The whole room just stares at the mountain of mail sitting on the table like it might bite. One letter after another turns out to be a challenge, polite apologies followed by not-so-polite requests for a duel. Everyone wants to be first in line, all dressed up in flowery courtly language that boils down to one word. And there it is, a golden, fully legal opportunity to finally beat up the palace's favorite hooligan. He just stares at the pile and mutters that a real hotspot has opened up around his name, not exactly the fame he was hoping for. Flipping through the challenges with a grin, he barely notices someone calling out to him from the doorway. The maid snaps to attention at the summons, ready for whatever comes next. He studies the pile of names with a wicked little smile forming. Write down every single name, he orders. If they want to fight this badly, he is going to make sure none of them get skipped. Instead of duels, he is handed something else entirely. A wooden practice sword lands at his feet. Pick it up, comes the order. Apparently he needs at least a bit of actual swordsmanship before any of this bet nonsense counts. His uncle, Count Balorhard, makes it very clear he will not accept "you never taught me" as an excuse later. The first prince, already winded, grumbles to himself that the man could have just handed the sword over quietly instead of making a speech. The first swing goes about as well as you'd expect, which is to say, painfully. His muscles scream in protest, and so does he, doubled over on the practice ground. Balorhard stops him mid-collapse with a single word. He asks almost accusingly whether the prince has been skipping his healing magic. "You should already know the answer if you call yourself a knight," Balorhard says flatly. "Heal the soreness away too early," he explains, "and the muscles just reset instead of actually growing stronger." The first prince goes quiet, filing that lesson away as they walk on together. Balorhard exhales, resigned to actually seeing this through. They square off in the training yard, uncle and nephew, wooden swords in hand. "Fine then," Balorhard grumbles. He will show the technique exactly once, so the prince had better watch closely. The first prince locks his eyes on every motion, refusing to blink. "This," Balorhard says, "is the basic sword technique every knight in the kingdom learns first." His mana flares to life, teal light wrapping the blade as he settles into stance. "It's the foundation every knight builds everything else on top of," he adds, stepping forward in a blur of light. The blade cuts the air in one clean, blinding arc. For a heartbeat, the whole courtyard seems to hold its breath around him. The strike lands with a crack that echoes off the courtyard walls. Balorhard holds the follow-through, blade steady, daring the prince to have actually caught all of that. His focus is razor-sharp, every ounce of that legendary discipline on full display. And then, without a word of instruction, the first prince just does it. He swings, copying the exact same motion. The wooden sword bites into the practice post with a solid, satisfying thunk. He stands over it, chest heaving, staring down at what he just pulled off. He blinks, almost as surprised at himself as everyone else is. Cut back to Balorhard's flawless strike, the standard he was supposedly just copying from memory. "Just now," he says slowly, still processing what his own body just did. Didn't you say this is the technique every knight learns as their foundation, he asks, and Balerhard's eyes go sharp. Balerhard admits the training blade might lack a real edge. But because it sticks so faithfully to the fundamentals, he says, there is no better sword out there for actually learning to fight. Honestly, he mutters, given your talent, this sword is more than you deserve. Then something catches him completely off guard, and his composure cracks for just a second. The first prince just laughs it off, equal parts relieved and pleased with himself. Even though a long time has passed, an old memory stirs somewhere in the shadows of this story. That plain wooden practice sword has a name whispered in legend: the Dragon Slayer. The very blade said to have slain a mad dragon, and here it is being used as a lowly training stick. Rough retirement. Somewhere in that old legend, a pale-haired swordsman locks eyes on the blade and calls out to it like an old friend. Back in the present, Balerhard adds that one lucky swing will not win the bet. Once the basics are down, the prince can go beg his mother for a proper master. No need, the first prince cuts him off flat. That sword is enough. He says he has no intention of learning any other style. For once, Balerhard actually looks caught off guard by him. Do as you wish then, Balerhard finally says, and the prince grips the sword like he means it. And so the real training begins in earnest. Swing after swing, with Balerhard watching from a distance, arms crossed and unimpressed on principle. The legend keeps unspooling in the background. Why exactly did a dragon-slaying blade end up demoted to training gear? He grits his teeth through another exhausted breath, sweat soaking through his shirt. It's probably just a natural phenomenon, the narration grudgingly admits, dragon shadow looming in the telling. In the old legend, the blade's original wielder cuts through the dark in one dazzling burst of light. Because this dragon slayer, we're told, has lost the will to slay dragons ever since its wielders threw away their mana heart. The legendary swordsman blazes with mana in that same old story, a power very few could ever hope to match. They forgot how to breathe true will into the sword, the legend goes, so of course nobody since could recognize the real value of the dragon slayer, sitting right in front of them the whole time. Back in the present, the training sword cracks against something hard and the first prince yelps. Balerhard physically wrenches him into the correct stance, no patience for sloppy form. Strength in your arms alone does not translate to strength in the blade. Balerhard corrects him, adjusting his grip. Have you already forgotten what I showed you? He snaps. It has to come from your stomach too, he adds, jabbing a point home. And your legs, Balerhard barks, and the first prince just groans in defeated agreement. Strength has to flow correctly through the whole body to really swing a sword, and he keeps drilling it in. Foot planted, blade driven down again and again. Right, the first prince tells himself, even though the current version of him still has a long way to go. He stumbles, half convinced this weak, clumsy body of his cannot even properly imitate a supposedly fake dragon slayer. But he refuses to believe the dragon slayer is just some old piece of junk to be tossed aside like a worn-out shoe. I will prove it myself, he vows, gripping the hilt tighter. 1 day, 2 days, the count starts climbing. He pushes himself across the training grounds, refusing to slow down. A week passes and he is still out there swinging, exhausted but not stopping. Every swing gets a little cleaner than the last. A month passes and now mana glows steady between his palms too. A strange notification flashes before his eyes. He has successfully changed his own constitution through sheer hard training. The system spells it out bluntly: his severe obesity trait has downgraded to just normal obesity. Baby steps. His metabolism kicks into overdrive, and he is finally starting to actually know how to use his own body. Another notification: the clumsy trait has vanished entirely. Every rep now counts for more than it used to, the effects of training multiplying. Steady mana accumulation reshapes him further, and there is a new, confident smirk on his suddenly leaner face. His mana sensitivity disorder disappears too, replaced by something far more useful. A normal mana sensitivity trait takes its place, and he just keeps swinging. The motion comes more naturally now than it did a month ago, though he still tisks at every little mistake. He collapses flat on his back afterward, visibly slimmer now than when this all started. Stronger than yesterday, he tells himself, eyes burning with the same stubborn focus. Somewhere off to the side, someone shouts for him to stop. He does not listen. He wants this swing more perfect than the last one, and it shows in the grin on his face. More perfect than just a moment ago, progress by the second now. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Comes the furious shout right as his practice sword snaps clean in half. Even with a broken blade in hand, he refuses to put it down. Through the pouring rain, figures approach the training yard, and this is clearly about to get worse before it gets better. He is still out there, soaked to the bone, refusing to call it a night. His grip on the sword is white-knuckled, blood mixing with rainwater on his hands. Drops of it patter onto the stone alongside the rain. Even soaked and bleeding, something about this stubborn kid has earned a strange kind of family loyalty out of his uncle. Uncle, he chokes out, eyes suddenly wet, not from the rain this time. Then lightning splits the sky and slams straight into the practice post right beside him. The post is left smoking and shattered a hair's breadth from being him instead. The realization of just how close that was finally hits him, and a cold shiver runs straight through. "You fool!" Balahard roars, storming over. What kind of training is this in a storm like this? If that sword had been real metal, there would have been no escaping disaster. The first prince just stands there, drenched and finally properly chastened. His hand is blistered and scorched, and another one of those strange notifications starts flickering into view. He has apparently just snapped out of a state of extreme concentration, though his body clearly still remembers every second of it. A brand new trait gets logged: super concentration, forged in the single dumbest, most dangerous way possible. He can only laugh weakly at his own luck. If I concentrate that hard twice, he mutters, I'm probably just going to get struck by lightning and die for real next time. Right on cue, the palace physician comes jogging up through the rain, already bracing to complain about the mess he's about to find. Even Balahard cannot quite hide how rattled he still looks, watching his nephew's close call sink in. The first prince stands there dripping, wrung out but still on his feet. Balahard just shakes his head, muttering the only verdict that fits, stubborn fellow through and through. Our prince stirs awake in a cold sweat, blinking hard like he just resurfaced from somewhere very far away. The room's still dark and silent around him, like the whole world's holding its breath. Did I black out? He wonders, staring at the ceiling like it owes him an explanation. Turns out this scrawny new body of his has limits he's never had to think about before. Because in his last life he wasn't even a person, he was a sword, and as a sword he'd already done it all. He rode in the hand of a nameless war hero who carved his way through entire armies. Passed down to a mercenary king, then a legendary swordmaster, each one greater than the last. Even the founder of this very kingdom once carried him into battle. Every wielder he touched, he sharpened, winning wars and elevating body and soul alike. He guided the path of heroes for centuries, a silent partner behind every legend. Blade after blade, battle after battle, always right there in the thick of it. But somewhere in all that glory, something in him started to feel strangely hollow. There was one voice through it all, Gruhan. A wise advisor, an exceptional teacher, about the closest thing he ever had to a friend. But no matter how close, he was always just a third party, never the one actually swinging the blade. That's exactly why, this time around, he's been pushing his own two hands this hard. He's flat out intoxicated by the feeling of finally making the sweat, the effort, and the results all his own. Problem is, at this rate, this out-of-shape body of his is going to break down fast. He needs to balance mind and body both, or none of this training sticks. A full month has passed since he first forged his mana heart, and honestly, his waistline shows it. He's banked up a solid stockpile of mana, enough to push toward the next stage any day now. Every night, alone in the dark, he just keeps grinding it out. Little by little, that quiet blue glow inside him keeps building. Steady, unglamorous effort finally pays off, and his mana climbs to a real, tangible level. You can see it settle right into his chest, a small storm slowly learning to behave. His body toughens up just enough to hold a little more power without falling apart. The glow keeps swelling, pushing right up against its old limits. And just like that, his mana heart expands outright. It hits him like a jolt straight through the chest. One more notch of tolerance unlocked, one more step up the ladder. His whole constitution is quietly reshaping itself around all this new power. Even his swings start carrying a little more bite. Sweat on his brow, eyes locked, he pushes for one more rep. He grits through the burn, refusing to let the mana slip loose. Perfect, he cheers, feeling that core finally lock into place just right. Now then, he mutters, eyeing the training sword mounted on its stand. Time to see what he's really got. He snatches it up and cuts a clean, practiced arc through the air. And just like that, he levels up, officially reaching the rank of sword learner. Aura wraps the blade like it's always belonged there. He's unlocked the most basic stage of aura, but hey, basic is still something. With this, he breathes, already plotting his next move. He steadies his grip, feeling the aura settle into his hands like it was always his. I can handle the basics, he says, cracking a small, satisfied grin. Words already spreading through the kingdom about him, and it's not all flattering. His uncle Balerhard brings up that little bet they made, and Adrian's stomach drops a bit. Thanks to him, Balerhard admits he's even started getting pestered about it, and suggests Adrian find himself a sparring partner fast. Ah, that, Adrian says, suddenly looking a lot less confident. Cue the smug little brother, the third prince, sliding in with his usual too-pleased grin. I've already decided who, Adrian shoots back, trying very hard to sound like he has a plan. More importantly, he tells his uncle, facing a double chain knight head-on right now is clearly asking for trouble. So he pitches starting small, a few single chain opponents first. Balerhard just shrugs, that's up to you. He calls in his aide Carls, ready to put the plan into motion. Carl snaps to attention, list already in hand, exactly as ordered. It's the full roster of everyone who's sent in a formal duel request against him. Carls hesitates before adding one small, worried however. You're really planning to spar with these people? Carls asks. Adrian just shrugs, so what? Carls points out gently that most of these names have a serious grudge against him. They might actually try to hurt him mid-duel, Carls warns. I know that, Adrian says, completely unbothered. That's exactly why, he says, already 3 steps ahead. Uncle should referee, he finishes, dumping the whole babysitting job right onto Balerhard, who just stares. Nothing grand, he insists, already backpedaling on how big a deal he's making this. Just make sure nobody actually dies out there, you'll grant me that much, right? A few days later, the day everyone's been buzzing about finally arrives. The first duel is set, and one particular challenger arrives already stunned by what he's looking at. The royal grounds loom ahead, bright and imposing under an open sky. So this is it, the palace where that infamous delinquent prince supposedly lives. He can barely stand still, nerves and grudge both cranked all the way up. His name is Taylor Tailheim, second son of a perfectly ordinary baron's house, and he's got a score to settle. Because a few years back, something happened at a royal banquet that he's never been able to shake. Some puffed-up noble points and laughs, loud enough for the whole hall to hear. Their clothes, their manners, they reek of country bumpkins, he sneers at Taylor's family. So excited just to be invited to a royal banquet, he adds, twisting the knife. The real wound came from the prince himself, who put Taylor's father and older brother through humiliation neither of them ever recovered from. Even now, his father and brother still get mocked for it behind closed doors. Taylor's eyes narrow, Adrian Leonberger. Today, he swears, you're going to pay dearly for what you did. Out loud though, it's all perfect manners. I humbly greet First Prince Adrian Leonberger, your highness. And there he is in the flesh, standing next to his very unimpressed uncle. I am Taylor, second son of House Tailheim, he announces, drawing his blade. A single chain apprentice knight, trained hard in his house's own sword style and clearly ready to prove it. Why so formal for a practice match? He stammers, thrown off by all the ceremony. The crowd's already whispering, wondering if this soft, out-of-shape prince is really a knight at all, and muttering he's every bit as rude as the rumors say. Taylor grits his teeth, fuming that this brat clearly doesn't know his place. Stop, Balerhard cuts in flatly. I understand your feelings, but the duel hasn't even started yet. Calm your spirit, he adds, steering Taylor back before he does something stupid. Taylor freezes mid-sentence, suddenly a lot less sure of himself. Because he's just realized who he's actually talking to and switches instantly to starstruck fanboy mode. Balerhard just gives a dry, polite nod back, while the actual prince stands there completely ignored. People are going to start thinking Uncle's the prince, Adrian grumbles, thoroughly deflated. Well, you should have behaved properly from the start, Balorhard fires back without a shred of sympathy. Always bringing up the past, Adrian mutters before Balorhard cuts the bickering short. Both of you take your positions. Balorhard steps between them, settling into the referee's spot with zero patience left for nonsense. The duel will now begin, he announces, and just like that the air goes dead serious. Blades cross, eyes lock, and neither one of them so much as blinks. Steel rings out as the first real exchange kicks off. Taylor comes in hard, chain mana aura blazing bright around his blade. He's not holding anything back, not against the guy who wrecked his family's name. Then your highness, Taylor says, all mock politeness. Please be careful, he sneers, right before slamming a strike down at full force. It connects hard, and for a second it looks like this fight might already be over. Dust and sparks fly as the blow lands square. But Adrian's still standing, already sizing up the follow-up, screaming toward him. He meets it head-on, one-handed, like it's really no big deal. Energy cracks across the courtyard floor from the impact. Too many unnecessary movements, Adrian tells him coolly, like he's grading a homework assignment. Then he punishes every single one of them, sending Taylor stumbling back hard. Taylor's brain clearly hasn't caught up with what just happened to him. That's a mana heart, he gasps, realizing exactly what he's up against. Adrian doesn't let him catch his breath, pressing the advantage immediately. The ground itself splits under the force of the exchange. Taylor's driven back another step, scrambling just to hold his line. Every swing lands cleaner and heavier than the last. A mana heart isn't even supposed to stand up to mana chains, Taylor shouts, completely rattled. Adrian just shrugs it off, feels a bit tingly honestly. Underneath the joke though, sweat's dripping, and that core in his chest is working overtime. Then something changes, his blade doesn't just cut, it sings. The sword is making a sound, Taylor stammers, backing up on instinct. Even the spectators watching from the sidelines can't believe what they're hearing. Balorhard's face goes pale, sword song, he breathes like he's seen a ghost. That just can't be, he mutters, staring at the humming blade in disbelief. The whole courtyard echoes the same shocked disbelief. Rattled or not, Taylor throws himself forward one more time, screaming straight through the fear. It's a desperate all-in swing, everything he's got left. Adrian just braces and meets it dead on. The two blades grind against each other, and Adrian grunts through the strain. Then Taylor's scream tears through the courtyard as his blade finally gives. It shatters clean apart, fragments scattering everywhere. Adrian doesn't ease up, pressing the finishing blow home. He plants his feet and puts everything into the follow-through. The impact detonates in a blast of light across the arena. Dust and debris settle over the wrecked courtyard floor. And there's Taylor flat on the ground, gasping for air and utterly beaten. They always say chain mana and heart mana are natural opposites. Adrian, catching his breath, just proved exactly why that matters. That's certainly true, comes a quiet voice, watching it all unfold. But under his breath, Adrian admits something's wrong. His mana feels like it could reverse and spiral out any second. However, the same voice adds, watching Taylor struggle back up off the ground. Taylor's not done. Humiliated and furious, he's already forcing himself back to his feet. He lunges forward again, completely past the point of thinking straight. Balorhard steps in immediately, sword raised, cutting him off cold. You need to cool your head. Meanwhile, Adrian's fighting a battle of his own, straining just to keep his own power in check. He goes under, plunging straight into the water to try and cool himself down. Submerged and still, he forces himself to focus, turning every ounce of concentration inward. Down in that quiet, cold dark, something ancient inside him starts to stir. A voice, or maybe just an instinct, whispers a single word: awaken. Some called him the demonic sword, others the divine blade, and countless other names besides. Buried deep inside that mana heart is a literal fragment of his own former self. A fragment of his soul, patiently waiting all this time to be found. His mana heart accepts that tremendous will completely, and one single color floods through what used to be colorless. Something old and clearly not human blinks open behind his own eyes. A dormant will built for one single purpose, dragon slaying, finally wakes up. It's a memory from the sword's very last job before this new life began, and it was not a small one. The essence of a heart forged for exactly one purpose, slaying dragons, pours straight into him. The dragon slayer's heart activates in full, and the whole courtyard feels it. His eyes flare an unnatural red, and for a moment he doesn't quite look like himself anymore. Power floods through him in jagged, crimson veins of light. He crouches low, gripping the blade like it's suddenly a completely different weapon in his hands. Every fiber of this power was tempered for one job only: killing dragons. This finally is the true power of the Dragon Slayer sword, laid completely bare. That surging energy fuses directly with the blade itself, weapon and will becoming one. And Taylor, still on his knees, gets a front row seat to something way, way above his pay grade. "Well, what in the world is that?" he stammers, completely frozen in place. Somewhere close by, alarm bells start going off hard. "Stop!" Balorhard bellows, already moving because whatever this is, it's gone way past sparring. But Adrian, caught somewhere between himself and something much older, doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. One more surge of that crimson power rips through the air, and the chapter cuts out right there. Someone screams for it to stop, right now, and you can already tell this fight has gone somewhere ugly. A blade comes down wreathed in something dark and red, slicing the air like a scream given shape. The strike lands harder, that same crimson energy tearing wide across the frame. Whatever this power is, it is not playing nice. "That sword is dangerous," someone shouts from the sidelines, which, yeah, no kidding. Rewind a beat. Before any of that chaos kicks off, our Prince Adrian turns to his uncle with a request. "What is it?" Uncle Balorhard asks, already looking like he regrets agreeing to any of this. "If by any chance it looks like I might kill my opponent," Adrian says, dead serious. Then, and just like that, Adrian's already mid-swing, steel screaming through the air. Pink lightning crackles right past his head as onlookers up on the battlements watch the whole reckless spectacle unfold. Balorhard strides in, sword already drawn. He's not here to watch, he's here to fight. "Then, uncle, you must stop me," Adrian finishes. He wants his uncle to go all out and yank him back if things go too far. Balorhard answers by cutting loose teal mana flaring off him, the full weight of a quad-chain knight on display. Adrian's face locks into pure focus as that teal light comes screaming toward him. Steel meets mana in a blinding collision. This stopped being a friendly little spar a while ago. A fist connects, the shockwave rippling out. Somebody's feeling that one tomorrow. That same corrupted red energy flares back up, jagged and hungry, right in the middle of the clash. Balorhard plants himself after the exchange, mana still crackling. He clearly landed the bigger hit. The ground's cracked wide open under his boots. That's the kind of power gap we're talking about here. And there's Adrian, flat on the ground, his uncle's shadow looming over him like a verdict. One last hard look from Balorhard, his blade still singing from the final strike. Guards come sprinting in, horrified. "Count Valhard, what do you think you're doing? You could be punished for the crime of assaulting a royal," one of them warns, dead serious. But Adrian, still on one knee, waves them off. "Stand down, I asked him to." "Your Highness," the guard blurts, stunned, while Adrian sweats bullets trying to hold it together. "I did ask him to, but," Adrian admits, bloodied and sheepish, "I never said to knock me flat." Classic fine print problem. More knights come jogging up to the scene, drawn in by all the commotion. "Yo, Your Highness," another guard yelps, catching sight of the aftermath. Meanwhile, Balorhard's teal mana keeps roaring, a reminder of just how far above Adrian he really is. The surge keeps building, wild and untamed. Full power Balorhard is not something you walk away from easily. Adrian, still catching his breath, admits to himself, "My mana heart almost shattered for real." As expected, he thinks Uncle's power is on a completely different level from a mere single chain wielder. "I took that blow head on, and lived to brag about it somehow." Good news though, no lasting damage. Adrian checks himself over, relieved. "I even won the duel," he grins to himself, positively glowing with self-satisfaction. Someone catches him smiling like an idiot and asks the obvious question, what's got him so pleased? What brings you here?" Adrian blinks, caught completely off guard. It's Balorhard, and he is not here for small talk. "What on earth were you thinking?" That same corrupted pink energy flickers around Adrian again as Balorhard presses him. And that foul, corrupt sword, what was that? I never taught you such a technique, Balorhard snaps, genuinely rattled by what he just saw. Adrian shrugs it off with a smirk. I merely stayed true to the essence of the blade. Slick answer, though even he looks a little unsure whether that actually explains anything. Balorhard just stares at him, silent, clearly unconvinced. Adrian can't help but think it. Essence of the blade, says a man who's never even seen real combat. Balorhard, unbothered, actually answers the jab head-on. So the essence of the sword you speak of is killing intent. It's crude and unsettling, but he continues, weighing his words. It is still one truth among many, he finishes, surprisingly thoughtful for a guy who just clobbered his nephew. That's unexpected, Adrian admits, genuinely thrown by the depth of that answer. I figured you'd start preaching about how the path of the sword lies in perfecting the sword, or some such, he teases. I'm not a knight, Balorhard says flatly, I'm a soldier. I walk not a righteous path, he adds, memory flashing to some old, snowbound battlefield, but one that leads to victory. Adrian goes quiet, actually taking that one in. Then Balorhard cuts the moment short with a real critique. Your sword is excessive. When bloodlust swells too strongly, it blinds friend and foe alike, he warns. However, Adrian starts before Balorhard cuts back in. That's exactly why they're making such a fuss to fix that flaw. I'll be watching, Balorhard states plainly, to see whether you're devoured by your inner demon or not. No pressure or anything. So begins 3 days straight of practice duels. Next up, a familiar face. Taylor Talheim, wasn't it? Adrian asks, sizing up his opponent. You've worked hard these past 3 days, he adds, which, coming from the guy who's been swinging at everyone, is almost a compliment. The duel with Taylor kicks off, steel ringing out across the yard. 3 straight days of facing down a blade soaked in raw killing intent. Taylor's clearly been through the ringer. You really did suffer for it, Adrian notes, watching him get rattled by another crackling strike. But too bad, huh? Adrian smirks, already circling in for the finishing tease. You probably wanted to kick my butt just once before the end. Bet it's frustrating you couldn't, he needles. Thaw, that's not it, Taylor stammers. It was obviously exactly that. Adrian waves over a maid carrying a small chest. Give me that. Taylor eyes the box, baffled. Your Highness, what is this? I heard I did something unforgivable before, Adrian admits. I don't know if this will make up for it, but take this to Baron Talheim for me. Inside, apparently nothing fancy, just a teddy bear and a letter. Off you go now, travel safe. Adrian sends him on his way, box and all. Somewhere else, someone grumbles to themselves they've got no obligation to clean up the messes the Mad Prince makes. But they hesitate, second-guessing that attitude. Still, when you have someone do a job, you pay them proper compensation. Fair enough, honestly. And just like that, the prince's training duels become the hottest gossip in the entire kingdom. His arrogance has finally dug his own grave, one noble mutters, practically salivating over the scandal. The first prince is going to pay dearly for his past misdeeds, another chimes in. I wonder how badly he'll be humiliated, someone adds. Yet days pass and the scandal everyone was drooling over never actually shows up. How did the duel turn out? Someone asks, chasing down the rumor mill. Well, it seems there's been a misunderstanding, a starry-eyed trainee gushes. The first prince isn't the vile man the rumors claimed. We both gave it our all in the duel, that's all there was, another knight adds, throwing an arm around Adrian like old pals. Intimidation? No, I just came to understand His Highness's true intentions. Yet another glowing testimonial rolls in. A trio of onlookers just stare, baffled. What the? One paranoid soul jumps straight to conspiracy. The palace must have silenced them. But there's one guy who hears that theory and does not take it well. Silenced? Not gonna happen, he growls, fist slamming down. It's Baron Talheim himself, roaring. He's just embarrassed because he lost to me. Nobles, what a useless bunch, the Baron bellows. Maybe try doing something productive for once. You're one to talk, Balorhard fires back dryly, thoroughly unimpressed. The Baron rounds on his own son next. When you go out, make sure you brag about your wins, got it? Yes, your highness, Taylor blurts back, force of habit after a week around actual royalty, apparently. Adrian, watching all this unfold, allows himself a little relief. That rumor should die down soon. Then a flicker of doubt crosses his face. What, he asks, not liking where this is headed. The maid steps in nervously. They're saying Your Highness threatened people to falsify the duel's outcome. Thaw that rumor, Adrian trails off, grinding his teeth. Of course, a new one shows up the second the old one dies. New challenger, new attitude, a grinning, silver-haired knight cloaked in blue mana. Fine, whatever. Let's just train, okay, Adrian answers, gripping his own blade, mana already sparking. Steel meets steel in a shower of blue light as the duel kicks off in earnest. Adrian presses forward, refusing to give an inch. Blade against blade, mana crackling with every clash. Neither one is backing down. This is a real fight, not a formality. The exchange gets faster, sharper, both sides pouring everything into it. Sparks and mana light up the whole yard as the two of them go all out. One last decisive strike ends the exchange in a flash of blue light. The dust settles and that silver-haired knight looks a lot more worn out than he'd like to admit. Adrian, barely winded, turns to his aide. How many duel opponents are left, Carls? The one coming today is the last, Your Highness, Carls reports. Adrian lets out a long, tired sigh. So the apprentices don't challenge me anymore, huh? Adrian muses, half amused, half disappointed. But at least the final opponent's a proper knight, someone notes. One who trained not just on family technique, they continue building up the hype. But joined a knighthood to hone her sword further. Okay, now he's interested. A trainee knight of the Iron Lion Order. The name lands, Arwen Kurgayan. Adrian's smirk creeps up. This one he's actually looking forward to. Down at the gate, a couple of guards spot her arriving. That's her, right? Judging by the Iron Lion crest on her armor, yes she is. They already know her by reputation, the flower on the cliff. Arwen strides in, every bit the legend they call the Rose with Thorns. The woman said to have broken every man's heart in the kingdom, and she's here for a duel, not a date. She really is stunning, one of the guards blurts, completely starstruck. To think even a woman like that would walk in here on her own, another mutters. The first prince must have remarkable pull. Mustn't he? His buddy agrees, equally starstruck by the whole situation. In any case, Arwen cuts through the noise in her own head, focused entirely on what's ahead. Her eyes go sharp with resolve. She didn't come here for small talk either. She strides forward, armor gleaming, every step radiating quiet confidence. One guard can't resist a grin. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the prince lost to her in front of everyone? We'll find out next time. Welcome to the Iron Lion Knights, the order fighting tooth and claw for the title of the kingdom's best. Meet Arwen Kurgayan, a trainee here, and already the order's brightest rising star. Her official membership just got confirmed, which makes what happens next even weirder. Because somehow this prodigy specifically asked to spar the one royal everyone loves to underestimate. That royal being our prince here, who is very much not okay with this development. Turns out there's history, a messy misunderstanding between him and Arwen from way back. Misunderstanding, my foot, someone mutters. He probably picked a one-sided fight again. Cut to the prince cornering a servant girl for the real story, and she is not thrilled to be asked. Someone drags up the memory. What did I do before? He asks, already looking like he regrets it. The answer lands like a gut punch. You insulted Arwen. The prince's brain short-circuits right there on the spot. He grabs his own hair, replaying the crime scene in his head. Because apparently what actually came out of his mouth back then was "you crazy bastard." The flashback kicks in properly now, young Arwen startled and caught completely off guard. And there's our prince grinning like trouble, sizing her up. Arwen, was it? Fair-faced, just like the rumors say. Then he goes for broke. Care to enter my service as my personal maid? Arwen isn't having it. The Knight Order isn't your highness's personal property, she snaps back. Rattled, he fires back with the worst possible comeback. Yo, you ugly thing. Real smooth, that single insult is the whole reason this rivalry exists. Back in the present, the knight beside him is still stuck on it. I heard she said something like that. The prince waves it off now, calling it just the twisted courtship of a rotten scoundrel. Because let's be honest, nobody actually believes she'd call a face like his ugly. And here she is in the flesh, Arwen Kurgayan, fully grown, armored, and unmistakably dangerous. "It's been a long time, Your Highness," she says, cool as ever. He can't resist needling her back. "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" "You think I've changed a lot, to the point where the very core is different," he jokes back. Watching all this with a raised eyebrow is Count Balerhard, unimpressed and clearly done pretending otherwise. The courtyard stirs as word spreads: His Excellency Count Balerhard has arrived. His entourage sweeps in right as the prince tries to make a quiet exit. Someone in the crowd freezes mid-step at the sight of him. Arwen snaps to attention immediately, offering the count a formal bow. "Be careful," someone warns under their breath. The prince's sword is quite venomous. The prince isn't letting it go, though. Hey, what happened to the observer's neutrality? Balerhard just turns away, unreadable as ever. "Now then. Both of you take your positions," the prince calls out. The spar is finally happening. Arwen squares up, completely locked in. The old fortress looms over them as the sun starts to dip. This is happening right now. "The spar will begin," someone announces, and the whole courtyard goes dead quiet. Arwen draws her blade in one clean motion. Dust kicks up as both fighters close the distance. "Let's see the skills of the Iron Lion's promising talent," the prince taunts, drawing his own sword. Steel meets steel in a shower of blue sparks. The prince takes the opening hit harder than he expected. His eyes narrow with something like respect. Indeed, quite decent movements. Arwen presses the advantage, blade crackling with mana. He's forced back, gritting through the impact. Something's wrong though. He can feel his own mana trying to flow backward on him. Balerhard watches from the sidelines, jaw tight, clearly reading more into this than a simple sparring match. The prince takes another clean hit and grunts through the pain. Arwen keeps up the pressure, giving him no room to breathe. Sparks fly again as their blades lock. She's fast, relentless, and clearly not here to go easy on royalty. In his head, the prince has to admit it: "She's completely leading me around." "This won't do," he mutters to himself. Arwen leaps, swinging down hard as he ducks under the blow. The blade in his hand starts glowing an ominous red. For a flash, we see someone else entirely, a brown-haired kid gripping a pulsing crimson heart. A memory, maybe, or something older. A message flares across his vision: the Dragon Slayer's heart has activated. Someone nearby catches it and goes pale with shock. Power floods through him, white-hot and pink, and Arwen has to brace against it. The clash that follows is too fast to even track. Balerhard's hand drifts to his own blade, clearly reconsidering how harmless this spar really is. Another burst of crimson energy rips through the courtyard. Arwen lands hard, resetting her stance, refusing to be rattled. Balerhard's expression shifts. He's seen something he wasn't expecting. "That sword is," he murmurs. "Seems not everyone wearing a single ring is the same." The prince, sweat dripping, thinks privately, he's clearly on a different level from the riffraff. However, something's shifting in him too. His own status window flares to life. You can now use the authority of judgment to a limited extent. A glowing panel lays Arwen bare in data. Arwen Kurgayan, F-19 trainee knight. Her full profile scrolls out. Swordsmanship A sword prodigy with a competitive spirit, and yes, peerless beauty is apparently a listed trait. That other face flickers into his thoughts again, breathing hard. "The fact I can see this with a limited authority means." The prince grins, blade glowing hot in his grip. Energy roars off the sword as he steadies himself. "That she's only about my level or weaker," he finishes, almost disappointed. Balerhard's grip tightens on his own hilt, watching closer now. Blades blur past each other in the low light. "The real deal starts now," the prince declares, power surging. Arwen answers with a full-force leap, refusing to yield an inch. The two collide with a shockwave that rattles the whole courtyard. When the dust settles, the prince is doubled over, drenched in sweat, sunset burning behind him. Arwen's no better off, hair plastered to her face, gasping for air. Neither one has anything left. They just stand there catching their breath as the sun goes down. His knees are practically shaking under him. A sword clatters to the stone, and someone cries out in pain. A stern voice finally calls it, "Stop, that's enough for today. Let's continue the match tomorrow," comes the verdict. The prince isn't happy about the interruption. "Tusk, just when I was about to finish it." Arwen fires right back, "How unfortunate, I was just about to do the same." He grins wide, "Oh ho, is that so? Shall we go a bit more?" As long as you'd like, comes the reply right before someone yells stop, across the yard. It's already far too late, someone else sighs, eyeing the damage already done. A stern commanding officer steps in, flanked by elders. Both of you go receive treatment immediately. The old court physician scrambles over, hands glowing green. Yo, your highness, I'll treat you right away. The prince winces as the healing magic finds yet another bruise he'd forgotten about. Nearby, Arwen gets the same treatment, her own wounds crackling under the healing glow. Both fighters get patched up in silence, the adrenaline finally draining out of them. Balerhard just watches quietly, clearly turning something over in his mind. The two combatants head their separate ways as footsteps echo through the courtyard. The castle tower catches the last of the sunset light behind them. Arwen mutters to herself, iron in her voice, I absolutely won't lose. Another sunset, another day, this rematch is not wrapping up quickly. From above, the courtyard looks tiny against the sprawling fortress, and the match still refuses to end. Two knights on the sidelines can't believe it. Today marks the third day, doesn't it? Even Balerhard admits it. I must confess I'm quite surprised. I'd heard of Arwen's skill. But His Highness the First Prince is holding his own too, no question, the knight adds. The whole courtyard is buzzing, hoping today finally settles it. Before round 4 kicks off, the prince pipes up, before we go again. There's something I want to say, he adds, suddenly serious. Arwen tenses immediately. Don't tell me you're trying to apologize now of all times. I won't accept an apology, she says flatly, cutting him off before he even starts. In her head she's already decided he wants to reclaim his pride through strength, commendable but, well, it's not that, he says, looking genuinely offended by the assumption. Since we're fighting this fiercely anyway, he continues, building up to something. Shouldn't there be a prize on the line, he asks with a grin. How about the loser grants the winner one wish? The crowd nearly loses it. He goes all in, if told to kneel, I'll kneel, if told to grovel and apologize, I'll do it. Arwen goes quiet, clearly weighing what that offer actually means. Your Highness, someone gasps behind her. A knight nearby practically loses it. That is absolutely unacceptable for a member of the royal family. Please retract your words. Outsiders step back, someone orders, eyeing the growing crowd. Then to Arwen, what do you think? Although I'm merely a trainee, Arwen answers, I am still loyal to the Leonberger royal family. I could never disrespect your highness that way, she says, firm as ever. Then she adds a condition of her own, however, if your highness permits it. I believe I'm qualified to receive the wager's reward myself. That lands harder than any punch. The prince is visibly caught off guard. He recovers fast, well thought, he says, drawing his sword again. You won't be taking back your words later, someone calls out as the fight resumes. Arwen launches straight back into it, no hesitation. Don't go back on it, the prince warns, matching her intensity blow for blow. Their blades lock again, sparks flying. This round is faster, sharper, more desperate than the last 3 combined. Something in the air shifts, a chill runs through the whole courtyard. The prince's eyes flash red, and his grin turns downright dangerous. Power erupts off him in a wave of pink and crimson light. Arwen barely manages to hold her ground against it. She's stunned, he's fast, just yesterday he wasn't anywhere near this level. Behind him, a massive dragon-shaped aura rears up, roaring silently into the sky. He's fully engulfed now, power rolling off him in waves. Arwen's blade cuts through the haze, refusing to back down. Onlookers can only gasp, was he hiding his strength this whole time? The two collide midair, spinning past each other in a blur of steel. Arwen takes a hit and cries out, staggering back. He presses forward without mercy, power still crackling around him. Sparks fly off crossed blades as neither one lets up. Arwen's breathing hard now, blood on her lip, but her eyes stay locked on him. He swings again, red energy trailing off the blade. She grits through the pain, refusing to be the one who blinks first. Her grip tightens on the hilt for one last exchange. Blood sprays as the final clash lands. The prince staggers, barely keeping his footing. A cry rings out as the last of the energy discharges. The explosion of light swallows the whole courtyard for a moment. When it clears, both blades hang crossed against the burning sunset sky. A sword slips loose and falls. Arwen drops to her knees, sword planted in the stone, completely spent. The gathered knights stare in stunned silence, the Leonberger lion banner rippling behind them. Even the commanding officer looks shaken. Arwen can barely get the words out, "Thaw." "That can't be," she breathes, her sword slipping from her grip entirely. The prince stands over her, steady on his feet. "I've won the wager." He looks down at her and says her name like he means it, Arwen Kurgayan. A slow, confident smile spreads across his face. "I want you." And just like that, the fearless knight who never backs down from anything is left completely speechless. Meet Adrian's newest escort knight, on the job guarding the kingdom's so-called executioner prince, and honestly, it's easier than the rumors made it sound. So far, none of the horror stories about him have come true. When Adrian looks her over and asks if she's the new escort knight, she snaps to attention. "I look forward to serving you, Your Highness." He looks every bit as arrogant as she'd feared. But contrary to everything she'd heard, he never once turns cruel or violent out of nowhere like the rumors claimed. Just the two of them, trudging through the castle grounds together, no theatrics, no drama. He glances back at her in silence, like he's turning something over in his head. Then the sky opens up, and her memory drags her back to a much stormier day. Back then, a young Adrian trains alone out in the pouring rain, refusing to stop. She watches from under the colonnade, soaked just from standing near him. "It's raining far too much," she mutters, completely exasperated with him. A fellow knight begs her to just make him stop already. She finally cracks and shouts a warning at him. "It's too dangerous out here." Adrian doesn't even flinch, just keeps swinging his blade through the storm. He drives his sword into the ground and forces himself back up, running on fumes. Mud and rain streak his face, but his eyes never leave the target ahead of him. Watching him, she can't shake the feeling this stubborn prince is going to become someone great. That's what she believed anyway, before she really knew him. Cut to another day entirely, where Adrian stands over her with his sword planted in the ground. "I want you," he says flatly, and half the courtyard nearly faints on the spot. Even Smirker claps a hand over his mouth. Such indecent talk. Someone else wonders aloud if they've completely misjudged this prince. One onlooker fumbles their own bag, caught totally off guard by what's actually being offered. Stunned, Arwen has to ask outright, is that truly what he wants from her? Of course, Adrian says, "As you are now. You're nothing more than an ordinary trainee who couldn't even beat one rogue prince," he finishes, blunt as ever. He lets that insult hang in the air a beat before spelling out what he's actually after. It's her potential, her future, the making of a knight named Arwen Kurgayan. Arwen just stares back at him, caught somewhere between shock and disbelief. "I need a knight who follows me," he says. "Not one assigned to him by royal decree, but one who belongs to him and only him, his knight." And judging by what he's just seen on the sparring field, she's got real, honest talent with a blade. "So Arwen Kurgayan," he starts, "become my knight." She stands frozen, sword in hand, trying to process the offer of a lifetime. Her grip on the hilt tightens as she steadies herself for what comes next. She becomes exactly the knight she'd always dreamed of being, but that's not where this story ends. Fellow trainees whisper as she cuts through opponent after opponent. "Is that the one everyone's talking about?" Just like the rumors said, one mutters, then adds, "What a striking appearance," like her face is the whole headline. She hears every word of it, and it stings worse than any blade ever could. No one treated her like a knight, just a pretty face in armor, so she trained harder than every single one of them. Blade meets blade in a blinding flash of steel. One more trainee hits the dirt, completely outclassed. "Winner Arwen Kurgayan," the announcer calls, and this time nobody can argue with it. She beats every single trainee put in front of her. Sword in hand, she doesn't even look winded. Another opponent goes flying across the yard. And despite results like that, the gossip never changes. Isn't our figurehead still Dame Arwen? Protecting a beautiful lady like her, now that's an honor for a real knight. No matter how many she beats, she still can't become a real knight in their eyes, only ever something to protect. But then everything changes. She decides she's done staying quiet about it. She turns back to Adrian and asks him straight. He wants her potential, her future as a knight. Is that truly sincere? She presses him. The sun drags low over the castle walls while he thinks it over. Then please promise me one thing, she says. He waits quiet for her to finish. Treat me, she says, not as a woman but as a knight. Do that, she tells him, and I'll follow your will completely. Adrian studies her for a long moment. She doesn't blink, doesn't back down an inch. Very well, he finally says, I promise. She drops to one knee right there on the stones. Sword raised, she kneels before her prince to make it official. Arwen, eldest daughter of House Kurgain, the oath begins. Swears loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg. Ian offers her sword and the rest of her life to His Highness the Prince. Off to the side, Count Balerhard watches the whole ceremony without saying a word. The oath is sealed in silence, her blade catching the last of the light. For the first time, she feels like she's exactly where she belongs. The sun finally sets on the whole ceremony. And just like that, Adrian has himself a knight who chose him, not the crown. Back in the present, the wind picks up outside the palace. Elsewhere, the court gossip mill is grinding away, swearing loyalty to that rogue. Does that even make sense? And a sworn oath born from a bet, no less. We have to nullify it somehow. One of them points out the obvious problem. Didn't Arwen herself refuse any help? This is strange, another mutters. Doesn't something smell fishy here? The rumor mill spins even wilder. Could there be something romantic going on? Taking her as a mistress would be improper, so maybe he just dressed it up as a knight's oath instead. It was suspicious from the start, someone insists. Why would she agree to some dubious duel arranged by that rogue? Adrian catches wind of all of it and completely loses it. This is insane. What am I, some kind of villain? So now I'm the scum of the earth, huh? He rages on, tearing at his own hair. Pup has to physically hold him back before he spirals any further. He finally goes quiet, still simmering. Your Highness, the knight ventures. Yes, Adrian snaps back. About what you said that day, the knight continues. Huh, when? Adrian blinks. A few days ago, the last day of sparring, Pup reminds him. Adrian's own words echo back at him, not a knight who stays by my side by royal command, and it clicks. Ah, that. Was that hurtful? He shrugs, it's the truth. If a royal order told you to go serve somewhere else, you'd go, right? He presses his knight. If it came to that, you could always swear an oath to Carl's or someone, Adrian smirks. The knight pauses. If he were to swear an oath, would you actually accept it? He asks, dead serious all of a sudden. No, Adrian answers instantly. Carl's isn't any fun to train with, he adds, I just don't like him. Adrian cracks up at his own pettiness while Pup just stands there, thoroughly unimpressed. Is that so? The knight says flatly, filing that away for later. I wasn't joking, Adrian says, suddenly serious. I meant every word. Then a formal notice arrives out of nowhere. Prince Adrian is released from confinement, effective immediately. He just blinks at it. Did I do something? A month and a half shaved off his sentence, just like that, with no explanation at all. Somewhere behind it all looms the king himself, crown and all, with a smile that promises absolutely nothing good. He remembers exactly how it felt when they locked him away, like they never wanted to see him again. Walking with his uncle Balerhard and his little sibling in tow, he mutters that he honestly can't figure out what the king is playing at. Balerhard asks if he's not at least glad to be free. I don't really care, Adrian deadpans. Even free, he points out, there's nowhere for him to go, no one he knows, so no one to see. Someone lunges to catch something before it hits the floor. A flustered attendant crashes right into him. So sorry, she blurts. Turns out Ginger has been holding onto an invitation addressed to him that nearly got lost in the shuffle. An invitation, Adrian repeats, caught off guard. Yes, this is it, she says, handing over the ornate card. He stares down at it like it might bite him. A social club exclusively for special young nobles, he reads aloud, thoroughly unimpressed. She explains it's a gathering he used to belong to. Me, he asks, then narrows his eyes. Is it some kind of weird place? Well, she stammers. His imagination runs wild, visions of masked strangers and refined pleasures dancing through his head. Basically, he pictures a room full of nonsense no sensible woman would ever understand. So it's just a gathering for drinking and chasing women, he concludes, thoroughly unimpressed. Forget it, he says, I'm busy training, I don't need useless gatherings like that. Then something on the invitation catches his eye. The sender's name jumps out, Bernardo of the House of Elie, self-described eternal friend of the wise, brave, thoughtful Prince Adrian. Elie, he says slowly, that name snagging on something in his memory. He definitely recognizes that name from somewhere. According to his uncle, House Elie was a family that clung stubbornly to their manhwa hearts, right up until they fell from grace about 100 years back. Guess I should attend after all, Adrian decides. Understood, Ginger says, I'll make the preparations. He lets out a long, thoughtful hum. I just hope, he mutters, that this fallen family isn't too pathetic to even look at. 4 months into training and this tailor still shows up glowing, begging to know if His Royal Highness likes the new fit. The tailor swears he has followed every single one of the prince's instructions to the letter, not missed a stitch. Black, understated, barely any trim. The prince picked every detail himself this time. The design is simple, the tailor beams, practically glowing at his own work. And there he is, leaner, sharper, radiating main character energy in his new black and brown fit, while the tailor nearly faints from pride. His Highness's dignity remains fully intact, the tailor declares, though he can't resist adding that the prince has clearly dropped some serious weight. Turns out his measurements shrank by more than half. The tailor's practically taking notes for a medical journal. Riding the high, the tailor volunteers himself for the court banquet outfit, 2 stars in his eyes and all. Start on it immediately, the tailor insists. The prince just waves him off, no rush. He allows himself a smug little smile in the mirror, 4 months of pain finally paying off. Give it time, he figures these measurements are bound to change again soon enough. A few days after morning restrictions finally lift, he's already dreading his next stop, that insufferable social club for special young masters only. The carriage rolls up to the club grounds, guards and attendants already gathering. His night escort keeps a sharp eye on the surroundings the whole ride over. Meanwhile, the prince can barely keep his eyes open, yawning through the whole trip. Being royalty is exhausting, he grumbles to himself, the clothes, the carriages, the endless guards. Bored out of his mind, he suddenly grabs his maid by the collar, muttering that everything about this is unbearably frustrating. Then something catches his eye and stops him cold. She flinches, startled, clearly not expecting to be looked at that closely. He tugs her collar aside, there's a wound hidden underneath. He recalls the incident. Apparently, the girl wasn't good enough is the excuse someone used to explain it away. She insists it was something he had every right to punish her for. As expected, she adds, bracing for it. It jogs a nasty memory, kids mocking him as a country bumpkin, stealing his sword, back when this body was nothing but an easy target. Why does this body keep generating urban legends, he mutters, half amused and half horrified at himself. He realizes he's spent months around this maid without ever learning her name, so he finally asks. She yelps, caught completely off guard by the question. Adelia Bayern, Your Highness, she answers. Bayern, that name lands like a gut punch. A family barely worth a footnote in the noble registry these days, or so everyone assumes. He never expected to hear that name again, least of all here. His mind drifts back, way back, to a war fought before kingdoms even existed. Back when legendary heroes, an archer with arrows of light and a battle-hardened dwarf among them, stood against monsters no army could touch. Across the continent, humanity was just prey back then, weak and easy to rob and kill. One of the monsters responsible glares out of the dark, all fangs and fury. But someone finally ended that species' reign of terror for good. After that brutal war, humanity finally became the dominant species of the continent. History remembers the 5 who did it as the 5 electors, and one of them is about to take center stage. A red cape snaps in the wind above the battlefield. She locks eyes with her target and growls out a single name, Gruhan. Sword raised, she asks the giant flatly, has he ever really thought this through? A horde of giant warriors closes in behind their king. Their leader roars, ready to crush her where she stands. She's already planning what comes after this war ends, assuming they both live that long. Steel meets steel, and her eyes don't so much as blink. A blinding slash cuts through the chaos. She launches herself straight at the giant king without a second of hesitation. He looms over her, a mountain of muscle and rage. This is the king of the giants himself, and she's picking a fight with him solo. He roars as her blade bites deep. This is the woman who beheaded the giant King Edda and ended his species' long reign of plunder. Her sword rips clean through his defenses. And just like that, the king of the giants goes down. History would remember her by one title, the Iron-Blooded Sword Marquis. Her real name, it turns out, was Agnes Bayern. She allows herself the smallest, most satisfied smirk. More giants close in, undeterred by their king's death. She looks over the corpses and mutters something distinctly unflattering about their kind. Let's just say it wasn't a compliment. The tirade keeps going, even in the shadows. Crawling in here again, trying to snatch something, she snarls. She tears into them, calling them nothing but brats who only think with their fists. And then she's back in the fight, sword swinging. She keeps mocking their size and their savagery mid-swing. Apparently trash talk is just part of her whole brand. The insults keep flying as she cuts through wave after wave of them. Her blade, humming with pale blue light, doesn't slow down for a second. Neither does her mouth. Back in the present, the prince claws at his own hair. Just thinking about it dirties my ears, he groans. He's still visibly rattled by his own ancestor-adjacent trauma. So this is what a descendant of the Bayern line looks like, he thinks, eyeing Adelia. He can't help but wonder what on earth happened to bring that once legendary house this low. He catches himself staring a beat too long. His knight escort finally announces it. They've arrived at their destination. Your Highness, the knight prompts, waiting on him. The club's gilded crown emblem gleams over the entrance archway. What timing, he mutters, stepping out of the carriage. He strides toward the entrance, footsteps echoing on the stone. Before he goes in, he turns back to Adelia. Later, I want to talk with you. She's left standing there, thoroughly confused, as the group moves on without her. Someone spots him and practically shouts across the courtyard, Your Highness. It's Bernardo of the Illy family, grinning ear to ear and asking if he's been doing well. I can't tell you how glad I am you're safe, Bernardo gushes, way too close for comfort, while the prince just stands there stiffly. This guy's supposed to be from the Illy family, the prince thinks. He looks like he wandered out of a back alley. He can't help but wonder what rough life left the guy looking so worn down. Bernardo catches the look and tilts his head. Your Highness. Why the face, still feeling unwell? Bernardo asks, genuinely concerned. No, it's nothing, the prince says. I just thought it was good that I came. Privately, he's already decided today is going to be a fun one. Bernardo just blinks at him, thoroughly baffled by the sudden mood shift. Laughter rings out as they step deeper into the party. Some drunk noble is mid-story, bragging about a girl who apparently just let her skirt fall open like it was nothing. Careful, you'll make me blush with all that teasing, someone coos back. The whole lounge is dripping in wine, silk, and bad decisions. Somewhere in the crowd, the laughter just keeps rolling. Bernardo catches something odd, strange, he mutters, watching the prince. Normally by now their reckless friend would be completely drunk and groping his way around the room. Bernardo finishes, eyeing him from across the hall. Somehow the whole vibe feels different tonight, doesn't it? Bernardo muses, swirling his wine. The prince settles in with a drink of his own as someone else flops onto the seat beside him. I heard, Your Highness, the man says with a knowing grin. That he plucked the flower of the Iron Lion, the man adds, smirking like he thinks it's quite the conquest story. The rumor's already spread everywhere, he says. The prince goes quiet, just listening. Damn, one step too late, another noble groans. I'd had my eye on that woman myself for a while now. If I'd known, I should have gotten her vow first, a third one chimes in, raising his glass. One of them practically drools, describing her. Even just seeing her in armor was gorgeous, imagine what's underneath. Then out of nowhere he turns to someone and asks, do you have a younger sibling at home? Yes, comes the confused answer. Have you already forgotten you have one younger sibling? Bernardo just blinks. That's fortunate, he says slowly, like he already senses where this is going. Before anyone can react, the prince is already moving, blade drawn. The noble's face opens up under the steel, blood spraying across the table. He screams, a raw, ragged sound that cuts through the whole room. The scream echoes off the walls as everything around it goes horribly quiet. Glass shatters, wine and blood pooling together on the floor beneath him. The rest of the party freezes, mouths open, no one daring to move. Even Bernardo, who's seen plenty, looks genuinely shaken. The prince wipes blood from his mouth and delivers the verdict ice cold. It's fortunate your family's line won't be cut off. One more brutal strike, just to make sure the point lands. The wounded noble keeps screaming into the stunned silence of the hall. From now on, the prince says flatly, your younger sibling will be the heir of the family. Message very much received. Chapter 10 drops us right into it. Our prince already has his fist cocked back and the guy in front of him is about to have a very bad day. One clean hit and the noble goes down hard, blood flying. Turns out mouthing off to the crown prince has consequences. Across the room, a couple of onlookers freeze mid-drink, the blood on the floor doing more talking than either of them dares to. Two more guests go pale watching the beatdown unfold, one of them practically swallowing his own tongue. He grabs another fistful of collar. Nobody in this room is walking away clean tonight. What on earth are you doing this for, your highness? Somebody finally works up the nerve to shriek. He hauls the man up by the collar, who's suddenly very interested in begging him to stop. Bruised and shaking on the floor, the man gets a warning. Listen closely. I can tolerate you thinking of me as a scoundrel, the prince says, cold as ice. But I will not tolerate being treated like one. Turns out our so-called delinquent prince has a line and this idiot just crossed it. Random bystanders just stand there completely lost, silently asking themselves what in the world this guy is even talking about. So, he says, cracking his knuckles, you need another beating. Down goes the fist again, no hesitation this time. Somebody lets out a scream that could shatter glass as the beating rolls on. He squares up in the middle of the grand hall, energy crackling around him like he's just getting started. The clash flares blue and violent, sending shockwaves through the room. The crowd behind him just gawks, dead silent, as our prince turns his back on the wreckage he just made. The man who mocked him lies flat on the ground, thoroughly regretting every word he said tonight. Illy, he calls out sharply to someone else kneeling nearby, silver hair spilling over the floor. Yes, your highness, Illy scrambles to answer, clearly rattled by what he just watched. The prince flashes a grin that's equal parts unhinged and delighted. I told you earlier, didn't I? That today was going to be very entertaining. Yeah, that's one way to describe assault and battery. Illy's hands are visibly shaking, still processing that this is his prince we're talking about. Why is this madman acting like this all of a sudden? Someone in the crowd finally says the quiet part out loud. Go and fetch the court knights, the prince orders, all business again like nothing happened. I shall obey your command. Illy bolts off without a second's hesitation. Cut to a lavish ballroom packed with nobles, drinks in hand, completely unaware their knight's about to go sideways. The doors slam open. He strides in with a fresh scar on his cheek and murder in his eyes. You women, get out, he announces flatly, and the room instantly loses its party vibe. The remaining guests trade horrified glances, absolutely scandalized by the sheer nerve of it. One guy in the back just smirks, clearly thinking he's above whatever's coming next. Dead silence, nobody dares move and nobody dares leave either. I'm sure I said women, the prince deadpans, and one very nervous man decides that's his cue to shuffle out too. Sparks crackle off his fingers. Leave if you want, he offers almost too casually. But if you do, you'll be leaving as a woman. Cheeky threat, deeply terrifying delivery, nobody's testing that one. Someone gets thrown clean across the floor, letting out a scream nobody in this room will forget. The rest of the room gets the message loud and clear, stand down or you're next. One slow, deliberate footstep echoes through the silence. That's somehow scarier than the yelling. You bastards didn't even bother to take a knee before a prince, he says, voice ice cold. Nor did you show a shred of respect, and he's just getting warmed up. You mocked me to my face, he continues, while the smug ringleader in the back finally starts sweating. And insulted my knight. Turns out this whole rampage tonight is about Illy. He does not play about his people. A royal knight steps up, all business. What charges can be applied in this case? Since they look down on royalty, the knight begins listing off, armor gleaming under the chandeliers. One of the party guests goes white as a sheet. That constitutes an insult to the royal family, someone confirms, and that's bad news for him. And since they dared to undermine the crown's authority, the tally of crimes just keeps growing. That gold lion crest on his armor says it all. This is one of the prince's own guard knights and he's not messing around. It is tantamount to treason. Give the word, your highness, the knight says, ready to make it official. 3 knights line up waiting on the order. Who shall I bring to their knees? He just smirks, you already know exactly what's coming. Somewhere in a dim corridor, a couple of shadowy figures trade a quiet, tense word about all this. All of them, he says, not one exception, not a single one. Next thing you know, he's summoned to the throne room. You've caused quite a scene the moment your probation ended, the king says, not amused. The king is absolutely losing it, and honestly fair. Do you have any idea what you've done? Apparently beating up half the nobility in one night raises some eyebrows. 14 noble children were hauled away. 14, that's not a scuffle, that's a purge. Insulting royalty, treason. The king rattles off, you slapped every grand excuse you could on them. Since he invoked royal authority, he must be punished severely, comes the demand from the court. This kingdom does not do subtlety. With 14 families involved, the backlash cannot be ignored. But when the king asks if he's worried, the prince just shrugs. They are outcasts even within their own families. They're hopeless failures who would only bring shame to their houses if they stayed, he says, cold as ever. You should send out letters, he adds, like he's suggesting party invitations and not something way more calculated. Letters to whom? The king asks, already dreading the answer. You already know the answer, yet you keep asking. There are people who can handle the internal noise of each family better than anyone. The siblings of those scoundrels I locked up, he clarifies. Classic political chess move disguised as a threat. Am I wrong? Nope, he's not wrong, and the king clearly hates that. The king just sits there fuming, weighing whether to fight this or let it slide. Silence, then finally, leave us. The king's had enough for one day. Outside, our prince practically skips off. You got it, Tilda, how's that? Speechless, right? He is way too pleased with himself. Somewhere new, he's suddenly all smiles. Now Tilda, there's no need to be so tense, he coos, and honestly that's more unsettling than the yelling. I'm not planning to hurt you. Sure, buddy, that's exactly what someone who's about to hurt you would say. A young maid with ginger hair is visibly panicking, hands clasped like she's bracing for the worst. Yo, your highness, what did I do wrong? She did nothing, that's the whole problem. An awkward silence settles between them as he just watches her, sizing something up. That scoundrel he just locked away must have really put her through it, it turns out. Her family barely even has a name on the noble register. Nobody important, nobody anyone would look twice at. In fact, the main line of her own family doesn't even recognize the name Bayern anymore. There's history buried here. A glimpse of the past flashes by, fire and fury, an entire glorious legacy wiped clean off the map. The grand power, the lofty pride, he murmurs, staring at her like he's just found buried treasure. They have all vanished without a trace. She has no idea what he's on about, understandably terrified. And here's the reveal, Adelia Bayern, 17, a maid with an S-rank swordsmanship aptitude. This girl is sitting on a gold mine and doesn't even know it. He can barely believe what he's reading. Wait, what? Then the traits list drops and even he's baffled. What's with these traits? Butcher who goes feral at the sight of blood, warmonger, a certified battle-crazed maniac. This girl is not your average maid. But at the same time, feeble-minded, soft-hearted, she's a walking contradiction. Caregiving, specialized in looking after others, and servile, dependent, and painfully passive. So which version of her is the real one? She has a talent with no equal, he realizes. This is the find of a lifetime. But there's a catch, not one single trait to keep that madness in check. This girl is a loaded weapon with the safety off. He actually hesitates. Is it really okay for me to unleash that madness upon the world? He walks off, thinking it over, boots echoing down the empty hall. I should at least try, he decides. Bold move for a guy who just admitted she might be a liability. It's an S-rank talent after all, priorities firmly in place. Coincidentally, there's a trait I can exploit, he muses, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Servile nature, a trait that means she'd find nothing but joy in serving a master completely. Therefore, he decides right then and there exactly what he's going to do with her. He turns to her resolved, Adelia Bayern. Swear your loyalty to me, he says, no room for negotiation. While what, she's completely blindsided. I don't quite understand what you mean. Poor girl has no idea her life's about to flip upside down. It means you're to become my knight, he clarifies, blunt as ever. Swear it right here and now, no time to think it over apparently. She drops to her knees right there, completely overwhelmed by the moment. Yo, your highness, this is not something I can handle. Girl has some very reasonable doubts. I will take responsibility for your house, he tells her, and suddenly this feels a lot less like a threat. In exchange, you shall swear fealty to me. You said your family was insignificant. Well, not to him, apparently. And serve me as your master. There it is, the actual deal on the table. If you can't control your own madness, he starts, letting the weight of it sink in. Then I'll take the reins myself. And she finally asks it straight out, will you truly take responsibility for my family? One simple word settles it, yes. If you wish, I'll summon them to the capital so you can see them whenever you like. Her whole face lights up. I will do it, she's all in now, heart and everything. She kneels properly this time. I, Adelia, the eldest daughter of the House of Bayern, swear my loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberger. I will serve and devote myself to you as my master for the rest of my life. And there it is, the prince's full name spoken out loud for the first time. He just watches her, quiet and resolved, no smug grin this time for once. A hand rests gently on her head. Good is all he says. From now on you are to obey my commands without question. Back to business, but somehow gentler than before. I shall, she answers simply, the deal sealed for good. She's blushing, teary-eyed and smiling like she just found a reason to keep going. He turns away, expression unreadable, already thinking 3 moves ahead. I made the right choice, didn't I? Even he's not entirely sure. Guess we'll find out next chapter. Word around the palace is ugly. They are whispering the first prince has gone right back to his reckless, no-good ways. Supposedly he's been strong-arming knights into oaths and dragging noble kids into the dungeon just to rough them up. And now they say he's gone and knighted a maid who's never even held a sword. Obviously the gossip insists it's just a harem dressed up as a knight order. Sure it is. The man himself just mutters, since when did everyone get so invested in his business? Cut to the throne room where he grumbles that he only brought in 1 direct knight, thank you very much. The king isn't buying it. He's been nursing a migraine cleaning up his son's messes since sunrise. And to top it off, apparently his son's been off indulging in women too. Enter Count Ballerhard, stern as ever, demanding to know if the prince has given up on their bet entirely. The smug third prince can't resist piling on knighting a maid, really. Typical of you, brother, he needles, while the first prince just looks thoroughly done with all of it. Alone again, he sighs, wondering out loud why rumors travel so fast in this place. Word comes that the queen has arrived to see him, and he practically leaps up in delight. Then it hits him what that actually means, and he groans, oh, give him a break. His mother tells him she'd hoped he'd turned over a new leaf, not slid right back into his disgraceful old habits. He mutters to himself that maybe, actually, this turn of events isn't so bad after all. The king pipes up that once a spouse is chosen and he settles down, the wandering will finally stop, leaving the prince sweating out an awkward sorry. The queen, blazing with resolve, tells him flatly to just trust his mother. She vows she'll personally find him a proper spouse this time. He goes dead silent on the throne, and it is not the reaction of a man who's thrilled about this. Internally, he admits he honestly doesn't know anymore what he even wants out of any of this. Cut to Adelia, the once simple maid, looking anxious as she's summoned before him. She asks, stunned, if this actually means she'll possess something called mana now. He tells her it'll be a very particular, very special kind of mana. She gives a quiet yes as arcane energy sparks to life around his fingers. The world, it's said, has completely forgotten the legendary Sword Queen, but this power hasn't forgotten a single thing. Golden light wraps around Adelia as that old memory insists nothing about her was ever truly lost. Ghostly golden armor retraces footprints she once left behind long ago. The way the blade used to dance at her fingertips, replayed now in pure light. The vision converges on her completely, radiant and overwhelming. A golden echo of her former self rises fully around her small frame. The light surges on, wordless, like an old power finally finding its way home. Streaks of gold pour through her hair, like even it remembers something. Her eyes flash gold, even the sound of her own heartbeat suddenly feels different. That heartbeat, the moment insists, is beating so heroically. Adelia clutches her chest, swallowed in a golden glow she can't begin to explain. The system flatly confirms it, mana detected within Adelia Bayern. It's successfully imprinted and already stabilizing inside her body. A full mana heart has officially been created. She can barely get the words out. This, she realizes, is actually mana. He tells her, matter of fact, to practice the refinement method on her own whenever she gets the chance. Then his composure cracks completely, and she yelps his title in alarm. She grabs for him, panicked. Is he even all right? Turns out forging just one mana heart wrecked him this badly, which, is not a great sign. He waves it off as mere exhaustion. She can't fathom why he'd burn himself out for someone as lowly as her. He tells her flatly to forget it and go, leaving her troubled and clearly unconvinced. She quietly asks why he's looking at her like that. All he manages is an awkward ah. Something settles in her expression, a flicker of resolve crossing her face. She vows to serve him with total loyalty for the rest of her life. He just smirks, reminding her plainly that he is, in fact, her master now. Flustered, she squeaks out a hasty yes, Your Highness. He turns and strolls off, business as usual for the palace's most talked-about prince. Elsewhere, a quieter exchange leaves only a clipped, right hanging in the air. Time skip a few days later. A knight's file surfaces. One Bernardo Ali. He's being held by the royal guard, someone reports, as a witness to the recent incident. Measures have apparently been taken so no one can reach him before the trial. The prince balks a trial. Don't tell him he has to show up for that too. He's reassured, royalty never has to stand on the witness block. Relief washes over him. Well, that is one headache dodged. Still, he grumbles, they're really making a production out of this whole trial thing. He turns his attention to Adelia instead, asking how she's actually been feeling. She blinks, caught off guard. What does he even mean by that? He clarifies, the mana heart has it stabilized yet. She confirms that it has. Satisfied, he rises with a simple, clipped good. Starting today, he tells her. She trains alongside him. Change out of the maid uniform, he says, and meet him at the training grounds. And drop the cleaning rag. Already she's a knight now, not the help. Out on the training grounds, he gets to work alone under the open sky. He runs through his own stances solo, sharp and completely focused. Someone demands to know exactly what he thinks he's doing out here. He deadpans that he's just warming up, though it turns out the scolding was never really about him at all. Balorhard means that girl, and right on cue, Adelia comes sprinting up, armor 2 sizes too big for her confidence. She pounds across the courtyard, clearly not used to any of this yet. He just grins. Haven't they heard? He's making her a knight, rumors be damned. Balorhard scoffs. Do knights really look that insignificant to him? He presses harder. How can the prince act this recklessly at a time like this? The prince snaps back, annoyed. Since when did his uncle get so meddlesome about everything? He needles Adelia too. If she hates it this much, why even bother showing up? She stammers an apology mid-run, clearly winded and mortified. 10 laps down, she gasps out, finally finished. She doubles over, completely spent, and honestly, fair enough. Still catching her breath, she apologizes again. All this fuss because of her. He cuts her off. It's fine, just take this, and hands her a real practice sword. He flashes her a confident, easy grin. Today, he announces, he'll personally teach her the basic stances himself. First, he tells her, you take a stance like this. He carves the air with practiced ease, showing her the motion. And you swing it exactly like this, he adds. Give it a try, he says, stepping back to watch. Winded but determined, she copies him like this. Something sharpens behind her eyes, instinct or memory quietly kicking in. She swings, and the blade trails a startling flash of energy behind it. Her footwork lands clean and sharp, unnervingly natural for a total beginner. Balorhard's jaw drops, blood practically rushing to his face in shock. The prince can't believe it either. She nailed that from watching him just once. She just asks innocently if she got the stance right. Then he freezes. Wait a minute. A cold sweat breaks out as his thoughts start racing. If he zones out even for a second, he realizes she's going to blow right past him. Old scars resurface. Adelia once learned the hard way that only strength earns respect, never weakness, and he refuses to let her be surpassed like that again. Startled back to focus, her blade whips dangerously close before either of them can react. His jaw sets, tension written all over him. How she blinks, sensing the sudden shift in him. Balorhard mutters, stunned to think she has that much raw talent. Balorhard rounds on him again. What exactly does he think he's doing? The prince shouts right back, refusing to back down an inch. Don't get any ideas, Balarhard warns, cold as ever. He sneers, what could someone like him possibly do for a girl like that? He dismisses him outright, a novice who's barely held a sword for a few months. That is when it happens. Blue lightning erupts around the prince, raw power crackling to life. Balarhard's told flatly, you cannot handle her potential. The lightning keeps building, wild and electric. This, he realizes, is the kind of momentum that would make even an old enemy tremble and bolt. But I am not that man, he declares, power surging around him. If I can't handle her. Blue fire erupts around him, then no one can. Because I am, he says, power lighting his whole face. The vision flashes to something monstrous and roaring, the giant king. And to a dragon's jaws wreathed in light, the light dragon. And to the one who drank deep from the blood of countless beings. A blade gleams into view, humming with old, dangerous power. Its hilt catches the light unmistakably, something legendary. The magic sword finally reveals itself, Gruhorn. A portion of its wielder's very soul surfaces, shaped by nothing but his will. His eyes burn red, something ancient looking out through him now. The power coils tighter, refusing to settle. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks off through the mist, completely unaware of what's just been unleashed. He turns back toward her and simply says, she. That stranger's face stares out again, mouth open, eyes blazing red. And the claim lands, quiet and absolute is mine. His hair's whipped up in black-red flame and his eyes have gone full red as he snarls, don't you dare even look at her. I really hate it, he growls, when someone tries to take what's mine. Across the courtyard stand the two. He's glaring at his own uncle, Count Balarhard, and the night everyone assumes is up for grabs. That murderous stare doesn't let up for 1 second. Then just as fast, the fire in his eyes flickers like something's yanking him under. His breath goes ragged, reality itself is starting to slip. No strength left, no pulse of life, just cold, empty nothing. He's sinking, weightless, swallowed by black water that goes on forever. Just cold, just dark, nothing else. Is this it, he wonders, is this some kind of sign? At this rate, he's not walking away from this one. Above him, some massive cursed blade pulses like it's got a heartbeat of its own. A voice booms out of the dark, this weak little body's about to get devoured by the demon blade Gruhorn's soul. Clawed hands made of raw mana lunge straight for him. They tear in fast, closing off every direction he could run. A voice hisses right in his ear, this is the end. Except somehow he's still standing, riding a blade of blue light straight through the wreckage. The demon's grip is losing to something brighter, something that's entirely his. His jaw sets hard, mana crackling around him like he's finally back in control. He reaches through the light, grabbing for whatever's left to hold onto. Whatever curse that blade gets crushed flat under the weight of his will. Raw power arcs off him in every direction now. The memory bleeds into another one, a lesson about what one night is actually worth. One decent night can save the lives of 10 soldiers, he remembers being taught. One truly outstanding night, his uncle used to roar, is worth 100 more. And that scrappy new recruit, his uncle mutters watching her train, she just might pull that off. Maybe even save 1,000 lives if she's pushed hard enough. Watching it play out, the prince wonders if that's real conviction or just his uncle's favorite excuse. He remembers the man commanding the frozen north, always chasing that same greater cause. Count Balarhard, guardian of the northern frontier, never once asking for anything for himself. However noble that sounds, none of it matters to him right now. Even if she could save countless people, he snaps, cutting the sentiment short. He turns and levels a hard stare at his uncle, Count Balarhard. And Adelia settles it herself, her body and soul already belong to his highness. She won't budge either, flat out refuses to follow the count's orders. Balarhard's shoulders go rigid at the refusal. For once in his life, the count is speechless. Somewhere behind it all, a mocking voice sneers that her loyalty's just a slave mentality. The prince just shrugs it off with a grin, that's what she says. He needles his uncle right back, what's even left to teach him, when this whole training arc started as a diet plan anyway. If you want to keep visiting my palace, he adds, the three of them squared off in the courtyard. Then stop meddling in my business from now on. Balarhard for once backs all the way down, I understand. Even after that blow-up, the count keeps showing up at the palace without fail. Officially, it's just to keep an eye on things. Unofficially, he can't stop hovering over Adelia's training. She drills sword forms in the fading light, Uncle watching every single rep. He can't nag, can't interfere, orders are orders, no matter how much it's killing him. All he can do is grind his teeth and mutter under his breath. The prince, meanwhile, finds his uncle squirming absolutely delightful. Then mid-swing, something shifts and even Adelia looks startled by what just came out of her. Balerhard's jaw drops, that can't be what he thinks it is. Even the prince blinks, don't tell me she's already mastered a sword's true name. He claps anyway, grinning ear to ear, good, well done. Privately though he clocks it, she's closing the gap on him terrifyingly fast. Adelia beams, clearly proud of herself. Balerhard can only stare, lost for words. Then the real accusation lands, did he actually teach her the mana heart too? Yeah, the prince says, totally unbothered, something wrong with that. Balerhard finally blows up, wasn't it bad enough that he alone learned such cheap tricks? He turns away, breathing hard, trying to hold it together. Get out, he orders cold, there was a far better path for her, potential beyond anything you could imagine. And you've ruined it completely. He barks an order at his knight Carls to escort the prince out. Adelia can only watch, stricken. The prince waves it off, it's fine, I'll walk out on my own. He crosses the courtyard alone, sunset at his back. Adelia watches him go, worry written all over her face. Alone now, the doubt creeps in, was everything he learned really just a cheap trick? No, absolutely not. Adelia presses him later, then why would the count say something like that? Because he doesn't actually know, the prince says, people these days have completely forgotten what a true mana heart can actually do. If they hadn't forgotten, he says, they'd never have thrown it away like garbage. His uncle will find out soon enough, he promises himself. It's time to show everyone exactly what a mana heart can really do. He unloads it on a training post, lightning tearing straight through the wood. Blue mana crackles steady around him now, nothing shaky about it. Weeks of quiet, unglamorous grinding later, he's finally ready. His uncle raises an eyebrow, thought you weren't coming back. Prove it, the prince fires back. Balerhard sets the terms, push him back even half a step using only a single ring of power and he'll finally acknowledge him. The prince grips his blade tight, what was the bet again back then? Back then, his uncle echoes, caught off guard. A wish, was it? The prince presses, blade already raised. If you win, Balerhard concedes, I'll grant you anything. Even the family's secret techniques, but that's not remotely what the prince is after. He drops into a fighting stance, grinning like he's already won. He closes the gap in a blink. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks. Shall we begin? He shouts, throwing himself straight in. His uncle just smirks, going for the neck right off the bat, vicious as ever. They trade blow after blow, neither one giving an inch. Balerhard answers with something heavier. The prince pivots and swings again, faster this time. Balerhard barely gets the block up in time. Their blades lock, both of them straining hard. Neither one is bending first. The prince digs in, boots cracking the stone underfoot. He drives a thrust straight through the gap. Balerhard grits his teeth and holds the line. A jarring impact rattles down both their arms. Is this really all you've got? His uncle taunts. His arms shake, but he refuses to let go. The force sends him skidding backward across the stone. Balerhard steps forward, unhurried, watching him recover. Have you given up already? He asks, almost bored. As if, the prince mutters, forcing himself back up. Annoying as the man is, he'll give credit where it's due. There's no denying it, his uncle is genuinely, ridiculously strong. And he's just waiting for the prince to bring out real mana, so he can hand him an even more humiliating loss. At his current level, a straight mana heart fight is a loss he can't win. So instead he asks something strange, doesn't all of this feel a little off? 400 years ago he begins, countless knights wielded the mana heart to legendary effect. One of them, the story goes, cut down monsters no one else could touch. Feats that sound almost unbelievable, even for legend. And yet he says, the moment one flashy new technique showed up, everything those great knights built got tossed aside like trash. That's the story everyone tells themselves anyway. Because mana chain, so the legend claims, manages mana far better than any mana heart ever could. Balerhard narrows his eyes, what exactly are you trying to say? It wasn't the mana heart that was weak, it was its master. I think differently. Not every mana heart is the same, and he's about to prove it. He He raises his blade, grin sharp and dead certain. Uncle, have you ever heard of a saga? Balorhard scoffs, this is a place for exchanging blows. Not for discussing some ear-tickling song. Figured you'd say that, the prince grins. After all, this is the man who once called the mana heart a cheap trick only mercenaries bother learning. You talk too much, Balorhard growls and swings. Need more time to catch your breath? No. The prince meets the strike head-on. The path a knight walks becomes an achievement, he says. 100 victories, that's my pride. His blade blazes brighter with every word. And my strength. Balorhard freezes as a message flares to life. 100 victories earned against 20 trainee hopefuls ready to be sung. Achievements like that get engraved on a knight's heart, the prince explains. And once they're carved deep enough, they become something else entirely, a saga. Their blades collide in a burst of light. The message flashes again, a saga has just been created. It settles into his blade for good, a normal grade saga, freshly named Poem of Sparring. 6 months of quiet, unglamorous grinding, and it's finally paying off. Poem of Sparring activates, and even he isn't sure what happens next. Power floods through the blade in his hands, sharper than anything he's felt before. This finally is the true power of a mana heart. One word settles the whole fight, saga. Adrian locks in his one big trick for this fight, a skill called the Poem of Sparring, and you can feel the air itself go electric. Mana chains wrap around him like living lightning. For once, he actually looks like he means business. His uncle, Count Balorhard, barely blinks. No matter what you do, it's the same, he says, cool as ever. As long as you've got a mana heart, he warns, you are always going to lose this one. You cannot defeat the mana chain, Balorhard says flatly, like he's already bored of winning. Adrian just grips his sword tighter. Yeah, we'll see about that. Steel meets steel, and the two of them go at it full speed, no holding back. To be sure, Balorhard mutters mid-swing, sizing him up. See, the mana in his rings does something nasty. It reverses the power flowing straight out of Adrian's own mana heart. One good hit from those rings and Adrian's own strength gets turned right back against him. Balorhard just smirks. He already knows exactly how this fight is supposed to end. You're quite good at stubbornly enduring, he laughs, treating the whole thing like a joke. But then, however, something shifts. Adrian's whole body lights up with mana, jaw clenched, refusing to fold. In his head, he remembers the grind. To get this poem, I sparred over 100 times, he thinks. And I took hits from the ring's mana over 1,000 times, he remembers. Every bruise finally paying off. This power was built for exactly one purpose, taking down knights just like Balorhard. 100 duels, 1,000 waves of pain endured, he tells himself, and it's about to show. His eyes go electric white as the technique finally clicks into place. The whole rooftop lights up like a flashbang. The shockwave rips through his hair and clothes, but he doesn't budge an inch. This is it, the moment all that training was for. This is the power of the posture of sparring, he says, and for the first time he actually sounds sure of himself. Blade meets blade in a burst of light. Balorhard raises his own blade to the sky, unbothered, still testing him. Now this is getting worth a try, he admits, and you can practically hear him recalculating. They collide again, harder this time. For a split second, Balorhard's cocky grin actually falters. The fight turns into a blur of steel and sparks. Adrian keeps pushing, matching him blow for blow. Every strike lands like a small earthquake. And somehow, in the middle of getting wrecked, Adrian's grinning. Balorhard's sweating now, muttering to himself to think he'd hold out this long. The clash keeps escalating, neither one backing down. Balorhard swings in hard, testing just how far this so-called prince can be pushed. Adrian launches himself clean across the courtyard, sword first. He lands it clean, and for a second he actually looks like the knight everyone underestimated. How did this? Balorhard starts, stunned, only for Adrian to cut him off. Did I not tell you? Balorhard's aura flares teal as he snaps back. Not all mana hearts are the same. You are quite full of yourself, he growls, patience officially gone. The ground cracks under the force of it. Balorhard comes down on him with everything he's got. Adrian barely gets his blade up in time to catch it. The impact sends him flying, coughing, skidding across the stone. Let us stop these games, Balorhard says, and suddenly this doesn't feel like sparring anymore. He rises to his full height, mana crackling off him like a storm front. It was impressive enough that you've lasted this long, he says, walking through the wreckage toward him. I shall praise you for that, he adds, which coming from him might be the closest thing to a compliment. As expected, a saga of ordinary rank was never going to be enough, he says, looking almost disappointed. Beaten down on one knee, Adrian's mind drifts somewhere else entirely, 400 years back. The knights made a great mistake, he thinks, gripping his sword like he knows something Balarhard doesn't. Picture it, centuries ago, a legendary warrior stands alone on a battlefield of monsters, nothing left standing but him. Those old heroes cleared the world so thoroughly, they left basically no enemies for anyone who came after. At first, all their techniques must have been passed down flawlessly, generation to generation. The sword techniques, the exact method for refining a mana heart, all of it preserved. And of course, the shining legends themselves, what everyone just calls the sagas. But time, being time, chewed away at all that brilliance bit by bit. Whatever those heroes actually achieved slowly faded into rubble and rumor. And eventually, into total oblivion. Now they're just songs about dragons nobody alive has ever actually seen. And giant kings nobody's heard of outside a bedtime story. Whatever those monsters really were, they're long gone, just bones in old paintings now. In the end, the old sagas became hollow myths, though of course new ones got made to replace them. Except the new ones, at best, some guy beating 10 knights in a scrap. Or maybe surviving 100 soldiers, cute by the old standards. Sagas built entirely on beating other humans, never enough to reach true myth or hero rank. Nothing close to what the old legends actually did. They wouldn't have stood a chance against the new wind, Adrian thinks, and you can tell he means Balarhard. Mana chain, he says out loud, snapping back to the fight in front of him. Balarhard scoffs, with such a mere technique you'll never reach transcendence. Have you been drinking this afternoon? I have no idea what you've been rambling about, he adds, genuinely baffled. Count Bale Balarhard squares up properly now, done underestimating him. His whole demeanor shifts, this is Balarhard actually taking him seriously. You arrogant, foolish knight, Adrian snaps back, you all need to know the truth. Just how much you've lost, he says, and something dark starts building around him. A crimson glow swallows him whole, like something ancient waking up. If you don't already know, Adrian says, voice gone cold. Then I'll show you myself. I shall inform you, he says, and the air itself seems to bend around him. His grip tightens on the hilt like he's about to unleash something he's never shown anyone. Even Adrian looks stunned by what's pouring out of him, an ability called cutting through the dragon's scales. A blade meant to cut through scales no ordinary sword could ever pierce. Balarhard's smugness evaporates the instant it hits him. The poem keeps building, hungry, hot-blooded, completely out of Balarhard's control. A system prompt flashes up, he's singing the legendary poem of dragon slaying itself. Immediately followed by a warning, his current ability can't actually handle a poem this powerful. Blood runs from his mouth from the strain of it, this thing is fighting him too. It's tearing into his own body just to get out. The system starts stripping the poem down, a portion of the poem is omitted, again and again. Piece after piece gets cut, like it's protecting him from himself. In the end he can only manage a single verse, a quarter of the whole thing tops. Even that fraction is enough to light up the entire courtyard. Cutting through the dragon's scales, the verse locks in. And it comes down on Balarhard like Judgment Day. Adrian holds nothing back on the follow-through. For once, it's Balarhard's turn to look completely blindsided. The impact rips through both of them, and Adrian's screaming with the effort of it. This is Balarhard starts and can't even finish the sentence. At this rate I'll be consumed, he shouts, and he is not exaggerating. He throws everything he has into holding the line. A wave of raw knight's mana rips across the sky to meet it. The two powers detonate against each other in a wall of light. It's less a sparring match now and more a small natural disaster. Somewhere in the smoke a guard's voice cracks out in panic, Your Highness. The dust takes its sweet time settling over what's left of the courtyard. When it clears, Adrian's just sitting there, chin in hand, looking way too pleased with himself. Didn't you say you'd only use a single ring? He asks, and you can practically hear the smirk. Balarhard, dripping sweat and very much not amused, has nothing to say to that. Turns out he burned through all 4 rings he owns just to survive that one verse. And even then, he couldn't stop his own sword from getting sliced clean apart. Adrian's wrecked too, gasping for air, but he's still the one smiling. The mana of the heart is inferior to the mana of the rings, Balorhard insists, sticking to his guns. That should be an undeniable truth, he mutters, though even he doesn't sound convinced anymore. Adrian just watches him walk off, quietly filing that little victory away for later. Then, cool as anything, he says it plainly, "Count Bael Balorhard. You lost," and just like that the training match is over. The open cold in a nightmare, rows of monstrous teeth looming in the dark, dripping with blood. The twisted shape convulses and screeches, like something torn straight out of a fever dream. A blade flares to life in the chaos, and a warped voice groans out a single, dreadful sound. That groan twists into something worse, the blade cutting through the dark like a warning. Then flat out of the void, one word: no. Stop, the voice begs, as something massive comes crashing down. Please stop now, and there he is, our prince, tears in his eyes, absolutely terrified. That's when he actually jolts awake, fist clenching the sheets like his life depends on it. He tumbles clean out of bed in a cold sweat, real graceful wake-up call, Your Highness. His hand shakes as he grips at his own torn shirt, trying to steady himself. Damn, epic of heroism, he mutters through gritted teeth. It's the price for overusing the power packed inside an epic, a warning baked right into the memory of a legendary warrior. In that vision, a hero once cut clean through the scales of a dragon, and paid for that miracle in blood, his own body wrecked by the feat. That skill, the epic of the dragon slayer, is mythological rank. No wonder his own body feels like a total wreck just from brushing against its power. Still, he figures it was worth it, because that near-death nightmare bought him something entirely his own. The very first epic he ever wove with his own 2 hands. Blue sword light spirals around him as the memory replays hour after hour of grinding practice. 100 victories are my pride and my power, he recites, feeding the skill with every duel he's ever won. Through 100 duels, I endured 1,000 waves. And I shall stand tall even before a greater tide. Cheesy, sure, does it work? Also yes. He can't help grinning at his own handiwork. A little system chime confirms it, the epic of the duel just ticked up a notch. This should be more than, he starts to say. Enough for my sparring match with the third prince. Cue the man himself strolling in like he owns the place, Your Highness. Back to the present, Adelia nearly bursts into tears with relief. Yo, you're finally awake. Turns out he just collapsed on the spot, and the whole palace has been in an uproar ever since. I've never seen the queen this furious before, Adelia admits, wide-eyed. Served her right, he mutters, not exactly the sympathetic type. Oh, and his uncle Count Balorhard had a message too. The Count wants to be told the moment he wakes up. His answer, don't tell him just yet. He flops back down, waving off the whole mess, I need to rest for a while. Because if he doesn't properly recover the spirit he damaged from overusing his epics, he's going to pay a truly terrible price. His memories of the present and the past could tangle together into an unrecoverable mess. Eventually, the line between what's real and what's remembered would just collapse entirely. He'd end up a madman, stuck reenacting somebody else's heroic moments in a world that isn't even real anymore. After everything it took just to finally become human, the thought of getting trapped inside a sword's memories all over again makes him shudder. Which brings him to Adelia Bayern, not the maid at his side, but the legend she's named for, a sword queen wreathed in flame. By every account, an incredible swordsman in her own right. Since you're a descendant of that Bayern, he tells her over a drink, you should be able to inherit the epic she left behind. Adelia just gapes, her own ancestor, a legend. Of course, he adds, you'll have to grow a lot stronger before you're worthy of it. So I was wondering, he says, studying her over the dinner table. What exactly do you want to do once you've learned the blade? Adelia freezes up completely, thaw that is. If I can really, truly become a knight. She short-circuits mid-sentence, full Chibai panic. He just stares back in dead silence. If you can't think of it now, he shrugs, just tell me later. I will, she promises quietly. Before he can even process that, something catches him completely off guard. Because Adelia isn't done, she's just getting started. I will become your highness's sword, she declares. That lands harder than she probably even realizes. See some epics. Begin with the blare of a war horn, born on some blood-soaked battlefield. Others start with nothing more than a single first step across an open plain. And some epics begin their whole story with one heartfelt oath. I will live my entire life for your highness, Adelia vows, golden flames swirling around her. And I will dedicate everything I have to you, she finishes. The system flashes. Adelia Bayern has just offered up the epic of subservience. Is this, he wonders, Adelia's own epic? And he can feel it wrapping around his hand like it belongs there. Turns out an epic can ripple outward and influence someone else entirely. A brand new epic of heroism just got created, right there on the spot. Golden light floods the dining hall like something out of a myth. And it doesn't stop there. A second epic starts forming too, this one normal rank. The epic of dominance, born straight out of her devotion. He breathes, turning it over in his head. The epic of subservience, basically a hymn dedicated entirely to a master. Really, it's less a skill and more an oath of submission binding two souls together. A little unsettling, given the slave mentality trait already lurking in her. I can't believe a descendant of the Sword Queen just woke the... Adelia stammers, still catching up. Epic of subservience, he finishes for her. Well, I've received some unexpected help, he admits. And honestly, as long as he stays the target of that epic, every bit of Adelia's growth is basically free real estate for him too. She just grins, delighted. Thank you, she says softly. His heart, meanwhile, is doing something it absolutely should not be doing right now. Adelia starts trailing after him down the palace hall. Highness, she finishes, catching up to his side. Even he'll admit it, he has no idea yet which direction all this new power is actually going to take him. A few days later, life at the castle rolls on. But something's clearly gnawing at him. One of his knights checks in gently, Adelia quietly by his side, using the old nickname his family always called him. Ian, are you feeling any better? It yanks him straight back to a memory himself as a small boy on the throne, forcing out the same lie. I'm fine. These days, he thinks bitterly, it's a lot easier dealing with people who hate this body than the ones who actually care about it. Because the people who loved the person he replaced, they make him deeply, deeply uncomfortable. His mother, the queen, cuts straight to it. Do you resent your maternal uncle? I'm sure he never meant to actually hurt you, she says gently. So even if you still have lingering feelings, please try to let them go. I don't have any resentment, he says flatly. She's not buying it for a second. How can you not? He was so rough with you, nagging at every turn. Don't tell me you feel nothing. She sobs into her handkerchief. No, I really don't, he repeats. He just picks at his nose, utterly unbothered. Because, and he'd never say this out loud, he already got his payback that very day. With every ounce of his pride and every truth he stood on stripped away in front of everyone. It's got to be brutal for his uncle to live with. What he actually planted in his uncle that day was a full-blown heart demon. If Balorhard's strong enough, he'll break through it and grow. If he's not, he loses even the legendary swordsmanship he's built his whole life on. Honestly, I don't care which way it goes, he shrugs. His mother keeps pleading his uncle's case. He's been closer to the sword than to people his whole life, that's why he's so clumsy and blunt. Still, he's clearly come to think very highly of you lately. He even went and personally persuaded His Majesty Balorhard, standing right behind the king himself, making his case. Apparently it's thanks to his uncle that his house arrest got lifted ahead of schedule at all. Of course, the second that arrest lifted, chaos broke right back out because that's just how he rolls. Can't have been an easy position for his uncle to defend. Which might explain why Balorhard's been in such a foul mood lately. But still, he can't quite shake the question nagging at the back of his mind. Enter Niccolo Marchiatel, the palace's old scholar, arms full of books and ready to ruin the prince's whole day. The prince does not even blink. I absolutely refuse, he says, like that settles it. Why do I even have to study? He explodes, and somewhere behind him a poor servant actually goes flying from the shockwave. The old scholar just smiles and asks if a person who refuses to learn is really any different from a beast, and the prince about loses it. Are you calling me an animal right now? Your Highness has only just begun studying, so you cannot be called a beast, the old man says sweetly. The prince catches the insult a beat too late. I have not even started. Stop playing with words, he snaps, sweating, already losing this fight and knowing it. He tries a new angle. He already knows everything he needs to know. Thank you very much, so there is nothing left to teach him. The scholar's smile does not waver. If that is truly the case, he says, then let us put it to the test. A little chat, several topics, nothing scary, or so he claims, dragging out a stack of books that says otherwise. The terms, if the prince's abilities are really as sharp as he claims, the old man walks away and never bothers him again. The prince grins. This is a bet he thinks he cannot lose. That sounds fine, he agrees, famous last words probably. He slams his answer down on the table like it's a mic drop. Yes, exactly. The old scholar nods, actually impressed, and warns him that a person must always watch their back. Loosen your grip even a little, and someone will try to climb right over you. Your words are most correct, the prince admits, and for once he actually means it. The old man slides a book across the table. You may find this one interesting, he says, like he's handing over a trap. The prince actually reads it. The relationship between ruler and subject, it turns out, is basically one big transaction. Protection and stability from the crown, loyalty and resources from the people, a deal, plain and simple, and he's starting to get it. You do make some sense, the old man says. Every relationship needs give and take. High praise from him. The lesson stretches on into a burning sunset sky, one topic after another, and somehow the prince keeps following along. The palace glows gold under the fading light, not exactly how he pictured spending his afternoon. Then, Your Highness, the old man begins, ready to press further. But no, he closes the books instead. Let us continue the rest tomorrow. Oh sure, I'll be waiting, the prince tells him at the door, and he even sounds like he means it. The second the old man's gone, the prince cracks up laughing to himself, thrilled with how that went. Then it hits him, wait, was that whole thing just a normal lesson? He plays it cool with a smirk anyway, sure, totally saw through that one. Meanwhile, the old scholar has his own private verdict, that old man sure is sly. The first prince is, he murmurs to himself, trailing off in thought. He walks the long palace hall flanked by guards, still turning the day's lesson over in his head. Whatever this prince is, the old scholar decides, he is nothing like the rumors said. Days drift by under a quiet blue sky. And here's our hero, flopped upside down on his own floor, groaning about absolutely nothing to do. I'm bored, he announces flatly, face down on the bed while his knight Adelia just watches him spiral. Have I been living too diligently all this time? Sure, buddy, that's the problem. No training, body still healing, nothing but downtime, and then a knock. Surveil Ballarhard has come to see him. He shoots upright, a visitor finally after all this time. He turns to Adelia, buzzing, what shall we do? Oh right, tell him to come in, no hesitation whatsoever. It has, after all, been several days since their last spar, and it's about time his uncle came looking for him. Then his confidence flickers, but something is clearly still bothering him. In walks Count Ballarhard, the prince's uncle, all sharp scars and sharper glares. The uncle can't help but notice, the boy still hasn't shaken off the inner demon he once planted in him. The prince speaks first, quiet and unguarded, I'm sorry. That catches the count completely off guard. I broke a promise I made to myself, the prince admits, and because of that I caused you real harm. Even if I had 10 mouths, the count replies quietly, I'd have nothing to say for myself either. But the prince sets the record straight. His recovery was never about his uncle's aura blade cutting him down. It was because he pushed the verse of the true dragon way past its limits, all on his own. His uncle just scoffs that recklessness put him in a tough spot too, so he says, tell me what you want. He waits stone-faced for whatever price the prince is about to name. Want my arm? It's yours, my eyes, take them. The prince just stares at him, what would I even do with those? He looks his uncle over and thinks back, this man used to be swordmaster level. Now trapped by something as small as an inner demon, almost a shame really. He lets out a long breath, weighing his actual request. Fine, I'll be generous, the count declares, bracing for the worst. I'll state my wish first, the prince says, all business now. Uncle, he says, drawing this out for maximum drama. Let's go out somewhere, not exactly the arm and a leg the Count was bracing for. Somewhere farther away if possible, he adds, outside the capital. His uncle goes quiet, clearly running through every reason this could go wrong. It'll take time to arrange, given the upcoming banquet they can't stray too far. That's fine, the prince says, already sold. Very well, I'll contact you once the schedule is set. Do so, the prince replies, cool as ever. His knight Cals falls in step beside him afterward, giving him a look. Why are you looking at me like that? The prince demands. Well, Cals hedges, clearly picking his words. It's a bit unexpected, he finally admits, still smirking about it. I figured your highness would demand something way more unreasonable, Cals says. After all, the Count did break his promise to him. It's just, this is a rare opportunity too, in more ways than one, the prince admits. Cals sighs, half sympathetic. Seeing that stubborn old man like that almost makes me feel bad for him. Something seems to click for him mid-thought. The prince bursts out laughing at him. What? Why are you laughing, Cals? You seem a bit more at ease these days. Someone calls out for him, Your Highness. He turns, yes. Adelia hurries over with news. The letter he's been waiting for has finally arrived. A red wax seal, pressed shut. Whoever sent this meant business. The letter crackles to life in his hands. Your achievements are creating a new history. Soon, a new opportunity will come before you, it reads, while its writer stands wreathed in crackling blue lightning. Yes, I have achieved a small accomplishment, the letter goes on, sword raised high. I believe I will be able to visit you soon, she promises. Until that day I wish you well, signed Arwen Kirkine. The prince grins down at the page. What perfect timing for good news. 5 days later his uncle sends word, it's arranged. 2 more days pass before the day of departure finally arrives. The gates swing open and the whole convoy rolls out at last. Carriage escort, the works, the prince is finally on the road. He leans halfway out the window. Uncle, which territory did you say we're passing through again? Elin, he keeps asking while his uncle's patience visibly drains away riding alongside. You really can't stay quiet, can you? His uncle grumbles as the prince keeps hollering out the window like a kid on a road trip. I'll explain, so put your body back inside, the Count sighs and finally answers, County of Ellen. The kingdom's finest producer of weaponry, that's Ellen's whole reputation, and it's well earned. The territory sits on an iron mine turning out some of the highest quality ore in the realm. And a whole guild of smiths standing by to refine it into something deadly. More than half the weapons in the royal arsenal trace back to Ellen. That's perfect, the prince beams. His level has climbed a fair bit lately, he figures about time he found a sword to call his own. The plan was simple, grab something decent from the royal armory. There was just one small problem. Flashback to chaos and a furious king bellowing a royal decree. No weapon of any kind gets handed to this particular prince ever again. Considering my track record, that's only natural, he admits, genuinely a little wounded by his own reputation. Anyway, if I want a proper weapon, I'll have to get it outside the palace, he decides. He gazes out at the passing countryside while his uncle rides alongside, unusually thoughtful. He may not look it, his uncle murmurs to himself, but he's surprisingly delicate. It's distracting, close the window, his uncle grumbles at the wind. What? No, the prince fires back instantly. And so the roughly 20-day journey begins, sword hunt, road trip, and one very restless prince, all rolled into one. Our prince's grand tour kicks off. 3 days out from the capital, first stop is the Ellen Earldom. From there it's 2 more days to Iron Lion Fortress before the whole entourage loops back home. The convoy rolls out across the countryside, and somewhere inside that carriage our hero is already regretting everything. 3 days, 3 whole days trapped in this carriage, barely able to move a muscle. He steals a glance across the cabin at his travel companion, already bracing for the world's most one-sided conversation. Sitting across from her is, in his words, no fun at all. Every question gets a flat yes or no, and he lets out a long, defeated sigh. Might as well make himself useful and check in on something he's been ignoring. Why not pass the next few hours checking on his mana heart? His mana heart is still running on empty, a nasty side effect of pulling off the poem of the true dragon earlier. Might as well start refilling it properly while he's stuck here with nothing else to do. The carriage rattles on, the breeze slips through the window, and the nights outside chatter away, oblivious. He starts gathering the dust-thin traces of mana hanging in the air around him, one speck at a time. Slowly, carefully, he pours that scavenged mana straight into the empty space where his heart used to sit full. For a moment, everything goes still as the process kicks into gear. Then his eyes snap open. Wait, something is off. His mana heart, it feels different. He turns to actually look at it and does a double take. Since when did it get this huge? Turns out he didn't just refill it. He accidentally brushed up against something way bigger, a genuine glimpse of some enormous, godlike will. All from the aftershock of forcing himself to use the poem of the true dragon in the first place. No pressure, right? And just like that, the fallout starts rewriting him. His mana heart has straight up expanded. With more room to hold mana, his entire body is adapting, now built to handle way more power than before. You can practically watch the upgrade happen in real time, chains of light rewriting him from the inside out. First result, he's officially leveled up to Sword Expert, and his connection to whatever mysterious source powers all this has gotten a little stronger too. On top of that, some of the old restrictions locked onto his recovered powers just quietly lift. His third eye and third ear, the powers that let him see and hear what nobody else can, both just got a serious upgrade. He's frozen, stunned by his own stat sheet. He slumps back against the cushions, brain still short-circuiting from the news. Across from him, Adelia notices him freeze up mid-daze and leans in, worried. "Your Highness." Internally, though, he's doing a full victory lap, pumping his fists like a kid who just leveled up his favorite game character. Outwardly he plays it cool, but that smug little smirk gives him away completely. I have taken another step forward, he thinks, and honestly he's earned the bragging rights. The convoy finally rolls up on the Ellen Earldom, the first proper stop of the trip. The estate itself is nothing to scoff at, a proper noble household with all the trimmings. He steps out to a welcome party, already gushing over the honor of hosting royalty. Edgar of House Ellen bows deep, laying the courtly greetings on nice and thick. His eldest son Torrance steps up next with his own formal welcome, and the prince offers a polite thanks for the reception. Sensing he must be worn out from the road, they offer to show him to his quarters first before anything else. He takes a slow look around the place, sizing it up out of pure habit. Apparently the Ellen family made their name as arms producers, and sure enough, the whole mansion is stuffed wall to wall with weapons. One look tells him the truth though, all flash, zero substance, pretty to look at and useless in an actual fight. Torrance walks him through the collection anyway, clearly proud of it. But none of it is really what he came here for. Whatever he's actually hunting for, it's starting to look like this mansion isn't where he'll find it. So he cuts to the chase and asks about the blacksmith's guild he heard was somewhere on the territory. Torrance confirms it and the prince makes it clear he wants to see it himself in person. The two of them head out together to go take a look. Boots hit the courtyard stone as they make their way out. Torrance tags along to give the tour, though he's quick to warn him what he's walking into. Every blacksmith on that guild roster has a temper like a rusty nail. Apparently, when these guys are mid-work, they'll ignore a visiting lord, let alone a foreign prince, and their manners are about as soft as the iron they hammer all day. As they get closer, the roar of a forge fire greets them first. The flames practically swallow the doorway whole. The heat alone is brutal enough that Torrance checks in, half joking, half serious. Let him know if it gets to be too much. The prince is barely listening though, already locked in on something else entirely. The whole workshop is drowning in the clang of iron being hammered from every direction at once. One of the guild elders notices him staring and awkwardly calls out, "Your Highness." But he isn't really here for small talk. The flames keep roaring. The bellows keep panting. And the blacksmiths keep pounding away at the iron, completely in their own world. Somewhere in that wall of noise, one smith swings his hammer down like it owes him money. And out of every hammer strike in that room, one particular sound catches his attention and won't let go. He goes completely still, chasing it. There it is again, one strike that rings out clearer than every other sound in the forge. He follows it straight to the source, a lone smith working by himself near the back. He walks closer, drawn in like he can't help himself. And then it hits him, ah. There, glowing in the forge light, stands the man he's actually been looking for this whole time. Sparks fly with every strike of that hammer, and he can't look away. This he breathes. Is it staring at a blade wreathed in flame? It's the very first memory he can actually recall from this life, and here it is, standing right in front of him. He's so wound up he doesn't even notice himself sweating buckets. Adelia rushes over and starts wiping his face down without even asking. "Your Highness, you are sweating far too much," she scolds, dabbing away like he's about to combust. All he can manage in response is a dazed little, "ah." His mind is still racing, fists clenched completely somewhere else. Meanwhile, the guild carries on hammering away, none the wiser about the storm they just kicked off in their royal guest. The whole guild turns out to properly receive him. One gruff, mustached smith steps forward to offer his greetings on behalf of these humble ones. Torrance introduces him as Sachsen, the man running the entire blacksmith's guild. "I see," the prince replies, filing that name away. But not everyone in the room is thrilled to have company. Someone snaps at a worker still hammering away, ignoring the royal visitor entirely. "What do you think you're doing?" One of the guild leaders explodes, ordering the man to drop everything and greet the prince immediately. The prince's expression flattens, clearly unimpressed by the whole scene. "Be quiet," he says flatly, shutting the confrontation down before it goes any further. The room goes tense, everyone left fidgeting, unsure what that even means for them. Turns out he doesn't actually care about the bruised ego. He can tell at a glance the guy was dragged here against his will in the first place. So why punish someone for doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing? Instead, he just points out the obvious. The iron on that anvil is cooling fast and nobody here asked for a diplomatic incident. "If you'd rather let the fire die too, be my guest," he tells them deadpan. That's all it takes. The guild scrambles, yelling at each other to get back to their stations. "Grab your tools, did nobody watch the bellows?" Panic mode fully activated. He just stands back, arms crossed, thoroughly entertained by the chaos he just caused. Satisfied, he settles in to actually watch these guys work. And front and center is the smith he's been waiting to see, finally back at the anvil. Every strike of that hammer sends sparks scattering through the room. The prince can't take his eyes off it, heart pounding harder with every swing. Something about this smith's work is getting under his skin, in the best way. His pulse keeps hammering right along with the anvil, completely captivated. He's standing right in the middle of the flames at this point and doesn't even seem to notice. Sparks explode off the anvil with every crashing strike. The old smith works like he's the only person in the world, and the prince is utterly transfixed. Sweat beads down his face and all he can think is this. What on earth is this sensation? And with that gut punch of a question, the chapter slams the door shut on us. For 6 months straight, one obsessed old craftsman has been making and then flat out melting down, sword after sword. A palace official can't even tell the failures from the finished pieces, and honestly neither can we. Every single reject still looks like a masterpiece. Because this half-naked, gray-haired maniac hammering away is the one and only master swordsmith, earning that title one glowing blade at a time. Every sword he forges comes out flawless and then he melts it right back down anyway. How he even pulls that off is beyond anyone's understanding. Lord Ali watches from the workshop grounds and even he looks worn out just thinking about it. Turns out the old smith hasn't really slept in a month either, throwing himself completely into the work. Given his age, that's more than a little worrying. Word of all this eventually reaches the one person who's been paying the closest attention. The palace sits under a blazing sunset while, somewhere inside it, a decision is quietly being made. So the group makes its way across the palace grounds while evening settles in. Days go by and the obsession in that workshop hasn't cooled off one bit. Every single morning, the prince starts showing up at the workshop early and he doesn't leave until night. Meanwhile, the old man just keeps hammering away at his same relentless routine. And the prince doesn't lecture him, doesn't try to stop him, he just stands there and watches quietly. Rumors had everyone bracing for the first prince's visit to turn into total chaos. Instead, nothing happens at all, which honestly might be the most surprising part of this whole story. Night falls over the workshop again, same as every night before it. Finally, the day arrives for the prince to head out on his trip. And right on cue, the old smith is still in there hammering away like the deadline doesn't even exist. The prince just stares at the door in silence, saying nothing at all. The old craftsman grits his teeth and keeps swinging, sparks flying with every strike. I really did want to see this sword finished before I left, the prince admits quietly. Lord Ali, standing beside him, doesn't say a word either. It's a genuine, deep regret for the prince, leaving without seeing that blade completed. That's enough for tonight, someone finally calls it. There will be a farewell gathering instead. And he'll still have to leave at first light tomorrow no matter what. Probably, Lord Ali mutters, already sweating about it. That, it turns out, is exactly why the old man refused to stop working. A shout cuts through the evening air, "Your Highness." The prince spins around at the doorway, caught completely off guard. It seems the master has finished the sword. Lord Ali comes sprinting up and the prince's whole posture snaps to attention. Dawn colors bleed across the sky like something huge is about to happen. The prince goes stiff, breath-catching, with Adelia hovering nearby just as tense. The old smith stands there in the sunrise glow, sword raised high, having given this blade absolutely everything he had left. His hand grips the hilt one last time, and the finished blade catches the light like it's genuinely alive. He lifts it into the sunrise, presenting the completed weapon at last. The old craftsman kneels and offers the sword up with both hands. For a second, nobody says anything at all. "This sword," the prince starts and the smith finishes it for him. "I present it to your highness." The prince takes it, jaw set, clearly moved by the weight of the moment. Off to the side, Lord Ali and Adelia both just stare, completely floored. The sunrise pools across the stone at his feet. A sword forged with heat like the rising sun and cooled until its color matches the king's own crimson robes, or so the old smith describes it. And in doing so, he says, this blade became something else entirely. A sword like the sun, like the king, the prince recites, holding it aloft. "It will be born," he finishes, quoting some old line out of Songs of the Workshop. Raising the blade, he asks the obvious question, does it even have a name? "How about Damarung?" the old man offers. Under the fading light, he adds, "Is that the twilight of dawn or the twilight of dusk?" "To me it's dusk," the smith says, "but to your highness it's dawn." The prince cracks up laughing. "You talk like a master orator, not some workshop craftsman." The old man, caught completely off guard by the compliment, just laughs it off bashfully. Fortunately, the prince starts to say, turning to walk off with his new sword in hand. And that's exactly when the old smith's legs finally give out from under him. His face twists in pure exhaustion, every last bit of strength spent. "Your Highness," he manages as the prince catches him with Adelia, Lord Ali, and the knight commander all rushing in behind. "Someone tell my uncle," the prince says at once, "that I think I need to spend the night here after all." Night falls again over the workshop, torches flickering against the dark. The prince's honor guard takes up position outside, banners and all. Alone in the dark, the prince keeps watch at the old man's bedside. "That day, the moment your highness stood behind me," the old man murmurs, still recovering. "The sword just seemed to take shape like it was fate," he says, "like it chose its own day to be born." "Is that really what you think happened?" the prince asks quietly. In truth, he starts to answer, and there's more to it than he's let on. The old man looks up at him, listening intently. Whatever the prince just told him, it clearly catches the old man completely off guard. "My goodness, then you," he gasps, staring at the sword propped in the dark. "Yes," the prince confirms simply, "so how could I not understand what this sword wants?" "Who, I see now," the old smith breathes out. Tears in his eyes, he says he finally understands, laughing through the exhaustion. "Your Highness," he asks, "may I hold that sword for just a moment?" "Here it is," the prince says, handing it back over to him. The old man's hand trembles as he grips the hilt one more time. Sweat-soaked and lying there, he pulls the blade in close against his chest. "May this sword," he starts, hand pressed over his heart, "become as great as you," the prince finishes for him, gripping the blade with real conviction. He just stares ahead for a long moment, letting that sink in. Something about it clearly hits the prince harder than he expected. "It surely will," he says at last, steadying his grip on the hilt. And that settles it quietly between the two of them. The prince sits at his bedside long after, watching over him as he sleeps. The room goes dark and still around them. The old smith sleeps peacefully at last, his ordeal finally behind him. Outside, the moon climbs slowly over the rooftops. Guards stand watch through the night, banners hanging still in the dark. Morning comes with a flash of light as a polished case swings open. And inside it, a second gleaming sword presented with a real flourish. Though no one can really put a price on a sword forged with someone's own soul, Lord Illy says with a grin, I have to admit this one probably isn't fit for your highness to actually use. Fortunately, your highness happens to already have this magic sword lying around, so please just take it, he adds without missing a beat. Excellent, the prince says, clearly delighted with his haul. Even if it's not exactly top grade, he grins, testing its edge, this is still a genuinely solid, intermediate quality blade. Your highness, about that other sword though, someone starts. Even a masterwork poured from someone's own soul is already a tremendous gift on its own, comes the reply. And yet you're throwing in a magic sword on top of it, the prince marvels. Well, of course, the Illy family's loyalty to the royal family runs deep. Lord Illy booms proudly, then barks a single order. Go. It's for the glory of the family, he insists, practically glowing with pride as the prince just watches him go. Except the truth comes out a second later. He'd only meant that flashy magic sword as bait to win the master's real blade back for his family, and instead just handed over another perfectly good sword for nothing. Cue the waterworks. Orders ring out down the line, carriages and infantry follow behind, cavalry rides ahead as fast as they can push. Our schedule's already slipped, so keep up, no excuses, comes the order, and the escort snaps back a crisp, yes, your highness. The prince rides on, pushing forward at speed with the rest of the column. A sharp-eyed, black-haired knight falls in alongside him. You seem busy, he notes. During my stay in the count's territory, His Majesty actually asked me to handle something separately, the knight admits. The prince turns that over in his head, so this whole side trip wasn't quite as pointless as it looked. Now that I think about it, I never once saw you the whole time, the prince says. Very well then, brace yourself, the knight replies. We ride hard and reach the destination by nightfall, so we're pushing the horses. About that, the knight starts, already sensing trouble. I don't actually know how to ride a horse, the prince blurts out, dead serious. Dead silence, the knight just stares, completely lost for words. Gasps ripple through the rest of the escort at the sheer nerve of it. The knight's face settles into pure, deadpan disbelief. Even the sky overhead seems to just sit there judging him. Picking up right where things left off, the group is on the road to Iron Lion Fortress, and by the look of it, somebody's stomach did not survive the ride. It has been a bumpy trip in more ways than one, but after more twists and turns than anyone signed up for, they are finally closing in on their destination. There were a few hairy scrapes along the way too, nothing a certain sword-happy uncle could not handle. Whatever exactly went down, it left the prince gritting his teeth and moving fast. Lucky for him, that is kind of his whole thing. Half a day turned into a full one, but the walls of Iron Lion Fortress finally rise up out of the horizon. This is it, Iron Lion Fortress, home to the knights everyone swears are the finest blades in the kingdom. The prince is about to find out if that is true. Someone finally says it out loud like it needs announcing. They have arrived at Iron Lion Fortress. The prince just stares up at it, already sizing the place up. Boots hit stone as he finally climbs down after the long ride. Showtime. A whole unit of Iron Lion soldiers snaps to attention. Their captain, York of the Willowden family, steps forward to formally welcome the first prince. The Iron Lions themselves bowing to house Leonberger. That is not a welcome you get for just anybody. Somebody dryly notes that is a lot more fighting spirit than a simple greeting called for. As for why they are really here, well, that story is about to start. More of the fortress's finest knights file out to get their first look at the prince everyone has been gossiping about. He cannot help grinning at all the fanfare, half delighted, half already scheming how to stir up trouble. Somebody nearby wonders, only half joking, if they should poke the hornet's nest a little harder while they are at it. Then a single name cuts through the chatter, Arwen, and every head turns toward the gate. And there she is, Arwen Kirkine, striding in like she has been waiting her whole life for this exact entrance. She drops to one knee in front of the prince without a second's hesitation. I have been counting the days, she tells him, waiting only for the moment I could see your highness once again. Subtle, she is not. Somebody deadpans that her reaction sure came fast. Honestly, fair point. Off to the side, Adelia's stare has gone arctic. That is a look you do not want aimed at you. Arwen does not waste any time closing the distance, and the prince breaks into a full-body sweat trying to look unbothered. In his head he is already panicking. Any hint of hostility aimed at him, her so-called master, and Adelia might just snap. Sure enough, her hand shoots out and grabs him, sparks of raw mana crackling off her fingertips as someone barks her name in warning. For a second it looks like the fortress courtyard is about to become a crime scene. Then she catches herself, bows her head and reins it all back in. Good thing, she thinks, she had already mastered the art of loyal servant mode. Crisis averted, for now, though Adelia is still eyeing Arwen like a threat that has not fully passed. The prince claps his hands together, all business again, and tells Arwen simply to follow him. She falls into step without question, slipping in among the other knights like she was always meant to be there. He tells her with that trademark smirk that they have got plenty of unfinished conversations to catch up on. And honestly, it would be even better, he adds, if the rest of the Iron Lions tagged along too. He has clearly got plans. Alone for a moment, he takes a stroll along the fortress rooftops, weapon in hand, looking every bit like a man about to cause problems on purpose. His stated reason for the visit: he wants to personally appraise the swords of the Iron Lions, supposedly the finest blades in the kingdom. The Order's knights line up in the courtyard, and you can already feel the tension in the air. He asks plainly who is willing to show him the sword of the Iron Lions. Dead silence, nobody moves. The hesitation just hangs there, awkward and heavy. He needles them a little. If his rank is what is making everyone so shy, he says, that is exactly the point. He swears on the Leonberger name that nobody will be held responsible for however the spar turns out. Still, nobody steps up. Still no one, he asks, twisting the knife a little. For the famously fearsome Iron Lions, they are acting awfully timid. Maybe, he suggests, best in the kingdom is just empty boasting after all. That one lands, you can see the jaws clench. That is finally enough to shake somebody loose from the crowd. He draws his blade and announces himself Dale, of the Dennant family, taking the bait. He admits he is far from the best the Order has to offer, but somebody has got to go first. He formally asks permission to stand against the prince in a duel. Sword raised, he squares up, fully committed now. The prince just shrugs it off. There is nothing to permit, he says. He was hoping somebody would ask. He beckons Dale forward, reminding him he was the one who issued the challenge in the first place. Dale charges in at full speed while somebody in the crowd shouts for him to be careful. It is a blur of steel for about half a second. The prince's expression barely shifts. This is not even a warm-up for him. A crackle of blue mana rips off him, and Dale's whole world tilts sideways. One hit, that is all it takes to send Dale sprawling through a cloud of dust and shock. He does not even look particularly winded doing it. Dale crashes down hard, definitely regretting every decision that led to this moment. The prince barely waits for the dust to settle before calling for the next challenger. The rest of the Iron Lions stare at their unconscious comrade, visibly reconsidering their life choices. One knight steps up anyway, introducing himself as Paul Rothheim, and points out Dale was only a first year. He, personally, is a third year. Third year or not, he goes down just as fast as Dale did. Next up, Harley, self-declared fifth-year trainee, who does not even finish his own introduction before getting flattened. Then Judith steps in, eighth year, and clearly hoping seniority counts for something. It does not. Somebody manages to get out the sword of the Iron Lions will never lose before getting cut off mid-sentence by, well, losing. At this point it is less a duel and more target practice. Steel keeps flashing through the air, one knight after another. The courtyard is starting to look less like a fortress and more like a battlefield. His uncle watches the carnage from a distance, arms crossed, clearly unsurprised by any of this. By now there is a small pile of very defeated Iron Lions scattered across the lawn. Even the prince sounds a little unimpressed at this point. Seriously, he mutters like he expected more of a fight. What he really wants, he says, is to cross blades with the Order's actual full members. The trainees just are not cutting it, and nobody's in a hurry to volunteer. He calls out a name again, and this time it is Arwen who snaps to attention, caught off guard. She answers immediately, ready for whatever he is about to ask of her. He tells her plainly that when he heads back, she is coming with him too. She pauses for just a beat before answering, "As your highness commands." The whole traveling party regroups, Adelia, Arwen, his uncle, all watching to see what he does next. That is when a new figure steps in, a tall, silver-haired knight with an edge of mockery in his voice. Easy enough, the prince replies coolly, while the knight needles him further. Word is his highness enjoys a good wager. How about a small bet, he proposes, just to liven things up a little. If he were to win, he says with a slow, hungry smile, he would like something specific as his prize. The prince shuts it down flat before he can even finish the sentence. No, Arwen is not a prize to be won in some tournament. Arwen looks at him, quietly stunned, murmuring his title like she was not expecting to be defended quite so fiercely. Fine, the knight shrugs. How about staking something else instead? The prince waves Cal's over and simply tells him to bring the sword. He raises it for everyone to see. If his opponent wins, this is what he gets. He holds the glowing blade high, more than happy to put it on the line. He will hand over this very sword, and Arwen's eyes go wide, clearly not expecting that particular offer. Even the silver-haired knight looks genuinely thrown for a second. Arwen starts to object. She would rather he did not, but he cuts her off, telling her flatly that compared to some sword, she is worth 1,000 times more. A swordmaster's worth, he adds, is not something you measure against a blade, no matter how fancy. Arwen is a little too moved to argue further. The silver-haired knight studies him a moment, then gives a small nod. Very well, your highness, the wager stands. He finally introduces himself properly, Dunham of the Fahrenheit family. He draws his own blade with a flourish, clearly proud of it. He announces himself as a knight of the Iron Lion Order, on the verge of achieving a triple chain, only for the prince to needle him right back. So in the end, just a double chain then? That jab clearly lands harder than expected. Fuming, Dunham holds up his sword and announces it is the 17th blade ever forged by the legendary craftsman known only as the Master of the Sword. If the prince wins, he says, that very sword is his to keep. The prince just smiles and draws his own weapon. How coincidental, he says. The blade catches the light, humming with its own quiet power. Turns out he happens to own a sword from that exact same master too. He raises it high for everyone to see, letting that little bombshell sink in. His 100th work, apparently. Dunham balks. He has never even heard a rumor of the master forging a 100th blade. Naturally, the prince explains it was only finished a few days ago, the master's very last work. Dunham grits his teeth, aura sparking to life around him. Well, fine, he says, if that is how it is going to be. He admits the prince may be walking the wrong path with a sword, technically speaking, but he can still see the effort poured into every step. Out of respect for that effort, he vows to give this duel absolutely everything he has got. The prince just repeats the phrase back to him, unbothered, energy already building at his collar. How shallow, he says, and the mana around him erupts. Dunham, mid-charge, confesses something raw. This fortress was never really a place he could call his own. Watching from the sidelines, Adelia hears the prince pick up that thread, the respect people show him. Others in the crowd watch just as closely, sensing something bigger is unfolding here than a simple sparring match. Is enough, he finishes, if it belongs to my people, not the throne, not the title, them. He tells Adelia directly to watch closely, like he wants her specifically to see this. She stammers out a yes, caught completely off guard by the sudden attention. A storm of blue mana engulfs him, raw power given shape. This path, he says, voice cutting clean through the noise, is the one you have to walk from now on. Whether that is aimed at Dunham, at Adelia, or at himself, it lands on all of them. Something in Adelia answers that call, and a golden light starts to build around her. Her own power ignites, blazing gold against the prince's blue, a fire that has been waiting a long time to come out. The two auras roar together across the courtyard, and for a second the whole fortress seems to hold its breath. I will surely, she starts, voice thick with something she has clearly been holding back a long time. Walk it, your highness, she finishes a quiet vow wrapped in a battle cry, right as he steps forward to claim the path she just promised to walk beside him. We open on a quiet study with steam curling off a fresh cup of tea. Someone's about to unpack some serious family history. A battle-hardened lord settles into a green armchair, tea in hand, and asks his old friend a pointed question. Just how many times have they visited Iron Lion Castle? The answer comes back flat 4 times, not exactly a warm welcome record. Another lord lays out the family roll call. The 4th prince couldn't care less about the throne, so he's staying home, while the 3rd and 5th only bothered showing up once. Because right now, the 1st prince is basically a prisoner in his own castle, confined, cut off, and completely alone. Even the 2nd prince swung by recently, apparently just to gawk at the wreckage. One voice cuts through the gossip with an uncomfortable reminder. However trashed his reputation is, the 1st prince is still the legitimate heir to the whole kingdom. That reminder lands hard. One lord practically shouts that things have spiraled completely out of control. He rounds on his old friend, demanding to know if he doesn't share the blame too. If this commander had backed the 1st prince even a little, none of this isolation would exist. Picture it, the 1st prince standing dead center in a grand hall, spotlighted, utterly alone while the whole court watches and whispers. His Highness wouldn't be this isolated. The accusation hangs in the air like a verdict. Balerhard, the prince's own uncle, snaps back. So why is this guy suddenly acting like the 1st prince's guardian after everything? The jab lands. Balerhard silently admits it to himself. The accusation isn't wrong, he really did abandon his nephew once. Cue the flashback. A young, wasted prince sprawled on an ornate chair, bottle in hand, grinning like an idiot. Far from a weak future king, this kid looked like tyrant material in the making. That Balerhard remembers grimly was his nephew. So Balerhard grabbed him by the collar to sober him up over some nasty drug he'd gotten into. "Are you out of your damn mind?" he roared. The prince just snarled back, cold and defiant. One day when Balerhard tried to reach him, that same delinquent came at his own uncle with a drawn sword. Steel flashes as the young prince lunges in without a shred of hesitation. Zoom in on that eye and the cold reflection inside it. There is not an ounce of doubt in that stare. It spirals into an ugly, screaming blur of a fight between uncle and nephew. A hopeless delinquent, that's the label Balerhard slapped on him back then, and honestly, it fit. When Balerhard came back north in disappointment, his own nephew's idea of a welcome home gift was a bottle of wine spiked with poison. Shamelessly wrapped up with a letter too, like it was supposed to pass for a present. Balerhard didn't drink a drop. He just burned it, poison, letter and all, with his own mana. That was the delinquent Balerhard swore would never change. And then, somehow, he changed, enduring brutal training day after day. Wooden practice, sword in hand, the prince grinds himself stronger by the day, no shortcuts allowed. Balerhard turns to his old friend Lord Willowden with a pointed question. "Didn't you say it yourself with your own mouth?" Willowden's own words come back to bite him, that the 1st prince must never be allowed anywhere near the throne. A tiny reflection in a teacup says it all. Somebody's whole worldview just got turned upside down. Balerhard makes his case straight. This boy is a completely different person now, give him a chance. He pushes further, practically pleading, at least let him stand at the same starting line as his brothers. And there it is, Balerhard, worn down and desperate, flat out begging on his nephew's behalf. Willowden is left speechless, stunned silent by what he's hearing. He admits it under his breath. Honestly, he doesn't know what to believe anymore. Balerhard presses the real question. Is it Willowden who's changed his tune here, or is it actually the 1st prince? Willowden, exasperated, tells someone nearby to at least lift their head. Rough look for a guy nicknamed the Silver Lion. A knight lies fainted on the floor beside them. Panic ripples through the room. Lo, Lord Willowden, the 1st prince. Willowden's face says it all, equal parts alarmed and unimpressed. Elsewhere in the capital, the castle catches the evening light. A new scene is about to unfold. 2 figures head off together, one reassuring the other. No need to worry too much, Dunham knows restraint, nothing serious is going to happen. Balerhard and Willowden walk the grounds, still hashing it out. Even in a live blade duel, no knight would actually dare strike down royalty. Balerhard adds a warning: right now you shouldn't be worried about the prince at all. He finishes the thought: you should be worried about your own knight instead. Willowden squints at him, thrown off. You've gotten seriously strange lately, your complexion's off and you're saying weird things. Out on the field, it's already underway, the prince's blade locking with the knight Dunham's in a full-contact sparring match. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks as the duel escalates fast. And just like that, it's over. Dunham hits the ground hard. Do Dunham, someone gasps. Even Dunham has fainted. The crowd can barely believe what they just watched. The grounds erupt. His Highness won again. The prince stands amid the fallen, mana still crackling around him. The prince looks a little rattled by his own power. What is all this? He mutters. Willowden just shrugs at Balerhard. I told you, didn't I? Balerhard isn't fazed in the slightest. He mutters that the prince really isn't the one anyone needs to worry about. Another challenger steps up. The prince, mana already surging, barely gets out a next before the fight's already on. Blue mana lashes out like a living blade as round 2 kicks off. A memory surfaces mid-fight, something his uncle always used to say, finally making sense. A knight doesn't truly begin until they've earned 2 rings, Balerhard's old lesson clicking into place at last. Panting, blue flame licking off his shoulders, the prince pushes straight through the exhaustion. He can feel it in the blade itself. That wasn't just some exaggeration, he realizes, watching the clash play out in real time. Sweat-soaked and gritting his teeth, he admits the truth to himself. His current song of sparring just isn't cutting it anymore. Problem is, he can't exactly bust out the devastating song of dragons slaying on regular nights. That would be overkill in the worst way. So then, it's time to improvise. Mid-duel, blade still locked with his opponents. A hidden trait flares to life. Super concentration activates, sharpening everything around him. A ball of pure blue mana condenses between his hands, humming with pressure. The noise of the fight just fades away, like the world's gone quiet around him. Everything holds still and silent, right before the next move lands. His own body doesn't even feel like his anymore, like something bigger just took the wheel. Gold light flashes across his narrowed eye. This is the moment. That same sensation from before washes over him again, and this time he knows exactly what it means. Dunham lunges back in with everything he's got, teal mana blazing off his blade. Light explodes outward as the prince's counter finally lands. The impact sends shockwaves rippling clean across the training grounds. Dunham crashes down, completely spent. The prince clenches his fist, breathing hard, already bracing for whoever steps up next. The crowd reacts, murmuring and pointing as the prince squares up for another round. Blades clash again against the castle backdrop, sparks flying everywhere. His expression hardens, there's a new kind of focus behind his eyes now. He cuts straight through his opponent's guard like it's barely there, the crowd gasping in unison. Yet another knight goes flying, sent sprawling clean across the grounds. The prince blocks the follow-up without so much as flinching. Determination locks onto his face as another arc of blue mana rips through the air. For a second, his expression softens into something almost thoughtful, like he's finally starting to believe it about himself. The sky burns orange as evening falls over the training grounds, a long day of duels finally winding down. Mana still crackling faintly around him, the prince stands alone amid a field of knights he just put down. Chest heaving, sweat dripping, he's running purely on willpower at this point. The knights around him start reacting differently now, not scorn anymore, something closer to awe. Word spreads fast through the crowd, His Highness is on a 5-win streak. Wrapped in blue mana, a new verse forms in his head. In 100 bouts I withstood 1,000 waves. And so I'll stand firm before even greater storms, he vows, mana roaring around him. A new verse is officially added to his song of sparring. His power is literally rewriting itself in real time. Golden light frames the words taking shape. Now I rise, sword in hand. The mantra repeats, glowing brighter, like the moment itself is being carved into legend. Song of Sparring has risen to extraordinary rank, and it's transforming to match its new power. The prince strides forward wreathed in surging blue energy, a world away from the drunk mess we saw earlier in this very story. Energy trails off his blade with every single step he takes. Song of Sparring has become Song of Dueling, a whole new skill forged out of nothing but grit. Bathed in sunset light, he finally lets himself say it out loud, "I did it." Bloodied, bruised, and grinning through the pain, it's clear this win cost him plenty. Two exhausted knights kneel nearby, one checking on the other. "Are you all right?" Willowden crouches down to the fallen prince himself, sunset behind him, looking every bit like a proud mentor now. The crowd roars its approval. "I pay my respects to your victory, respect to the sword of the first prince." Knights kneel across the field cheering, "Respect to that fighting spirit." "We pay our respects to your victory," they shout, a total 180 from how this same crowd used to treat him. The prince can't quite process it. "What? A minute ago these guys looked ready to tear me apart." Willowden just chuckles. "They're simple folk by nature," he explains. "Swords and victory," Willowden says with a grin, "that's really all it takes to win a knight's heart. Nothing fires them up more than that," he adds. "From the look on your face you thought you'd earn nothing but their resentment." The prince, still catching his breath, offers his own take. "An honorable defeat is worth more than a tainted victory." Balerhard and Willowden trade a look, one of them adding, "When both sides give everything they've got, what does winning or losing even matter?" He finishes. "Oh, and Dunham might resent you a little," he adds with a smirk, nodding at a cluster of grumbling knights. One of the lords needles him. After all, now he's got to hand over that sword he was always so proud of. The prince kneels there catching his breath, finally holding that sword himself, while someone off to the side mutters, "Good riddance, the way he used to strut around with that thing." Alone with his thoughts against the sunset, he reflects. He'd figured everything he used to know got wiped out along with his old mana heart. But at least he realizes, looking out over the grounds, one thing hasn't changed. The knight's spirit, that same fire that once just wanted him gone. Straightforward about victory and defeat, and quick to honor whoever proves strong enough to earn it. Our prince's little farewell tour wraps up as his carriage rolls into the courtyard, guards and staff gathering to see him off. He flashes that easy, winking smile of his, the kind that always means he is up to something. Someone offers a warm goodbye, hoping he stays in good health until they meet again. He waves off the parting words with an easy "You take care too," Count, already forgetting whatever happened during this visit. "Wait, hold on, Count Walroden, right?" He mutters the name to himself like he is filing it away for later. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone with suspiciously messy hair is begging a very confused listener to keep quiet about whatever just went down. Somebody points out that maybe, just maybe, telling the prince himself might help. That suggestion gets ignored completely. Instead, he just grins, chin propped on his hand, already cooking up a little prank for someone very specific. Before we dive in, a flash of steel in the dark, a reminder that somewhere down this road, a blade is waiting. The prince's traveling party finally rolls to a stop as the sun dips low, knights getting to work setting up camp for the night. "We will camp here tonight," comes the order, while one knight peels off to scout the area just to be safe. The prince just nods along, all right, already curious what his uncle drags into camp next. That is when a new face steps out of the shadows, a knight with long dark hair and a blade at their hip, leaving the prince utterly speechless. Someone reassures him not to worry, this new knight, Arwen, will settle in soon enough. Enough for tonight, he decides with a long yawn, ready to finally get some rest. He heads inside to turn in, only to notice someone waiting for him. There she is, his personal knight Adelia, greeting him properly the second he walks through the door. He can't help but think it again. The girl he took in is a certified genius with the sword, S-grade potential and everything. And yet here she is, still fussing over him like a maid instead of acting like the prodigy she actually is. He can only sigh. She catches him staring and immediately panics. "Is something wrong, Your Highness?" He snaps out of it fast. "No, it's fine, you're dismissed, probably a little too fast." She bows and slips out, a little puzzled but not about to question it. Alone again, his mind drifts back to something that's been bugging him. The Iron Lion Knights were not at all what he expected. So he pulls up his authority of judgment and starts running the numbers on every soldier here. Turns out most of these knights cap out at B-grade swordsmanship talent, nothing more. Back in the day, that same talent would have meant a whole lifetime of training just to scrape by as a middling sword expert. Plenty of people would have poured their entire lives into swordsmanship and gotten nowhere, born a generation too early. But these days, people who would have been nobodies now reach sword expert level in their 20s or 30s. The bar for what counts as superhuman has dropped that hard that fast. Just look at knights like his uncle, men who would have gone toe-to-toe with legends in a different era. Across the board, ordinary people's raw skill has shot up drastically compared to the old days. And there it is, the answer clicks into place for him. That's exactly what the mana chain system is all about. His own uncle, he realizes, is the kind of monster who might have chased transcendence itself in a harsher age. Which is exactly why watching that same uncle basically walk away from his own potential has always rubbed him the wrong way. But this era is a different beast entirely. One where most people never even get the chance to rise past the most common grade of power. In the end, he figures, it all just comes down to the time someone's born into. And honestly, he has to admit he still doesn't fully understand this new era he's living in. So he makes a decision, time to start learning about it properly right from the basics. Footsteps outside catch his attention, and he glances toward the sound. A familiar voice cuts in with approval. That's a good mindset, it's not too late yet. His uncle steps into the tent, telling him that if he puts in real effort starting now, he can still reach his dream. The prince blinks, genuinely lost. No, what dream exactly? His uncle just smiles, pointing out he's already won over the hearts of the Iron Lions. That, he says, was a very wise decision, Ian. His uncle finishes and the prince freezes on the spot. Wow, what? What is wrong with this man? He yells, already sensing where this is going. Are you out of your mind, uncle? He shouts, bracing for the worst. His uncle just asks, calm as ever, if he remembers the terms of the bet they made. The prince flatly says no, hoping that shuts it down. The bet, his uncle reminds him, was that you would defeat a double chain knight, and everyone remembers exactly how that fight went. Slowly it dawns on him, technically, he did win that bet, didn't he? Then I'll do exactly as I promised, his uncle says, and the prince's stomach drops. His uncle draws himself up and declares his own name like he's swearing an oath, Baal Balarhard. As a count of this kingdom and commander of the Third Corps, he begins, hand clamped firmly on the prince's shoulder. I shall officially throw my full support behind the first prince of this kingdom, Adrian Leonberger. Word spreads fast, and somewhere else entirely, someone reacts with pure confusion. Official support? What is he even talking about? The prince can only stare in horror. No way. Somewhere nearby, a certain scheming brother just grins wider. Just trust me. Back in his tent, the prince is losing it. When did I ever say I wanted to be king? His uncle's little announcement lands like an actual bombshell across the entire kingdom. Before he knows it, people are flooding the courtyard shouting congratulations at him. Nobles and staff alike bow low, gushing about what a joy this is for the entire kingdom. A whole new batch of court knights shows up in a commotion, apparently reassigned to him overnight. And a fresh wave of palace attendants and maids comes scurrying in right behind them. He just stands there in the middle of it all, completely overwhelmed by how fast this spiraled. Ugh, this is way too distracting, he snaps, done with the chaos already. Send every last one of them back right now, he demands, only to be told they were sent by royal order, so that's not exactly optional. His uncle just shrugs it off, order them to leave, and they simply won't listen anyway. Even Adelia looks ready to collapse from the sheer hecticness of it all. Eventually the noise dies down, afternoon light settling quietly over the room. He finally slumps into a chair with a sigh of relief. It's finally quiet around here. Naturally, that peace lasts about 5 seconds before the door bursts wide open. Brother, are you in here? Comes the shout, and he already knows exactly who that is. He doesn't even look up. Why are you here again? His brother saunters in, grinning. You were playing quite the sly little game, weren't you? Turns out his brother, the third Prince Gillian, has figured out he's been secretly training the sword under Count Balarhard this whole time. Who learned what from whom exactly? The prince asks, playing it cool. Gillian isn't buying it. I was actually trying to save your face, brother. I was going to let you lose as gently as possible. He jabs a finger at the prince, and you've just made a very big mistake. So now I intend to make you pay dearly for tricking me. Great, the prince thinks, this one and his uncle both. I already told you both I have zero interest in the throne, he groans, rubbing his temples. At this point he's ready to hunt down whoever actually started this whole mess. Which brings him right back to the source of it all, so uncle. I'll play along with this for now, he warns, so you'd better back off appropriately. Because I genuinely have no interest in something like the throne. Honestly, why did you even go and start all this without even consulting me first, he finishes before quietly asking if his uncle is worried about House Balerhard's own safety in all this. Because House Balerhard isn't just any noble house. They are the shield standing between this kingdom and the monsters pouring out of the northern mountains. As long as the royal family and the nobles never forget just how brutal winter can get, his uncle says, nothing is going to happen to House Balerhard. Well, if that's true, that's a relief, the prince admits, though his uncle only shrugs. This was bound to happen eventually anyway. Then his uncle asks him, dead serious, does he really not know what happens to an eldest son who fails to take the throne? This isn't going to just go away because you keep ducking it, he adds. If you need time to come to terms with it, I'll give you all the time you need, he offers, gentler now. However, he adds, keep this in mind. The legitimacy of the eldest son doesn't just vanish, not unless he actually dies. Left alone that night, he just sits there with a heavy sigh, the weight of it all finally sinking in. No matter how much time you give me, I'm not changing my mind, he mutters to himself. What he actually needs to find is the authority and power to reach transcendence itself. That's the only throne he actually wants to sit on. Which is exactly why some measly right to a literal throne was never going to tempt him. Or at least that's certainly what he used to think. And now here he is, walking straight into the middle of it anyway. The palace throws open its doors for a grand banquet, nobles pouring in dressed to the nines. Word ripples through the crowd. The true, legitimate bloodline of the Leonberg royal family has arrived. The eldest son himself, no less. Presenting His Highness the First Prince Adrian Leonberger, the announcer calls out and the whole hall turns to look. He descends the grand staircase like he was born for this, even if half of him would rather be anywhere else. Off to the side, a cluster of nobles trade whispers behind their fans, clearly sizing him up. Some watch with quiet calculation, others with an easy, friendly grin, all wondering what this newly declared heir is really made of. His uncle stands off to the side in full dress uniform, arms crossed, watching over him like a hawk. But somewhere in the shadows, a hooded stranger watches too, a sly little smile tucked under that hood. Whatever tonight's banquet has in store, one thing is clear, nothing about this is going to be simple. Until the banquet finally begins. Banquet night at the palace, and the so-called useless prince walks down that staircase like he already owns the place. Technically, he kind of does. The second his boots hit the marble, every noble in the room snaps into a perfect bow. All performance, zero sincerity, and he can smell it a mile away. The flattery comes on thick and fast, they gush that his bearing mirrors his majesty in his prime. He's heard better lies. In his head he's already rolling his eyes. All this fuss, he thinks, and he's barely dropped a few pounds of baby fat. He looks out over the glittering crowd and can't help the thought, so this is what passes for the kingdom's finest. He's not impressed? A pathetic spectacle, he mutters, and if you could actually see the hidden traits flickering over half this crowd, you'd get it too. Every single one of them is stamped Snake's heart. That's the real brand these nobles wear, he thinks. The mark of wicked karma earned by stealing what was never theirs and trampling anyone who got in the way. Every last one of them wears that filth like a medal, and he's done pretending not to notice. Scanning the room, he decides only a handful here are even worth a second glance. More nobles swarm in, cooing about how he's grown into such a fine figure. He lets them talk. Then he spots a familiar face hanging back in the crowd. Taylor, he calls out, if you're here, you ought to have paid your respects by now. Taylor practically jumps out of his skin, yo, your highness. He scrambles over with two friends in tow, stammering an apology about rushing to thank the prince for the invitation. The prince sizes him up. Incompetent maybe, he thinks, but not rotten to the core, not yet. As far as he's concerned, Taylor just became a vessel for the seed he's about to plant. Ominous much. Before anyone can dwell on that, a guard's shout cuts through the hall, "Attention." The room snaps to attention as a fresh arrival is announced. Up on the balcony, guards throw open a set of grand doors and bellow it out. The Marquisate of Montpellier of Bourgogne has arrived. A herald drones through the official proclamation, reading out the empire's stamp of authority over this so-called ally. The crowd turns as one to get a look, and the prince's jaw tightens. What, he mutters, going very still. Down below, the entire hall bows deep as the announcement rings out. His Excellency Client de Bourgogne Montpellier enters. A tall figure sweeps in wrapped in a dark, expensive cloak, radiating exactly the self-satisfaction you'd expect from an empire's favorite envoy. He turns to reveal a portly older man in a jaunty red beret, grinning like he owns the place too. This is Client de Bourgogne Montpellier, ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, the very power that once brought this kingdom to its knees. "It has been a while, Prince," he says with oily familiarity, raising a wine glass like they're old friends. Somewhere in the crowd, one onlooker's face goes tight with unease, sensing exactly where this is headed. Because that name, Bourgogne, doesn't just mean empire to him, it means an old battlefield and an old war. In his memory, red banners fly over a field thick with soldiers, and a young warrior in a blood-red cloak cuts through the ranks. 4 centuries ago, he thinks, that name belonged to the sworn enemy he and his dearest comrade fought longer and harder than any other foe. A name that carved countless scars into this land, one his blade remembers even if this century has forgotten. "And you dare stand before me," he thinks, fury rising, wearing it like nothing happened. Something in him snaps. Blood splashes across the marble as he grabs the ambassador by the collar in full view of the entire ballroom. Gasps ripple through the crowd. "Oh my," someone shrieks. The prince just stands there afterward, blood staining his white collar, saying absolutely nothing. The old ambassador stammers out a flustered excuse, insisting he was simply in too much of a rush to greet him properly. "My sincerest apologies, Your Highness," he adds, bowing so low it's almost convincing. The prince keeps his back turned while the man fusses over him, offering up a cloth like that fixes anything. He shoots the ambassador one cold, unreadable look, and the old man breaks into a nervous sweat. Even Client himself looks genuinely baffled by what just happened, blinking like he can't quite piece it together. The tension hangs in the air a beat too long before the crowd starts murmuring again. "I suppose I must change garments," the prince finally says, dry as ever. The ambassador, ever the professional excuse-maker, blames the whole mess on his aged body failing him. "Sure, buddy." A knight in silver armor steps up to escort him out. "Your Highness, allow me," he offers. The herald announces the next arrival, the Marquess of Bielefeld, a solemn gray-haired noble who actually bows like he means it. Watching from nearby, one sharp-eyed observer notes dryly that Bielefeld, at least, isn't rotten through and through. As they walk off, the prince nods toward the departing knight. "Who is that?" he asks. Whoever he is, credit where it's due, his temper cools down a notch just being around the guy. Later that night, back in his quarters, there's a knock at the door. "There was an incident, I hear," comes the voice on the other side. The door creaks open and a familiar figure steps into the dim room, settling in for a conversation the prince clearly saw coming. It's his uncle, expression thunderous, here to hash out exactly what happened at that banquet. Footsteps echo down the hall as they walk together. "Marquess Bielefeld," said his uncle starts. "That your face looked like you were about to stir up serious trouble tonight." The prince doesn't even try to deny it. "It seems that wasn't entirely baseless," he admits, stone-faced. A cold blue gem glints beneath his coat, a quiet reminder of just how much power he's keeping under wraps. His uncle leans back, studying him hard. "Just what were you planning to do?" he demands. "I'm not so rash as that," the prince replies evenly. "It's simply that I cannot comprehend this at all," he adds, and for once the anger in his voice isn't an act. Because the truth eats at him. The insidious brood of Bourgogne struts through the very heart of this kingdom, flaunting their stolen prestige like it's earned. and the nobles bow to them with a reverence they've never once shown the actual royal bloodline. It's a peace too strained to really be called peace, and an alliance too one-sided to really be called an alliance. How did the nation end up in such a sorry state? The prince finally asks outright. His uncle's answer comes heavy. It is no extraordinary tale, he says. In ages past, this kingdom withstood the empire's relentless invasions over and over. Illustrious knights rose up and drove them back every time. But as the years passed, the empire only grew larger and stronger. And the gap between us just kept widening. Before a colossus that size, the kingdom eventually had no choice left but to bend the knee. The prince's eyes widen. Could it be, he thinks, because of that? Because once this was barely a footnote of a kingdom on the continent's edge, and it had exactly one thing that let it stand up to an empire 100 times its size. A legacy forged from the founding without a single flaw. Ordinary heroes, extraordinary ones. Sagas of deeds so wild they birthed. Actual myths carried on the edge of a glowing blue blade. The epic, the song of valor itself. A blue magic circle flares to life in his palm, the same power that once made this tiny kingdom untouchable. And we have lost them all, he thinks, and for a second the weight of that just sits there. Uncle, he says quietly, breaking the silence. I've changed my mind. His uncle blinks, caught off guard. What do you mean by that? He watches the prince carefully, sweat beading, clearly bracing for whatever comes next. This business of being king, the prince says, and something in his posture shifts entirely. I suppose I shall give it a try. His uncle exhales, half amused, half terrified. I may well come to regret this decision. The prince's resolve only hardens. Even so, he says. It's something I have to do. After all, half this kingdom might as well have been built by my own 2 hands. The clouds roll by, and just like that, the second day of the banquet arrives. A crisp new invitation in hand, the herald's voice rings out. His Highness Adrian Leonberg, first prince, enters. Right alongside him strides his uncle, freshly announced as Count Vale Valorhard of the northern Valorhard County. The prince's eyes narrow as he takes in the room. A cluster of noblewomen gasps and whispers the second he walks by. The two of them cut through the crowd together, guards falling into step behind them. Etiquette this sloppy wouldn't even pass muster for greeting foreign nobility, he thinks, visibly unimpressed. He goes quiet, lost in thought for a moment, eyes distant. His mind drifts back further this time, to a memory of his old comrade standing before a crowd, back when nobody believed that man would ever become king. Back then he was just a rustic boy from the countryside, nothing special to look at. Not even particularly distinguished among the refugees plunder had driven from their homes. And yet that boy stepped forward before them all anyway. Just like I do now, the prince thinks, and for a flicker of a second, a glowing blue outline of that old comrade stands right behind him. Blue light curls around his eyes as the memory settles into resolve. He opens his mouth and raw power starts pouring out of him. Though they have eyes, he murmurs, they do not see. The blue current sweeps out and washes over the entire stunned crowd. So I stand tall before the flock, he says, power rippling off his back. The words keep coming, layered in magic older than anyone in this room can imagine. He's singing the king's epic itself, and somewhere behind the scenes a warning flashes. At his current strength, he can't withstand the full weight of this ode, so most of it has to be left unsung. Only a single line, a fraction of a fraction, will actually be sung tonight. Compared to the ode of dragon slaying, he thinks with a smirk, this is barely a warm-up, humble as ever. This isn't even myth rank, he reminds himself, just hero rank, just sure. Still, he thinks, eyes crackling with blue lightning. A shimmering crown of light materializes above his head, and his cloak whips out like it's got a mind of its own. For this moment, he decides, no ode could be more fitting. Footsteps ring out through the stunned silence. Somewhere in the crowd, a noblewoman gasps. Taylor, of all people, goes pale watching the spectacle unfold. The whole ballroom bows low as the prince strides through, wrapped in that glowing blue crown, radiating power nobody here has ever seen from him. The light wraps around him like it belongs there. He looks out over the bowing crowd with a satisfied little smirk. Now they are at least worth looking at, he says. Everyone, raise your heads, he calls out, commanding the room without even raising his voice. Then his expression breaks, something's wrong. A dark, unfamiliar aura slithers through the air. This aura, he thinks, tensing up. The crowd turns, murmuring, as a cloaked figure steps forward wrapped in swirling violet energy. The hood falls back to reveal long white hair and pointed ears. An elf, someone gasps as she purrs, how astonishing. To think there remains one who remembers the epic, she muses, and the prince's eyes go wide with alarm. No, he realizes, dread creeping in, not just any elf. She saunters closer, all confidence and danger. That woman, he thinks, recognition hitting him like a punch. His hand tightens over his own chest, breath catching, as the full weight of who just walked into this room sinks in. Picture the most gorgeous thing God ever cooked up, a race so gentle they wouldn't hurt a single ant. They're called forest gardeners, living 300 years minimum, a cool 1,000 if they are lucky. You know them as elves, butterflies, sunlight, the whole ethereal package. But turns out that pretty face is bait. Underneath, elves are stone-cold predators who use their looks to reel prey in. Then there's the high elves, the ones born with a straight-up hero's blessing. And out of everyone on that list, they are the single most dangerous thing walking. Cut to tonight, inside the palace, the prince walking beside someone with silver hair and pointed ears, doing his best not to stare. Because this isn't just any elf, she's clocked in over 1,000 years of existence. An elder high elf, no less, the kind of title that makes seasoned knights nervous. Her name is Sigrun, the dancing spellsword. Flashback 400 years. She was part of the crew that actually killed the mad dragon, and she's got a habit of recruiting people right before their masters die. I'll make sure you're never bored, she purrs, sword in hand and clearly enjoying herself. What's wrong with being a sword, she asks, not exactly reassuring. That's exactly what makes me want you more, she grins. Cool, normal, totally fine. Back in the present, the prince's inner monologue is blunt. She's a maniac who made his life hell. There's no way she recognized me, he tells himself, sweating just a little. Sigrun tilts her head at him. Have we met before? That's weird, you seem familiar, she presses, and he scrambles for a cover story. This is the first time I've met an elf, he lies straight to her face in front of the entire crowd. Sigrun just hums, thinking it over. He did recite the song of the king a little too perfectly for a stranger. In his head he's already calling himself out. Liar, liar, crown on fire. 400 years ago she was already one of the strongest beings alive. He genuinely cannot guess what she's capable of now. There are, apparently, two kinds of reactions humans have the first time they meet an elf. Reaction 1, total helpless infatuation. Reaction 2, for anyone with actual sense, pure, quiet alarm. And from what I can tell, Sigrun says, sizing him up. She leans in close enough to fix his collar herself. Your Highness isn't quite at that level yet, she teases. My beauty standards just aren't like everyone else's, he fires back, playing it smooth. Sigrun studies him for a long, quiet moment. This short meeting was my pleasure, she says, and steps back into her hood. Her footsteps fade down the hall, and the prince finally lets his shoulders drop. I'm safe, he mutters, wiping sweat off his brow. For now, he finishes, and honestly that qualifier is doing a lot of work. New scene, someone's flipping through bride candidates, starting with a literal toddler. She's too young, the prince deadpans. I don't think she likes me at all, he mutters at the next photo, a girl being dragged off mid-tantrum. That candidate is absolutely fuming, fists clenched, practically breathing fire. Next photo, same verdict, also too young. Not my type, he says flatly about the next one, arms crossed right back at him. He just sighs at the whole pile, dragging a hand down his face. Even the woman running this whole bride audition looks exhausted. This is a place to pick your princess, she reminds him, unimpressed. An advisor won't let up either: brains, beauty, health, a big-name family, and no, none of the women he used to run around with qualify. Then the real bombshell drops from the throne. The elf delegation has requested a meeting. Ah, I see, is all he manages, already bracing for impact. A name gets attached to the visiting envoy, Sigrun of Viscum Album. She sweeps in with a hooded escort and greets the reigning queen, Margarita, with practiced grace. I'm surprised, the prince says. It's been ages since elves last visited our kingdom. The queen gets straight to it. I assume you're here looking for a wife for his highness. Am I correct? The prince's brain quietly short-circuits. You are correct, Sigrun confirms, smiling. I'm a high elf. In human terms, we're a noble family with quite the reputation, she adds, and something about her tone gives him a very bad feeling. And luckily, she continues, and he's already dreading whatever comes next. There isn't much of an age gap between me and His Highness, she announces, beaming. Liar, he explodes, we're at least 1,000 years apart. He's stunned she can lie that smoothly, while she's calmly explaining elves make great wives since they never age. I also happen to have followers who stay near me at all times, she adds. They're basically an honor guard. When I first met His Highness, Sigrun says, her voice softening, I felt we were destined to be together. The prince's whole body goes rigid. And here's the kicker, elves never lie about destiny, ever. Even Sigrun looks a little stunned. She said it out loud. Was she telling the truth this whole time? The queen's jaw practically hits the floor. What confidence. The court starts whispering, elves are famous for taking destiny dead seriously. Does this mean we're allying with the elves through marriage? Someone gasps, oh my god. Up on the dais, the king and queen trade a loaded look with their very cornered son. Before anyone can react, he grabs Sigrun's hand and yanks her straight out of the room. They cut across the red carpet at a pace that is not, in any way, casual. Let's talk, alone, he says, all the playfulness suddenly gone. Behind them a courtier splutters, ho how impudent. Nobody actually stops the prince. A door creaks open somewhere private. He pulls her inside, the noise of the hall fading behind them. Sigrun, he says, and just like that, the flirty act is gone. Tell me what you're actually here for, he demands. She just looks amused. I'm here to bond with the kingdom, she offers. Let me ask you again, he says, not buying it for a second. Elder High Elf Sigrun, he says slowly, and her eyes go wide enough to draw blood. The Sword of Viscum album, he finishes. That name lands like a hammer. He lays it out cold. She's the executioner who's hunted her own kind's enemies for centuries. Is she here to scout him or to finish a job? Funny, Sigrun breathes, caught completely off guard for the first time all night. How do you know about me? She demands, all pretense dropped. He doesn't answer, doesn't even blink. In his own head though, he's terrified she's probably a monster whose real strength he can't even measure. Something dark and vast starts unfurling behind him, wings of shadow bleeding into the room. If she really is destined toward him, that means she carries enough merit to read the past written straight into his own soul. That thought alone is enough to make his skin crawl. You know I'm an executioner, she says, power rippling around her. Yet it seems you don't know how stupid it is to stay silent in front of me, not a threat, a fact. He just gives her a small, tired smile. Oh, I know exactly how stupid that is, he says, about as stupid as talking to you at all. Stop messing around, Sigrun. Don't interfere with my destiny. Privately, he's already recalculating she's got a flicker of interest in him right now, and that's the only leverage he's got. If he doesn't play this exactly right, she will tear him apart, simple as that. So the plan becomes, make her more interested, not less. You don't take one bite of something this rare and toss it out, you let it age into something worth savoring. He reaches out and tilts her chin up. She goes completely still, cheeks flushing. Who are you really? She asks. Just a prince his father abandoned, he answers, easy as anything. Who's the real you then? She fires back. Guess, he says, smirking. Or you can just wait and see, he adds, thoroughly enjoying himself now. Sigrun studies him, something shifting behind her eyes. I knew something was off, she admits. I could never figure out why they'd send me on this mission. Now I know, she says, and for the first time all chapter that smile looks genuine. It was because of you. He, meanwhile, is internally screaming. This elf creeps him out every single time. Later, somewhere in the palace, a new scene rolls in with footsteps echoing down a grand hall. The whole court lines the red carpet, watching, whispering. Then two hands lock together, and the crowd lets out a collective wow. The prince walks Sigrun straight down the aisle by the hand, and every single head turns. I have something to tell you, he announces to the throne. Sigrun and I will become engaged, he says, and beside him, she looks positively radiant about it. The room freezes, someone actually yelps loud enough to echo off the walls. In his head, he can't quite believe it either. Who knew the day he'd say her name this gently would ever come? But the math is simple, he can't afford to let her interest cool off now. Down below, the guards mutter an engagement with an elf. Standing before the throne together, his real thought is colder. If this buys him time, it's worth it. It's a lot to think over, he tells the room, Sigrun leaning in close, so I'd like some time. Okay, that sounds good, comes the reply, and just like that, the clock starts ticking. While the queen quietly weighs exactly what this marriage is worth to the crown. Sigrun is perfectly happy to wait for him to ripen, as she puts it, with that same unsettling smile. For me, he mutters darkly to himself, clearly already regretting a few of his life choices. The throne room settles back into order, guards flanking the queen like nothing happened. And the real plan, whispered only to himself as he walks away, get strong enough, fast enough to get away from this crazy elf. Somewhere in the palace, a fist slams down hard enough to crack furniture. Damn it, we don't even see a face yet and it's already ugly. That bastard, whoever this is, they are absolutely livid. Turns out it's the third prince having a full meltdown at his own desk, screaming that his brother has nothing on him except the dumb luck of being born first. The tantrum is loud enough to make the nearby staff flinch, and suddenly find something very interesting to look at on the floor. His rant keeps building. His own uncle just publicly threw his support behind the first prince instead of him. And on top of that, the so-called useless prince has apparently charmed the most talked-about beauty in the whole palace. Now he's got an elf on his arm too, he practically chokes on the words. Because let's be honest, elves are built different. Even he can't help admitting her presence is on another level entirely. But rage needs an outlet, and he remembers he's got the perfect one lined up. A formal duel with dear brother. His plan isn't to kill him, that would cause problems, just cut him up enough that he's finished for good. Real charmer, this one. The shadows swallow him whole as that ugly little scheme settles into place. He can already picture it, and the grin creeping across his face is not a good look. I'll crush him miserably, he mutters, already savoring a win he hasn't earned yet. Duel day, and the knight put in charge of keeping order looks dead serious about it. Meet Commander Skirmhilde Stuttgart, proud bearer of the Silver Lion name and head of the Royal Knights. Today he's the referee. He makes it official on the spot. This duel is notarized and witnessed, so whatever happens, nobody gets to whine about the result afterward. Your Highnesses, please draw your swords, big moment. The first prince responds with a yawn. The third prince isn't amused, grumbling that all this ceremony is a lot of fuss for what's basically a sword fight. Then he flashes a wide, confident grin. He's been preparing something special for his brother. The first prince just shrugs it off, waving at the crowd he brought along. Hope you don't embarrass yourself in front of everyone, he says. I've been feeling this for a while, he adds coolly, already sensing exactly where this fight is headed. His brother snaps back that he talks too much, Mana crackling to life as a none too subtle threat for after the duel. Let's see if you can still run that mouth after this, he lunges in swinging. Steel meets steel in a blur, the fight is on. The first prince's calm never cracks. I was actually planning to go easy on you, he says, blue mana flaring around his blade. One clean exchange later, and his brother is already reeling. He barely has to move to shut down every attack thrown at him. But I've gotten kind of busy lately, he adds, and ends it with one decisive strike. The third prince goes down hard, all the wind knocked clean out of him. Up in the stands, the watching nobles go dead silent. Not one of them saw that coming. Even Commander Stuttgart, the guy who's supposed to stay neutral here, can't hide his shock. Is that really the first prince I remember? Someone murmurs, because this is not the reckless mess everyone wrote off. He doesn't even look proud of himself, just done with the whole spectacle. He turns and walks off the field like it was never really a contest to begin with. Behind him, his brother is still flat on his back, staring at the sky and processing what just happened. Commander Stuttgart makes it official. As notary and observer, he rules the third prince unfit to continue. The victor is the first prince, he announces, and the assembled nobles nearly faint on the spot. The prince cuts through the stunned crowd without so much as a glance their way. If anything, he looks more annoyed than victorious. The crowd scatters, still whispering, still not quite believing what they just watched. In his head, he can't help but sneer. All these so-called nobles showed up just for A glorified squabble between brothers. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd still can't believe the third prince actually lost. He's a double-chain knight, one of the kingdom's rising stars. How did he lose to that guy? The nobles whisper among themselves. Worse, rumor has it the first prince has only been seriously training for a few months. Ouch. Patched up and fuming in private, the third prince is not handling the humiliation well. He's full on screaming into the void at this point. This damn bastard delinquent, yeah, he's taking this personally. He barks orders to prepare. He's going straight back to settle this once and for all. And for all, he roars while his own staff visibly shrink away from him. Except, turns out the first prince already left the capital with Count Balerhard right after the duel. Left where to, he demands, and the knight delivering the news suddenly gets very nervous. He said he's heading north to house Balerhard. Thunder rumbles right on cue. Cut to the journey itself. A small convoy cutting through brutal, snow-buried mountains toward the northern border. Balerhard rides alongside his nephew, admitting with visible surprise that the prince has finally learned to ride a horse properly. The prince immediately gets cocky about it. Easy once you learn it, right? And Balerhard instantly regrets the compliment. Getting serious, Balerhard asks the real question: why the rush to leave the capital? The banquet only just wrapped up. Wouldn't a few days' rest make more sense? The prince's answer is blunt. He has no real place in the capital, and he won't grovel for approval from people too blind to see their own future ruler. In his memory, the capital's nobles are all bowing and scraping before the empire's lapdogs, begging for favor instead of standing on their own. Balerhard offers a thought. Wouldn't soldiers and knights suit him better than nobles? Less scheming, sure, but far more set in their ways. And you think winning their hearts is going to be easy? Balerhard adds, watching the hardened soldiers in the distance. The prince just grins. Get muddy and miserable together enough times and the affection follows naturally. Simple, really. Balerhard isn't convinced, muttering that this whole plan still feels rushed. Far from the snow, the mysterious elf has her own clock ticking. Dawdle too long and she'll genuinely end up married to some lunatic. Which is a real problem since history says everyone who's ever caught her interest ends up ruined one way or another. Back with the prince, the same thought runs through his head from a different angle. He needs to get stronger fast. That kind of growth is impossible in a comfortable, peaceful capital. Leaving really was the only option. Elsewhere, another figure is thinking the exact same thing. To sharpen her blade properly, there's one very specific place she needs to be. The place where humans face their harshest trials. The place where the greatest war epics in history were actually written. Back with the prince, he says it out loud, where I need to be is. And the storm swallows the rest of the sentence before he can finish it. He doesn't need to finish it anyway, the battlefield. Balerhard points out the looming peaks ahead. The Blade Mountain Range. The border his family has defended for generations, he adds, real pride in his voice. The prince, meanwhile, is just trying not to freeze to death, and Balerhard offers him a spot back in the carriage. Get in the carriage, he says, plain and simple. The prince waves him off. He needs to toughen up to this cold eventually, though he admits he feels like he's causing trouble for someone. Trouble specifically for the old man currently hogging an entire carriage all to himself. Then why bother coming along at all? The prince asks. The old scholar cheerfully explains he wants material for his next book, one that will surely help his highness. Ugh, annoying old man, the prince mutters, completely unconvinced. He just stares off into the snow, silently questioning his life choices. Further down the line, a striking dark-haired knight strides through the snow like the cold doesn't even bother her. Then a sudden stumble sends a jolt through the group. Arwen, are you okay? The prince calls out and she snaps back a little too quickly that she is totally fine. He offers to switch spots with her if the front is too rough. Arwen practically bristles at the suggestion. What kind of knight seeks out personal comfort? Well, at least someone here has enthusiasm to spare. The prince teases and her face goes a little red. Not everyone in the party shares that enthusiasm though. Some of the knights forced along on this trip are clearly less than thrilled about it. They're full of grumbling about getting dragged out here on a royal order they never agreed to. The prince sighs, thinking that if his own knight Carls were here, he'd have whipped this whole group into shape already. Which triggers a memory. The king himself once snapped that the royal knight order is not his personal knight order. The king had pointedly asked whether the prince even really knighted the men he'd personally taken in. He still grumbles about that narrow-minded old geezer to this day. Because of that whole standoff, Carls was barred from joining this northern trip at all. The prince exhales. Whatever trouble this body of his has caused in the past, he's still the king's own blood after all. Still, he can't shake the feeling the king's attitude toward him is excessive even for that. Something's going on he doesn't know about yet. Then the weather turns fast. Balerhard's expression hardens the moment he feels the wind shift. We need to pick up the pace, he orders, no room for argument. If they don't hurry, a full blizzard is going to trap the whole convoy in place. Within moments, the gentle snowfall turns into something else entirely. A full-blown blizzard, the kind of brutal forced march where you can't even hear the person right beside you. Someone stumbles hard in the whiteout. Balerhard's head snaps around instantly. Forget the carriage, we'll recover it later. Grab the horses and move on foot now. The prince channels mana straight into his own voice to cut through the roaring wind. A full mana-amplified shout, loud enough to reach every straggler in the storm. Adelia, he calls out first, checking that she made it out safely. For one long second, there's no answer at all. Then a gloved hand finally moves. Someone turns the question right back around on him, asking if he's all right first. Adelia's face finally comes into view, shaken but very much in one piece. "Yo, your highness, thank you," she manages, still catching her breath. "Arwen, stay with her and keep her safe," the prince orders, already moving on to the next problem. "Yes, your highness," then straight back to barking at the knights still lugging their shields through gale force wind. Drop them, idiots. They're practically getting blown sideways trying to hold onto those things. Huge shields in this wind, swords only, ditch anything slowing you down, we'll come back for it later. He starts directing traffic like he's done this 100 times. Big guy up front, everyone else single file behind him. The knights trade a look, quietly impressed. Guess they don't need to step in after all. One even wonders out loud if his highness has real field experience. Every single step through that blizzard feels like it's worth its weight in gold. Somewhere far ahead through the white haze, a castle silhouette barely peeks into view. The whole group is running on fumes at this point, gasping for breath with every step. And that's exactly when someone loses their footing completely. "Yo, your highness, we've lost a soldier," comes the panicked shout down the line. The prince's head whips around instantly. "Move aside," he shouts, already shoving past the column. He doesn't wait for permission or an escort, he just goes. His hand closes around the fallen soldier before the storm can swallow him completely. One more knight nearly buried in snow, dragged back from the edge just in time. The prince hauls him up himself, cape whipping in the wind, every bit the leader these men didn't expect. The storm doesn't let up for even a second to appreciate the moment. "What are you doing? Keep marching," someone barks impatiently from further up. Apparently even heroics have a schedule. Somehow that hellish forced march finally starts winding down. The prince himself is completely wiped out, barely keeping upright. Still, one boot in front of the other, the group keeps pushing forward. "This damn blizzard," someone grumbles. If it's going to stop eventually, it could really hurry up about it. And then, like it was never even happening, the sky just clears, and there it is, a castle finally in view. Relief washes over the whole exhausted group. The final stretch toward the gates feels almost easy by comparison. Balerhard steps up to the massive castle doors like he's coming home, because he is. There's a flicker of real warmth on his usually stern face. Overhead, his family's banner snaps proudly in the wind. A herald announces him properly this time, commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, home at last. "As the rightful ruler of Balerhard, I welcome the first prince's visit," the assembled guards declare, snapping to attention. The prince can't help but grin. After that march, any welcome at all feels like paradise. The knights fall into formation as the gates finally swing open. Somewhere inside, a new face is already watching the gates, waiting to see this so-called useless prince for himself. This is Winter Castle, the fortress standing sentinel at the very top of the kingdom. It exists for one reason: to keep the monster hordes locked behind the mountains. Specifically, the Blade Mountain range, the single deadliest stretch of terrain the kingdom's got. Ask any grunt stationed there and they'll tell you, monsters spill out every chance they get and the survival rate is the worst in the whole army. It's the posting nobody wants, and back in the capital, one noblewoman calls it Balarhard's greatest weapon and its heaviest chain. Meanwhile, the comfortable nobles sip their tea and wonder aloud what's even worth seeing in such a miserable frozen wasteland. That armchair debate means nothing the second these doors blow open. For the people actually born and raised in Balarhard, this ice isn't politics, it's home. And leading the way through it is the man who calls this frozen fortress family, Count Balarhard. Waiting for them is a knight cut from the same hard stone. A duty and a pride carried for life, the soldiers snap to attention, Vincent Balarhard. Effective today, he's stepping down as acting commander to formally take over as Ranger Company commander. It's a relief you made it back safe, Father, Vincent says. Balarhard just nods. You've done well, Vincent. The prince can't resist teasing his uncle. What's this, you have a son? Balarhard doesn't even blink. Did you think I'd reach this age without a single child? Now that I look at you two, you really do share that same stubborn mouth, Balarhard says, then makes it official. Vincent, this is His Highness, the first Prince Adrian. Vincent's response is dead silence, and it says everything. Vincent, Balarhard's own Ranger Company commander, sizes the prince up like a problem to be solved. Vincent of House Balarhard greets His Highness the First Prince. He says stiff, formal, and not exactly warm. The prince just grins back, easy as ever. "Ah, nice to meet you." Vincent isn't having it. Winter Castle, he says, is a fortress for true warriors who cast their lives aside for noble conviction. It is, he continues, no place for a scoundrel chased out of the capital to go idle away his time with women. Then, stiffly, he offers to guide the prince through the castle anyway. Ah, right, the prince shrugs it off. Why, Vincent seethes internally, would his father drag someone like this all the way out here? Father, what exactly is happening here? Vincent demands. Balarhard's answer is maddeningly simple, just as you heard. He's decided to become Adrian's patron, and for the time being, the prince is staying right here in Balarhard. Was he not cast aside even by His Majesty? Vincent practically shouts. Wasn't he the scoundrel whose lack of talent you criticized so harshly yourself? Balarhard just stares out at the frozen mountains, unreadable. People change is all he says. I ask only one thing of you, Vincent. Watch him without prejudice. Vincent's jaw tightens, clearly easier said than done. Cut to dinner in the castle, where the prince is settling in and someone's about to walk through that door with an agenda. How goes the subjugation of the monster tribes? Balarhard asks. We've steadily thinned their numbers, but plenty of ground is still uncleared. Now that you're here, Father, we intend to move in earnest, Vincent reports. Then the remaining forces are the Ranger Company. The prince goes quiet, clearly filing that away. The real problem, it turns out, is the orcs. A pack of fewer than 20 has dug in near the mountain entrance. Not a huge number, but too many to handle with just the Rangers' arrows. That's exactly why we're pulling knights stationed here in the castle to help. Here, Vincent says, tapping the map. And just like that, the prince's eyes light up with an idea nobody in this room is going to love. I'll handle it, he announces. Your Highness, the orcs of the Blade Mountain Range are not ordinary orcs, Vincent warns. If this goes wrong, it wrecks the Rangers' entire operation. The prince just turns to his uncle instead. Uncle. Balarhard says nothing at first, then asks Vincent flatly, what are the confirmed numbers and strength of these orcs? At most 20 confirmed so far. No warriors or shamans have been spotted among them, but they can't be ruled out either. The prince stands up like the decision's already made. Are you confident? Balarhard asks him directly. Father, Vincent snaps, that entrance is one of the Rangers' primary routes. If we misstep and it turns into a drawn-out fight, every future operation gets twice as hard. And if anything happens to His Highness, Balarhard's whole standing takes the hit. Balarhard almost smirks. He did raise the boy sharp, then cuts him off flat. Enough, stop worrying. Turning to one of his new men, the prince gets down to business. What does he need? First, 3 guides. Upgrade my men's gear. If you've got crossbows, lend us some, he adds, already thinking 3 steps ahead. That's not difficult, I'll arrange it, comes the reply while 2 older knights trade a wary look behind him. Vincent, for his part, still looks ready to chew through stone. We're moving out, the prince announces to his newly assembled escort. What do you mean? One soldier asks, bewildered, as word comes down. They've just been handed an orc subjugation order. 20 enemies confirmed, maybe warriors or shamans mixed in. Your Highness, the third corps is already here, so why should we? One of them starts to object. Escort you, he finishes. That works out perfectly, the prince grins, already drafting them into his own plan. You'll have to follow me to protect me anyway, he points out, hard to argue with that logic. Retrieve the equipment and report back to me, he orders. Escort duty either way, apparently. Yes, Your Highness, comes the resigned reply. Whether he likes it or not, these are the soldiers he's been handed, so he might as well put them to use. They were shaky in the blizzard, but this one, Hans Detch, is a hand-picked royal elite. Solid swordsmanship, formal drills, siege defense, the works. And this one's Joseph, trained in interrogation and disguise. A strange pair of skills for a monster hunt. Though, the prince notes privately, there's one distinctly suspicious man mixed into this group. Oh, someone's already waiting for them at the gate. You're the guide, the prince asks, sizing up a blue-haired stranger. You may not realize it, Your Highness, but if this mission fails, the consequences will be far worse than you think, the guide warns. You're taking this far too lightly. We will not fail, the prince replies, dead serious for once. For a second the air between them practically crackles. Then the prince quietly does some digging of his own and realizes only one of the men behind this guide is an actual ranger. This so-called guide, his hidden gift reveals, is at minimum a triple chain knight. The rest of his escort, knights playing dress-up as rangers, somebody's babysitting him and hiding it badly. If things turn ugly, they clearly intend to step in themselves. The prince just smirks, he's onto them. Well, I suppose I can overlook that much, he decides. Now then, time to move out. Adelia, don't worry, I won't be taking you on this one, he tells his knight before they leave. I'm sorry, Your Highness, she says, crestfallen at being left behind. Truth is, he can't risk her volatile traits awakening the wrong way out on a battlefield, not by accident. Conserve your stamina as you walk, the guide lectures the group as they trek out into the snow. Let it drop and your limbs stiffen, your combat suffers especially on ice like this. Watch your footing. Vincent mutters that this guy's lecturing is somehow even worse than his own father's. The march continues through the snow until a white rabbit suddenly bolts across their path. A rabbit, the guide isn't convinced it's nothing and pulls out a scope to check. Through the lens, blood scattered wide across the snow up ahead. More of it smeared across the white in every direction. And crouched in the middle of it, a pair of glowing red eyes. The guide's expression goes flat and calculating. There's a group of orcs ahead, he confirms, weapons already coming up. What do we do? Vincent asks. The prince just raises a hand, he's got this. Load, comes the order, and crossbows click into ready position. The prince steps forward himself, hand still raised, calm as anything. An orc looks up and doesn't even get a full second to react. Cruck. Blood's already soaking into the snow before the fight properly starts. Something in him shifts the moment real battle is finally on the table. Hello, he says, almost fond, it's been a while. Fire, Vincent orders, and the volley rips through the air. An orc chief barrels straight through the bolts, roaring. It doesn't get much further. The prince is already airborne, blade first. Heavy footsteps pound the frozen ground as more of them close in. His grip tightens, eyes locked on the next target. The chief roars out a challenge. The prince answers by charging straight at it. That roar is soaked in pure killing intent, and he doesn't so much as flinch. He clears the distance in one leap, blade flashing. Something breaks under the strike armor, bone, maybe both. And there's that smile again, the one that says he's exactly where he wants to be. And the blood keeps flying. Another orc goes down hard. The stench of blood clings to everything now, thick, coppery everywhere. What I've missed, he murmurs, blood on his cheek, what I've longed for. This is nice, he says quietly, and it is not a comforting kind of calm. More orcs surge in, and he meets every single one of them head on. This is the air of the battlefield, and right on cue, someone starts yelling that it's dangerous. "Do not come any closer," one of the rangers shouts, not a plea for help, a warning to everyone else. Because right now, the prince mid-battle is not someone you want to be standing next to. He's not even registering any of that focus, locked entirely on the fight. Somewhere in the chaos, something old stirs a power that isn't quite his own. Step wrong here, and you get dragged into it completely. Flashback: more than 400 years ago, a lone white-haired swordsman stood surrounded by an entire orc horde and did not back down. Back when orcs weren't monsters but proud rulers of the continent, this isn't myth or legend, it's the song of a man who never even got a name in the history books. A man who carried nothing but a burning hatred for orcs, forged out of something far worse than anger. A mourning song for a father whose strength finally gave out after endless battle. "I stack the green corpses," the old song goes, "and climb the mountain." The fleeting song of an extraordinary avenger, and it isn't staying buried in the past anymore. Beneath it all, a crimson lake spreads, and something tells you the prince just inherited every drop of it. The prince raises his blade, wrapped head to toe in crimson light, and starts singing a verse that was never his to know. Poem of vengeance activated. Whatever that 400-year-old avenger left behind, it just found its next voice. They say people die all the time up at the winter castle, so nobody blinks twice when a few more never come home. Don't worry, someone tells him there won't be any actual fighting where he's headed. Famous last words. The man pulling the strings just laughs it off. What's that so-called trash prince really going to do out there? He figures the prince will just hide in the castle, hoping to steal his uncle's glory. No, he says, the only one worth watching is the uncle himself, Count Balerhard. So he gives the order, keep eyes on the winter castle and report anything strange straight back to him. One more thing, he presses, can his man actually pull this off? The red-headed errand boy just grins and takes the job. "I'll do my best," he says, though we all know how that usually goes. Whoever this guy is, he's not just some clerk. White hair, a killer stare, and eyes that flash an unnatural yellow when he's scheming. Cut to the winter castle itself, where somebody's already shouting for the count. Our spy turns out to already be a regular knight posted here, and right now he's staring at something that doesn't match the calm he was promised. This can't be, he stammers, backing up a step. Because barreling out of the tree line is a very real, very furious orc. So much for no fighting. "This is nothing like what I was told," he screams. A commander barks the order anyway. First row, hold formation, advance. Steel meets orc hide in the opening clash of the battle. A rookie takes a hit almost immediately, and it shows. "Damn it, what should I?" he mutters, completely out of his depth. Second row, attack, someone yells and he charges anyway. A scream tears out of him as something huge closes in. He freezes, wide-eyed, sensing this is about to go very wrong. "My attacks aren't working at all," he realizes, spear caught dead in a massive green fist. He unloads everything he's got anyway. I'm dead," he wails, a little premature as it turns out. Out of nowhere, a bolt of blue lightning rips through the air and saves his skin. Enter his rescuer, a knight with silver hair and a blade wreathed in crackling lightning, dropping in like she owns the battlefield. She carves through the orc that had him cornered without even breaking stride. The rookie just kneels there, shell-shocked, spear still shaking in his grip. He can't even manage a word. More orcs just keep coming, fists swinging. Hi-he-ek is about all he can manage. "This is a battlefield," she tells him flatly. "Don't you dare drop your weapon." "Yes, ma'am," he yelps, snapping straight back into formation. The line staggers back into shape, bloodied but holding. It's clear now this fight is far from over. All troops prepare for battle, the order rings out. Leading the real threat is a hulking orc warlord, armored and grinning, stomping toward the front line. There are quite a lot of them, the silver-haired knight notes, unbothered. "It'll be hard to handle them all with just our current numbers," she admits. Then she catches sight of something in the distance that makes even her tense up. Something cuts clean through the orc line in a streak of red, and it isn't one of theirs. The shockwave lights up the whole battlefield. The knights scramble, completely thrown by whatever just tore through the orc ranks. Even their fiercest fighter can't hide her shock. Because dropping out of the sky, cape snapping, a crimson aura boiling off him, is the first prince himself. The orcs don't even get a chance to react. He lands right in the thick of them like he was invited. And immediately gets to work. He's pushing that hidden power of his hard breath ragged, eyes burning red. "Yo, your highness," one of the garrison knights blurts, not quite believing it. Blood-streaked and running on fumes, he doesn't slow down. "Your highness," someone shouts a warning a little too late to matter. He's already ducked under the next blow and closing the distance. Then the story rewinds years, maybe decades, to another battlefield against these same orcs. A lone knight in black armor, eyes burning red, cuts down orcs like it's the only thing left in the world. But no matter how many he cut down, it was never enough. He tears through the line without mercy. Kill after kill, the number never seemed to matter. He cuts them down one after another, no hesitation left in him. And killed again and again, still never enough. Because this man isn't fighting for glory, he's starving for the blood of the ones who wronged him. Another orc rushes in to try its luck. He wandered the barren, orc-ruled wastelands alone, hunting them down one by one. Every step took him deeper into hostile territory, and every step meant another fight for his life. He doesn't hesitate for a second, even now. Each blow he takes lands harder than it should on a man pushed this far. He keeps swinging anyway. The mana that once fueled his strength is running dangerously low. Truth is, it had dried up entirely, a long time ago. And yet somehow he still refuses to stop. The years and the fighting have aged him far past what's natural. Only the enchanted sword in his hand keeps him upright anymore. It's burning through what little life he has left, just to grant him one final wish. All of this, it turns out, is a requiem for his murdered wife and daughter. Once, before any of this, he was just a husband and father coming home to a house torn apart. A family portrait splattered with blood is all that's left of them. The orcs had slaughtered them so completely, there wasn't even a body left to bury. Something in him broke that day and never really came back. And eventually, he finally stood face to face with the one enemy that actually mattered. The very creature that ended his family. By now, his hair has gone completely white, and there isn't much of him left to lose. The clash between them shakes the whole battlefield. Physically, he's already in ruins. But he laughs anyway, a rasping, bloody sound. His eyes have gone fully red now, burning through whatever's left of him. He throws everything he has left into one final strike. Steel meets monster in one blinding exchange. For one heartbeat, it actually looks like he's landed the killing blow. The impact rips through the whole clearing. Then his face falls, it wasn't enough. The orc barrels back into him like the hit never happened. Dark energy tears through the air between them. The orc is still standing and it's furious. It swats him aside like he weighs nothing at all. There was no miracle waiting for him. He hits the ground and doesn't get back up. The battlefield goes quiet around him. But even like this, he never once gave up. Something like his spirit seems to rise off him. The orc that killed his family lies dead right beside him now, for whatever that's worth. He can't speak anymore, there's nothing left to say. Just the sword driven into the earth, still glowing like it remembers him. A story untold to anyone, unknown to all. I alone shall be the one who remembers it all, someone vows. And with that, the first prince snaps back to the present, shaken by what he just saw. Back in the present, he's standing over a field of dead orcs, sword still in hand. His face is set, whatever he just saw changed something in him. Knights, take on the orc warriors, he orders, and the line surges forward. The rest of you, keep the rest of them in check. His blade doesn't waver once. I remember now, he breathes, the legend from moments ago clicking into place. The song of vengeance is an unfinished song, he realizes, and lets that hidden power of his out fully. I have to finish it, he says, and means it. He surges forward, ready to close out a fight that's centuries overdue. He tears into the orc line without slowing down. One of them gets a clean hit and he shrugs it right off. Blood and red mana spray with every swing. Every strike carries that same red, hungry aura from the legend. He's fighting like he's got something to prove to somebody who isn't even here anymore. The strikes keep coming faster than the orcs can answer. They keep throwing bodies at him, and it barely slows him down. A little chime rings out in his head, a new verse has just been added to the song of vengeance. Between the bodies piling up, you could honestly call it a mountain at this point. And beneath it, a crimson pond, the verse continues, forming almost on its own. And here he murmurs half in a trance. And here I stand, he finishes the unfinished song, finally finding its last line. To honor your soul, he says, landing the final blow in that stranger's name. And just like that, the song of vengeance completes itself and becomes something new, the song of requiem. Nearby, Count Balerhard watches, clearly recognizing exactly what he just witnessed. The prince's own eyes are still burning from the effort. Ahead, the orc's own war banner still flies over the corpses, not for long. He grabs it himself and snaps the pole clean in half. He plants the broken banner in the snow like a signature. The orcs are annihilated, he announces, "I declare victory." The knights erupt behind him. "It's our victory," someone shouts, and for once, nobody's arguing about who gets the credit. Still catching his breath, he wonders aloud about the name behind everything he just saw. Vincent Balerhard, wasn't it? Count Balerhard's smirk answers the question before he even opens his mouth. Turns out Vincent Balerhard was the heir of a family who devoted generations to fighting monsters, sharing his name with a pitiable avenger from long before him. That same avenger who once threw away everything chasing his own revenge. He laid down his life trying to wipe out that one orc's whole existence and whispered something about the next life as he went. The sword he left behind still glows faintly in the snow, like a promise, "Let's meet again." How ironic, considering who just finished his song for him. We open mid-battle, a blade rips clean through an enemy banner in a burst of fire and cinders. A black-haired officer's eyes go sharp and cold as the clash rings out around him. He holds the captured banner up in stunned silence, cinders and blood still clinging to the cloth. A blonde soldier steps up and holds it out to him properly. "Please accept it," he says. He just blinks, baffled why the honor's being handed to him. Turns out it's tradition in the 3rd Legion, whoever fights bravest gets to keep the enemy's banner. A priceless trophy of honorable victory, they call it, and today it's his. He stares at his prize under the dusk sky, pride and something heavier warring on his face. And the black-haired officer starts, about to make it official. He declares flatly, "The owner of that banner is you, Your Highness. This blonde soldier is our prince." A fellow officer with long dark hair turns and calls his title, pulling him back to the moment. Officers gather in behind him, the firelight catching their armor. Troops kneel and offer their respect for his astounding bravery in battle. "Honor to His Highness the Prince for his valor," the ranks roar as he walks the line. He can't help it, that grin is pure, cocky satisfaction. "Say it louder," he teases the troops, "nothing like milking your own victory speech." The chant builds behind him, fire and light swallowing the battlefield. Hooded soldiers rally in behind him and Balerhard, ready to march the win home. "So everyone here can hear you," he grins, not remotely embarrassed about it. He's riding high on it, that confident smile never slipping. The banner rises high as he starts the chant himself, "We won," he roars, and the whole column erupts with him. Fists in the air, soldiers scream, "Honor to His Highness the Prince, the win is theirs. Welcome to Winter Castle, Your Highness." The gates open on a hero's welcome. Victory, cheers, glory, the whole return plays out like a triumphant blur. For one quiet second he lets himself savor it. Right now, all of it is in his hands. Later he can't resist bragging. "I'm the one who owns this banner," he crows, fist in the air. "Yeah, I'm the one," Balerhard cuts in flatly, topping him. 16. The prince's smug grin freezes on his face. "Orc banners," Balerhard clarifies, 16 of them, casually, like it's nothing. "Ugh, how childish, Commander," one soldier mutters, watching the two of them go at it. He is not letting this go. "So what, this banner is mine," he shouts, digging in like a stubborn kid. Balerhard grabs him by the collar, mock menacing, and the prince yelps. Uncle and nephew still squaring off like children twice their age apart. Back to the aftermath, the battlefield still smolders, wreckage and embers scattered across the snow. Fire still crawls through the tree line, the raid's cost written across the whole forest. The Legion regroups in the wreckage, counting what's left. Balerhard raises an arm, calling the troops back into order. 2 ranger officers who tagged along size up the damage. For having fought an elite orc combat unit, one says, "This isn't that bad." "Is that so?" Balerhard replies, unreadable as ever. "Still, it's a real shame," the ranger officer adds quietly, mourning the losses under the win. "For our fallen," Balerhard says, "mourning and remembrance through victory is enough. In Balerhard we soothe their spirits," he goes on, voice going cold. With orc blood, his house's creed is grim, and he means every word of it. Nearby, a ranger scout stares at the prince, unnerved. Same name, he mutters, and he even talks. The same way he finishes shaken. Could he really be that man's reincarnation? The scout wonders aloud. Anyway, someone changes the subject as the column moves out. Did the 3rd Legion always send this many with us? One soldier asks, eyeing the unusually large escort. Well, there just happened to be a ranger unit nearby, so they joined up, comes the answer, suspiciously tidy. What an amazing coincidence, the prince says. A coincidence, yes, Balorhard echoes, neither of them buying it. Balorhard lets a knowing little smile slip. He realizes it plainly. Command didn't trust him alone out here, so they quietly sent backup. More than that, he presses, not satisfied, it's just precaution. Why would an orc combat unit come all this way to launch a raid like this? He wonders. And it's strange, none of the rangers detected their movement, Balorhard adds, making it worse. We should probably hurry back a bit sooner, he decides, cutting the campaign short. The column marches for home under a bruised evening sky. They reach the capital's walls at last, Balorhard trailing a private, unreadable smile. You've done well, welcome back all of you, comes the greeting at the gate. The column files in, Balorhard leading the way. He can't help a genuine grin at the warm welcome home. A flash of memory hits him himself as a small boy, waving a trophy banner and shouting the exact same brag. To claim a banner on your first sortie, the officers marveled back then, that's incredible, your highness. Little him waving that banner like it's the greatest thing that's ever happened. He's bragging about it again, I swear that's like the 11th time, some things never change. The memory fades, pulling him back to the present. That's right, he starts before someone cuts in, you said there were strange signs in the mountains. The orc combat unit showed up too early, Balorhard says, they were practically right next to our scouts. Either they found some big prey or something's happened deeper in the range, he adds, grim. Neither sounds like a good sign for us, the prince says flatly. I'd like to let you rest, but time is tight. Come with me for a bit, Balorhard says, pulling him along anyway. They head in through the castle gate together. He shoots his uncle a confused look, unsure exactly where they're headed. Your Highness, a guard greets him respectfully as they pass. Thank you for your hard work, he replies, polite as ever. Isn't he acting kind of weird? He mutters to a companion about his uncle's lately odd behavior. He's a rough sort of man, the ranger officer beside him offers, amused. It probably felt awkward flipping his attitude over like a coin, she adds with a smirk. Your Highness, someone calls out and he turns just in time. Adelia comes sprinting up, beaming, you came back safely. Adelia, he's caught off guard as she throws herself at him with relief. I was so worried your Highness might get hurt or get lost on the way, she rambles, clearly having spiraled the whole time he was gone. Adelia, he says gently, cutting her rambling short. Yes, she squeaks, flustered the second he uses her name. He holds up the banner, do you know what this is? Night falls over the castle as he finally retreats alone to his chambers. An aide arrives with word from Balorhard. Within days, a new ranger unit will be formed to scout the mountains. We have no idea what might be happening inside the range, the aide explains. We'll only select elite troops who specialize in scouting the mountains, he continues. That means your Highness won't be involved this time, the aide finishes and the prince's face falls. Says who, he bristles, not thrilled about being sidelined. And why are you coming all the way to my room to tell me what was said in a meeting, he presses. The commander ordered me to, the aide admits. He catches on with a smirk, seems uncle wants us to get closer. Well, that's not exactly hard, he shrugs. Got it, you can go now. The aide bows, please get some good rest, he says, and takes his leave. Left alone at last, he sinks into his chair. His expression turns distant, the day finally catching up with him. His gaze drifts to the captured banner, draped across the table in the dim light. As for this battle, he admits quietly to himself, I went too deep into it. It was the first time he sang an old war epic perfectly, without skipping a single line, and it swallowed him whole. He holds the banner to his chest, lost in thought. I'll probably go through this again and again, he thinks. None of the war epics I remember are completely my own yet. The ones I possess, he reflects, golden light coiling around a raised sword in his mind. Yet are not entirely mine, the thought continues heavy. I need to make them wholly my own, he resolves. Just like how the Song of Vengeance became the Song of Requiem, he remembers, golden energy curling at his collar. A faint tap breaks the quiet of the darkened room. It comes again closer this time, he goes still. He freezes, every instinct telling him something's watching. A bird, he says, peering toward the window. No, that's a strange white creature with glowing purple eyes stares back at him through the glass. Its beak drips with an unnatural, hungry glow. Nothing about this thing is right. That's no ordinary bird, and with that chilling reveal the chapter cuts to black. A strange white bird drops out of nowhere, wings crackling with someone else's magic. The first prince clocks it in half a second flat. That thing reeks of a very specific someone's spellwork. Sure enough, her face flickers into view through the spell, all silk and smugness, asking if he liked her little gift. The bird's eyes glow as it echoes her satisfied little hum, just as she thought. A gift, right? His eyebrow does not appreciate the phrasing. Then it clicks, that orc combat unit that tore through the foothills, that was her gift. Fury cracks through him, and for one dangerous second that hidden dark power flares behind him before he wrestles it back down. Her voice stays syrup-sweet, insisting she only wanted him a challenge more suited to his stature. She truly hopes His Highness will graciously accept the gesture. He mutters that dozens of rangers died for that gesture, and she's shameless enough to brag about it. Cut to the carnage itself, orcs tearing through the snow while her little messenger bird watches from a branch. He figures she enjoyed the show plenty, pitting that orc unit against them like some twisted victory song. Back in her chambers, Sigrun sprawls across the floor like a diva, purring that this is exactly what elves call goodwill. Somebody off to the side, unimpressed, tells her to quit the theatrics and get to the point already. The prince just deadpans back at the bird still perched on his shoulder. How cold. The bird flutters off, relaying her mock heartbroken line about unrequited love being such a painful road. The message signs off wistfully. She'll simply keep waiting for the day he finally opens his heart to her. He does not look moved at all. Then her tone shifts, dead serious. There's something deep inside those mountains that His Highness actually needs. His hand tightens without him quite meaning it to. The vision she sends is grim, some ancient, colossal thing slumbering deep in the firelit peaks. If he manages to turn that thing into lyrics, she guarantees it'll make for one hell of an ode. A magnificent ode. Despite himself, he's interested. The bird flinches hard, eyes going wide. Something in the spell is failing. It flails and warns him this lovely little messenger doesn't have much time left. Until we meet again. Feathers and static scatter past his face as the message starts to fade. The enchanted bird dissolves into feathers and a falling violet orb, gone as fast as it came. He mutters that she's unpleasant right up to the very last second. Still, he thinks it over. What Sigrun actually wants from him is painfully obvious. She wants a new ode of valor written. Elves, by nature, can only ever be the audience for one, never its speaker. In his head he pictures her mid-sword dance, forever weaving someone else's glory into her own songs. They can never be the speaker of their own ode, only the chorus behind somebody else's legend. So feeding him information now is really just an investment, a better story for her to sing later, through him. Still, he lets himself smile, a small, knowing one. Fine, he decides, I'll play along just this once. At Valorhard, his uncle lays it out plainly. The rangers move through the outskirts like it's their own backyard. But no one who's ever gone deep into the interior has come back out, not one person. No one, the prince presses. Their actual mission, Valorhard says, is just to stop the monsters coming down, not to go exploring. Which means the prince realizes nobody alive actually knows what's hiding in there. Once, he muses, the world's mysteries got picked clean by knights chasing transcendence, ransacking every corner of the earth. One of those nights, blade-drenched, cutting down some horror mid-battle, a taste of exactly how brutal that hunt got. But here, in these mountains, one taboo has survived every single one of them. Walking the ridge beside his uncle, the prince just says, I see. He admits it, almost soft. Coming to Valorhard was a good call, for more reasons than one. I'm just saying in case, he adds, and there is absolutely a glint in his eye. He isn't hiding well. Valorhard turns dead serious. Do not even think about going into the interior of those mountains. The prince clasps his hand and swears it, "Yeah, I won't, don't worry." Then to absolutely nobody he adds with a smirk, "Not yet anyway." Snow rolls over the Valorhard stronghold, standing guard at the edge of the mountains, quiet for now. Down at the gate a bored guard lets out a huge yawn, peace for the moment. The prince runs drills anyway, already itching for a real fight. He wonders out loud what kind of bastard is even waiting for him up in those peaks. He catches himself though, not the time to just charge in yet. He just needs more battles, more victories, before he earns that right. Valorhard being a war zone practically year-round, that shouldn't take long. Then the alarm rips through the fortress, red and screaming. Soldiers scramble across the courtyard as the alert spreads wall to wall. The prince swears under his breath, another raid already. The knight commander bellows for everyone to assemble on the walls now. Orders fly down the line, call in every soldier stationed outside the castle, "Bring more arrows." The prince snaps to full alert at the shout, jaw tight. Archers scramble into position along the ramparts, standing by. More armored reinforcements pour up onto the wall behind them. Valorhard finds the prince already there waiting. "Uncle, you're here." His uncle's gaze locks onto something moving fast, out past the ridgeline. The prince's golden lion crest catches the light as he braces for whatever's coming. Out across the white peaks something is closing in, fast. Valorhard's rangers come sprinting back across the open snow, running flat out for their lives. Valorhard's face goes hard, the rangers are fleeing. The prince demands to know from what exactly. Officers on the wall scream at the runners to move faster. Behind them, an orc rider bears down on a massive black wolf, gaining fast. The wolf riders are catching up, they're still just barely out of bow range, just a little more. The prince breaks into a run toward the gate himself, cloak snapping behind him. Rangers curse the shitty orcs as the pack closes the last stretch of distance. But Valorhard mutters that something about this doesn't add up. Wolves shouldn't be able to run down trained rangers like that. He's sure of it now, they're being toyed with, kept just close enough to terrify, not close enough to kill. Yet. Screams echo off the castle walls as the chase slams into the gate's shadow. The prince realizes if this keeps up, they're going to get wiped out right at the doorstep. One hooded ranger at the back of the pack stops and turns to look behind him. He draws his blade instead of running any further. He's decided he'll buy the others some time, whatever it costs. He plants his feet as a wolf rider bears down on him, screaming for it to just come on already. Back at the wall, a younger ranger begs him not to stop while he keeps roaring at the orcs to bring it, declaring himself a ranger of the great Valorhard. The wolf clamps down mid-swing as steel meets fang. Blood sprays across the snow as the blade finally connects. He goes down hard, the orc's axe finds its mark. Silence falls, blood pools slowly into the white snow. On the wall, a young ranger cries out in horror at what she just watched happen. Valorhard's jaw goes tight, damn it. Heavy with guilt, he orders every soldier off the wall except the standing guard. The surviving rangers just stare at him, stunned he'd give up like that. He turns to the prince, flat and hard, "Aren't you going to ask why I didn't save him? Isn't that exactly why you brought me out here?" The prince already knows, yes, it's a trap. Send troops out there and they get devoured right along with them. Common sense, he adds, just doesn't apply to fights with monsters. They don't even care about their own losses. Valorhard, a war of attrition is exactly what they want, and winter has only just begun. The prince agrees they cannot afford to move recklessly, not yet. A knight shouts a fresh warning, the wolf riders are circling back again. Fresh blood marks the snow where the last wave hit, a grim little reminder of the stakes. The wolf pack regroups out on the plain, teeth bared, ready for another run at the wall. They slam into the defenses again, blood and snow flying. A hooded ranger blinks, freezing mid-motion. He raises his horn halfway and stops cold. What? On the ground below, one of the dead twitches. They're still alive. The realization lands like a punch to the gut. The rangers trade an uneasy look, murmurs rippling down the line. Out on the snow, the wolf pack lines back up, growling low and steady. Valorhard's fist clenches, blood staining the snow beneath it. This winter, he mutters, really isn't like the usual ones. He and the prince trade a look that's some uncharacteristically clever cruelty for orcs. Something huge cuts through the storm, a tattered red cape trailing a distant, powerful silhouette. A massive orc chieftain strides forward in spiked crimson armor, wolf riders falling in behind him like a small army. His face twists into a snarl, one eye burning a furious red. The prince goes rigid. No, that energy is. The chieftain's weapon crashes down hard enough to shake the ground. Balorhard's expression turns to stone at the sight of him. For one gut-drop second, it looks like the orcs are about to hold an execution. No, Balorhard cuts that thought off flat. They move right now, the prince, his uncle, and the guard breaking into a dead sprint. The orc horde surges forward under a tattered crimson banner, roaring as one. Word comes back fast, they're not here to fight yet, they're requesting a duel. The prince's mind flashes back to Sigrun's warning, something ancient, sleeping deep inside these very peaks. And just like that, it clicks. He thinks he finally knows exactly what that gift of hers was pointing him toward. The reason, he realizes, is that this orc has been. A voice booms out across the snow, red banner snapping in the wind, let us fight. The chieftain roars that he'll fight with honor to reclaim the name of his legion. For the great king, his voice echoes clean off the mountains, and yeah, he is shouting that awfully loud. Deep in the snowy borderlands, an orc war party marches out under a blood-red banner, and they are not here to make friends. Word reaches the castle fast. The orcs have taken hostages and are demanding a duel to settle the whole mess. That's right, comes the grim confirmation, and nobody in that hallway looks thrilled about it. Even the prince's own men can't quite wrap their heads around it, disbelief written all over their faces. If you don't believe me, the prince says, already walking, see for yourself. He heads for the front line in person, because apparently reading a report just isn't dramatic enough for this guy. Standing in full view of the orc horde, he bellows out his answer, challenge accepted. The orc chieftain barks out the ground rules, everyone not fighting falls back 200 steps and gets off their mounts. The prince answers back in fluent orcish, and the shock on every green face says nobody saw that coming. Don't tell me you've turned your back on your own kind, the chieftain snarls, completely thrown. Never have, the prince fires back coolly, and lets them sit with exactly how unsettling that answer is. Enough riddles, he cuts straight to business, tell me how you want to do this. The chieftain grins wide, more than happy to lay out the terms of the coming bloodbath. The prince adds one condition of his own, anyone who interferes gets dealt with, no exceptions. Turning back to his own stunned officers, he can't resist needling them, believe me now. One of them just stares, completely floored. What on earth have you been on about this whole time? None of it adds up to them. A prince who somehow speaks fluent orcish is not in anybody's job description. Before anyone can finish that thought, something out on the snow catches every eye. A pair of orc riders come tearing across the snow on massive wolves, weapons raised. Then, just as fast, the whole horde pulls back on its own, like they actually got the memo about the deal. A grizzled veteran mutters he spent winters posted at Balahard and never once seen orcs behave like that. Save the shock for later comes the flat reply, there's business to finish first. Turns out the orcs' demand is dead simple, at least on paper. 5 fighters aside, but only warriors who were actually part of the last battle qualify to step up. That rule sends everyone's mind straight back to the brutal skirmish that started this whole mess. You mean the mountain ambush? Someone asks, and Count Balorhard already has a name in mind, Vincent. Vincent gets yanked forward by the collar before he can even process being volunteered. Yes, Your Excellency. A wounded ranger shoves forward too, desperate to avenge the comrades they lost out there. Another one steps up to volunteer, but the prince stops them cold with a single word, wait. We already have 2, he says, and just like that the volunteering window slams shut. The rangers panic. If the prince means himself as one of the 5, that sounds like a suicide mission. Who else here actually understands them? He shoots back. Not exactly comforting, but hard to argue with. Nobody's got a counter for that, and it shows. Someone else tries to talk their way into the last spot. The prince shuts it down flat, I don't want to. Then let us have at least one. Someone begs right as a sharp-eyed newcomer steps into frame. Arwen, the prince says instead, turning to her, you can do it, right? Yes, Your Highness, she answers simply, which raises an obvious question. Since when does she speak Orcish too? Even Count Balorhard looks stunned. She's the first person besides the prince he's ever met who can speak it. The prince goes quiet for a second, filing that little coincidence away. Balerhard cuts the moment short. Don't waste time wondering if talk could have fixed this before. Only orc nobles serving their king ever learn that tongue. Out on the field, the orcs are already getting impatient for their fight. "We're going," comes the reply, muttered along with a few choice words about that particular bastard. "Let's head down," the prince says, and the 5 chosen duelists start their walk toward the field. They make their way out together, snow crunching underfoot, nobody saying much. In his head, the prince turns something over. There aren't many true coincidences in this world. His thoughts drift all the way back to the moment he first woke up in this world at all. Not long after, an elf envoy who'd never once bothered with this kingdom suddenly came calling. And now the orc king himself has stirred for the first time in 400 years. That's not nothing. Something out there groans and creaks under the ice, like the whole world's holding its breath. Even the castle behind him seems to feel it, lightning flickering over its towers. What all these signs are supposed to add up to, he honestly has no idea. But whatever's coming, he can feel it bearing down on this exact moment. Still, that's a problem for later. Right now there's an orc war party waiting on him. Right now there's only one thing that actually matters. The orc fighters spread out across the snow, weapons ready. The duelists square up on the other side, capes snapping in the wind. The prince cracks a small, sharp smile. It's time to fight. The chieftain roars a challenge that could probably be heard back at the castle. "So you're my opponent," he grins down at the prince, sizing him up like a meal. "What, you don't like the sound of that?" the chieftain taunts. "Don't flatter yourself," he laughs. "Out of this whole sorry lot, you've got the most potential, which just makes you the perfect rare delicacy." He finishes with a hungry grin. Charming guy. The prince just smirks back. That's funny. Because in his head, this orc is technically the first opponent ever to size him up without an ounce of prejudice. Funny thing to realize about the guy who wants to eat him. One of his own men panics, begging to take his place. "That bastard's too much for you." The prince doesn't even answer, he's already moving. And just like that, the chieftain's caught completely off guard, staggering back with a strangled grunt. The fight is on, and the prince isn't wasting a second of it. One of the wolf mounts snarls, ready to join the fray. Arwen doesn't hesitate either, throwing herself straight into the thick of it. Orcs don't fight in formation like knights do, the prince notes, sizing up the chaos. So everyone, he calls out to his side, blade already lit up with mana. "Do whatever it takes to survive." The order given, the whole line surges forward. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks as the two sides finally collide. Arwen's blade lights up as she carves clean through an orc's guard. It's a blur of steel and mana out there now, nobody's holding back. An orc lunges in hard, trying to catch the prince off balance. He's already airborne, well out of reach. He comes down right on top of the chieftain, blades locking in a shower of sparks. For a second, all you can see is the fury behind his eyes. The chieftain howls as his weapon gets knocked clean out of his grip. But there's no time to enjoy it. Another orc's already barreling in from the side. He drops low, resetting his stance mid-fight without missing a beat. That's when something much bigger shoulders its way onto the field. "Despite that remarkable spirit of yours," it rumbles, "you're surprisingly weak. What a pity." The prince just keeps walking toward it unbothered. Well, we'll see. Something shifts in him, a darker edge creeping into his expression. And then it erupts, a surge of power he's kept hidden until now, finally let off the leash. The whole battlefield lights up under it, swallowed in swirling mana. Somewhere in the chaos, a single order rings out: kill them all. The rangers are done holding back too, months of grief boiling straight over into rage. Pure hatred right there on their faces. This fight was never just about orcs anymore. It's the long-buried grief of hundreds of dead rangers, all boiling over at once. Staring into his own surging power, the prince realizes something uncomfortable. It feels exactly like that same hatred. So he dedicates the next move to them, to every avenger who once wandered these plains looking for payback they never got. One of his men just shakes his head, half smiling. "No matter how much I think about it, coming here was the right call." The mana keeps building, thicker and colder by the second. The prince's eyes go sharp. "All business now." "Thank you for waiting," he murmurs, like he's been looking forward to exactly this. The beast roars in fury or maybe pain, hard to tell which anymore. You green-skinned nobles, the prince starts, voice gone cold, are going to be the sacrifice for my requiem. And with that his hidden power finally gets a name, the Song of Requiem. A horned, spike-helmed orc bursts out of the blizzard with a roar, and the fight for Winter Castle kicks right back into gear. Up close, this thing is uglier and angrier than anything the prince's men have faced, yet all tusks and bloodlust. One of the count's knights doesn't wait for orders, he leaps straight into the swing, sword first. Steel meets tusk in a shower of sparks as Arwen wades into the brawl, blade flashing. The two lock blades, grinding for an opening, neither one gives up. Arwen finally breaks the deadlock with a lightning-charged strike, snarling, "These damn bastards." Beyond her, more orcs are closing in on the castle itself, and Count Balerhard doesn't like what he's seeing. To think orcs are capable of organized cooperation, he mutters. I've never heard of or seen such a thing before. Furthermore, he trails off, clearly bracing for whatever comes next. What comes next is a monster, a hulking, crimson-armored orc unlike anything the scouts reported. Even an orc warrior driven berserk by shaman magic shouldn't hit power levels like this, someone breathes. The first prince locks eyes on the new threat, jaw set. And here's the kicker, the fact that he's the one pushing this monster back is just as unbelievable to the men watching. The clash lights up the night, prince and orc trading blows neither side can afford to lose. A lone silhouette charges forward under the pale moonlight, sword raised. For someone who called me pathetic, the orc sneers, sizing him up, you're not much to look at. Is this all a so-called loyal subject of the king amounts to? Cute, this orc's got jokes. What a vulgar provocation, it says instead, almost bored, dragging this conversation on will only ruin the mood. Then it lunges, roaring, I shall claim your flesh and blood before this excitement fades away. Their attacks collide in a blinding wall of light and force. And underneath his usual moves, the first prince lets something darker slip loose, the shadowy power he normally keeps buried. The orc swings back hard, mana crackling off its blade, refusing to go down easy. For the first time, real fear cracks through its snarl. Wah what? The first prince doesn't give it time to recover. His blade drives straight through, ending the exchange in one clean, brutal strike. The orc's dying scream echoes off the mountainside. It's over, the monster that had the whole camp rattled just went down. The snowy battlefield is a mess of fallen orcs, the tide of the fight finally turning. Count Balerhard strides toward the wreckage, cape snapping in the wind, taking stock. The prince's own thoughts turn grim. Since I borrowed their power, it's only fair I grant them what they desire to settle the debt. There's a weight behind his eyes that wasn't there before this fight started. Farewell, he says quietly, blade raised over the fallen chieftain, and means it. Somewhere in the dark, a grieving voice cries out, "Oh my king." The first prince's blade flashes one more time, finishing what he started. Then something shifts, he freezes mid-motion, this gaze is. He turns slowly, recognition dawning on his face. So it is you. It's the incredibly ancient existence rumored to live somewhere beyond the mountains, and Arwen's just caught up, shouting, Your Highness, are you Ulri? Do not come any closer, he yells back, and for once nobody argues with the panic in his voice. Arwen skids to a stop, sword ready, scanning the ridge for whatever's got him spooked. The mountainside beyond them is scorched red, like something enormous just passed through. More reinforcements push forward through the snow, sensing the fight isn't finished yet. One of the knights stumbles, gasping, as an unseen pressure rolls over the battlefield. Balerhard doubles over, coughing blood, hit by something nobody can even see. He forces himself upright anyway and keeps moving, because that's apparently just how he's built. Something in the distance makes everyone go dead still. The wind picks up around the first prince, and for a moment he's eerily calm. That is, he starts spotting it before anyone else does. A distant howl rolls down from the mountains, low, massive, and very much not human. Red energy rips through the sky like a warning shot. It's not a warning, it's already coming straight for them. A jagged, spear-shaped blast of pure mana screams down the mountainside. It crosses an impossible distance in seconds, aimed dead at the castle. The impact alone rips through the air ahead of it. Block it, the first prince orders, already moving to put himself between the attack and everyone else. The spear bears down on him, red and enormous and clearly not meant to be survivable. Blood spatters against pale hair as the shockwave hits home. For a split second, all you can see is one wide, straining eye. He's holding the line, but only just. The strain shows in every line of his body as he pushes back against a force way above his weight class. As I thought, he grits out, "It is too much for my current strength." The blade in his hand starts to give. The explosion swallows him whole, and Arwen watches in horror from a distance she suddenly wishes was smaller. "Your Highness," she screams, breaking into a dead sprint. The blast tears through the tree line, snow and splinters flying everywhere. Balerhard reaches the wreckage first, stunned. Damn it, just what in the world happened? His face says it all. Whatever he's looking at, it's bad. Something huge and black is buried in the snow nearby, still smoking. It's a spear, an honest-to-God spear, driven clean into the castle grounds like a javelin thrown by a god. "How is His Highness?" Balerhard shouts, already breaking into a run. Boots pound through the snow as everyone converges on the blast site. Arwen's faster than any of them, shield in hand, screaming his name into the wind. The ground where he was standing is scorched black, wide open to the sky. She doesn't slow down, not even close. She drops to her knees beside him in the bloodied snow. Her shield hits the ground, forgotten. Her face goes white with fear. "Your Highness," there he is, not moving, blood soaking into the snow around him. She checks for a pulse and finds nothing. "I cannot feel a pulse." "Your Highness, please stay with us," Arwen begs, hands already moving. She goes quiet, jaw tight, and switches straight into training mode. There's exactly one thing left to try, and she doesn't hesitate. She leans down and breathes for him. "I must restore his breathing," she tells herself over and over. And then a cough, he's back. The tension breaks out of her all at once. His breathing has returned. Relief hits her so hard her hands are shaking. She looks down at him properly for the first time since this whole mess started, and something in her expression softens. And this young Balerhard finally catches up with the rest of the guard. "You certainly took your time showing up," Arwen mutters, only half joking. The prince stirs, barely conscious, and manages one word, "When." "Your Highness, Arwen is right here," she says, gripping his hand tight. He tries to say something else, teeth gritted through the pain. These damn orc bastards," he finally spits out, fully awake now and furious about it. Then, deadpan, half delirious, "Honor my foot. The only good orc is a dead orc, because it hurts so damn much. Somebody get this man a painkiller." Balerhard, unbothered by the theatrics, orders the men to finish off the stragglers. Arwen just sighs. "Ah." One of the knights leans in, baffled. "Dame Arwen, what did His Highness just say?" "His Highness has spoken," comes the reply, and that's apparently all the excuse anyone needs. "He ordered us to conclude this battle immediately," Arwen relays, already moving. Balerhard doesn't argue, he is absolutely right. "Finish them off quickly," the order rips through the ranks. Arwen tears into what's left of the orc line, lightning crackling off her blade with every swing. Cut to later, the first prince jolts awake mid-nightmare, still yelling, "These damn orc bastards." Turns out that battle's still living rent-free in his head. A familiar voice cuts through the panic. Balerhard, checking in. "How is your body feeling, Your Highness?" "My entire body aches," the prince grumbles, propped up in bed with a small crowd of worried faces around him. "My arm hurts too," he adds, in case anyone missed the memo. He sits up, bandaged and irritated, "because I am so furious." Here's the part that's really eating at him. He never even crossed swords with the thing that nearly killed him. He just faced one spear thrown from an unimaginable distance. To think he would end up in such a miserable state, someone murmurs, looking him over. One by one the knights come to thank him properly. "Your Highness, thank you. Thanks to Your Highness, we were able to save the allies we had already given up on," one adds. "We sincerely thank you, Your Highness." He waves it off with a tired, "Well, all right." He immediately regrets how sappy he just sounded out loud, spouting such uncharacteristically cringeworthy words. Balerhard gets down to business. "While Your Highness was unconscious, an orc legion has set up camp 1 kilometer away from the castle. It's a bit premature, but their forces aren't so vast that Winter Castle can't hold them off," Balerhard reasons, though he doesn't sound thrilled about it. The prince cuts straight to the real question. However, what exactly was that massive spear? "The one that was roaring from the mountains," he clarifies. "That bastard is the king. A king encompassing all the orcs residing within the mountain range has been born," Balerhard explains grimly. Isn't it just their nature to challenge their chieftain at every opportunity? A king, you say? How is such a thing even possible? He leans in. Do you know what they call the king of the orcs? Is there a specific title for it? There is, Balorhard says, and the mood in the room drops several degrees. Somewhere far beyond the mountains, war never really stops fighting. Trampling. An endless tide of orcs answering to one greedy will. The battlefield stretches out in the blood-red glow of sunset, corpses as far as the eye can see. A greedy existence whose sole purpose is to ultimately conquer, Balorhard says quietly. Somewhere out there something enormous is watching, waiting, hungry for more. A warlord. That is the title of the berserk sovereign of war, and just like that the first prince has a name for the thing that nearly killed him. Late at night in the prince's chambers the war talk kicks off again. If the orc numbers are really that high, this could get ugly fast. His advisors beg him not to go anywhere near the front gates, but the prince is already talking strategy like he's not planning to listen. Black-cloaked officers pore over troop reports, weighing whether to pull the mountain garrison back before the threat grows. Someone wonders aloud when's the right time to call for backup, right before Balorhard storms in, bellowing that there's a perfectly good meeting room they're all ignoring. The room jumps at his outburst and the prince just grins through the chaos like this is a normal Tuesday. Once things settle, one of the officers turns serious. There's something they need the prince to check on personally. Balorhard's scarred face darkens. Nobody, he admits, has ever even heard of an actual orc king before now. That's right, comes the grim confirmation. This genuinely has never happened before. Before he can even process that, the aides pile straight back on. More forms to sign, more reports to check immediately. Ugh, how annoying, he finally snaps, one page away from torching the whole stack. Night falls over the castle and someone finally calls it. That's enough state business for one day. The officers file out with genuine thanks, relieved the prince pushed through it all himself. Balorhard lingers behind to tell him, more gently than usual, to actually get some rest. The prince, still bandaged from the duel, grumbles that somebody's really overworking a patient here. Balorhard lingers at the door and asks out of nowhere if there's something the prince wants to get off his chest. Was that the power, he starts, trailing off like he's almost afraid to finish the thought. Of the chanson you mentioned, he finally asks, wanting to know exactly what that mysterious power really was. The memory flashes back hard, a wall of blue flame erupting, raw and overwhelming. It's power that blows straight past whatever mana a person is naturally born with, which is exactly the problem. Yes, the prince admits simply, no jokes this time. So what do you think? The prince presses, watching his uncle's face for a reaction. Balorhard just goes quiet, jaw tight, clearly chewing on more than he's letting on. His mind's obviously in turmoil, arms crossed like he's holding himself together by force. This is a man who's never trusted shortcuts like a mana heart. He'll only get real power by giving up everything he's believed his whole life, the prince realizes. Let me ask you something, the prince cuts in, eyes narrowing with an idea. Has the power been granted? Balorhard starts to ask, uneasy about where this is going. Even to the knights, he finishes, and the question makes the prince go quiet for a beat. The prince's grin flickers just for a second before he answers. Sigrun drifts into the conversation uninvited, as usual, right on cue. Isn't that a bit too greedy? The prince teases, needling his uncle about wanting the power for himself. Balorhard admits the old masters gathered mana faster and more reliably this way, then asks, almost hopeful, if that includes the chanson too. The prince summons the blue flame again to make his point. True transcendence is a privilege reserved only for those who have put in the mana gathering work. Balorhard tries it himself, and damned if a flicker of that same blue flame doesn't answer him back. It wasn't granted to the knights, he admits. This power was never meant to be handed out. So, the prince shoots back, there's still a reason you brought up the chanson in the first place. Balorhard just looks down at him for a long moment, weighing how much to actually say. He remembers how the prince used to brush him off completely, back when none of this started. Now the kid trusts him so much it's almost a burden to carry, and it shows all over his face. Balorhard finally says, like he's about to actually open up. Elves, he explains, go absolutely feral over a good chancin'. Since elves can't compose their own songs, they borrow other people's and turn them into blazing sword dances instead. That's exactly what the sword dance is, a blade fighting in perfect rhythm to someone else's song. So, the prince says, already 3 steps ahead, even if you can't compose or recite a song yourself. Maybe you could still perform one like an instrument, he suggests, not a mana heart exactly, but close. Haven't you spent your whole life training too, uncle? He asks, already conjuring a little ring of mana to prove his point. A mana ring, he explains, has one useful quirk: it resonates with others just like it. Maybe, just maybe, that resonance is exactly the instrument Balorhard's been missing. Balorhard isn't sold yet, he can't tell if any of this could actually work. But something in his expression shifts, like the idea's already taken root whether he likes it or not. Sigrun watches the whole exchange from the doorway with quiet, knowing interest. When it comes to actually finding a new path forward, though, that part's still entirely on him. That should be up to the knights themselves, Balorhard mutters, already walking off to go try it alone. Something startles the room, and everyone's heads snap up at once. The prince starts, suddenly a lot less sure of himself. Why are you doing this in my room exactly? He mutters, done being anyone's guinea pig for tonight. The night rolls on quietly, the castle settling into an uneasy calm. Eventually, exhaustion wins, and the prince finally drifts off. He jolts awake with an undignified yelp, like something spooked him straight out of sleep. Adelia's been sitting quietly at his bedside the whole time, watching over him. Adelia, where's uncle? He asks, and she tells him Balorhard slipped out hours ago while he was still asleep. Was there any change in him or something? He presses, and Adelia hedges, not totally sure, but it looks like Balorhard's been wrestling with something for a while now, without any breakthrough yet. Well, I figured, the prince mutters into his cup, right as footsteps echo down the hall. Balorhard steps back in, catching him mid-sip. You're awake, he notes. Is all the prince says, clocking something different in his uncle's face already. Because there it is, that same unshakable presence blazing back to life in a wall of blue fire. The kind of presence that once stood alone against countless enemies with nothing but a single sword. His eyes burn teal in the dark, cold and absolutely certain. That, unmistakably, is the spirit of a true swordmaster. The prince just stares up at him, actually speechless for once. This man, comes the thought half in awe, has finally grown a soul worthy of the power he's always carried. Thanks to you, Balorhard says plainly, I've finally awakened. Thank you so much, Ian, he adds, and hearing his own nickname said with actual sincerity nearly breaks the prince's brain. Ugh, they say people change, the prince deflects, waving it off like the moment's too much to handle. When they are about to die, he finishes, are you upset or something? Why would I be? Balorhard says, almost wistful, claiming he was once a blade no one dared to challenge, 400 years back. But lately I'd fallen to a mere sword expert, not even a swordmaster, he admits. So no, I'm not upset at all. I'm not jealous or anything, he adds, entirely unprompted, which is exactly how you know he is. Right, guess I was mistaken then, the prince smirks, already regretting giving him an opening this easy, so annoying. All right, he says, settling in properly, let's hear it. What did you actually gain from all this? The prince asks. Balorhard admits he still hasn't nailed the performance part yet. All I did was set a milestone in my own head, Balorhard says, keeping the specifics close to his chest. For now, that'll have to do, he adds, trailing off. Dawn creeps over the castle grounds outside. Let's try walking there together, Balorhard says, nodding toward whatever comes next. Geez, he mutters afterward, it's like saving a drowning man only for him to turn around and ask for your wallet. Talk turns serious fast. It's obvious the prince has his sights set on the orcs still holed up in the mountain range. Those bastards are mine, the prince says flatly, and he's not joking this time. Don't get your hopes up for nothing, Balorhard warns, already heading for the door. He shoots him a dry, knowing look on the way out. All right, I'll do exactly that, the prince answers, already planning his next move. Balorhard heads out, boots echoing down the cold corridor. The prince has 100 questions burning a hole in him but decides to sit on all of them. When the time's right, his uncle will tell him. Like exactly how Balorhard knows so much about the orcs in the first place. And where exactly he ever picked up the elvish tongue too. He's changed too much, the prince thinks, watching his uncle in a whole new light. The moment's cut short by a guard's panicked shout. The orcs are already approaching. There's over 100 of them, the guard reports, voice cracking, then stalls out mid-sentence. Because through the blizzard, way more than 100 shapes are closing in. No, there are thousands, he corrects himself, voice cracking completely. An entire army of thousands of orcs. A full orc army grinds forward through the snow, banners and all, like the whole mountain range just emptied itself out. Row after row of them roar into the storm. This is clearly not a raiding party anymore. Archers stand by, the call goes up along the wall, knights scrambling into position. Get me fire arrows now, someone else screams and the whole fortress snaps into battle mode. Balorhard and the prince exchange a look that says they both already know exactly what just showed up. Something monstrous stirs at the edge of that army, and the air itself seems to bleed red. A crimson omen spreads across the horizon like the whole battlefield is holding its breath. Even the hardened soldiers on the wall go rigid at the sight of it. What a remarkable guess, Balorhard says dryly, not remotely surprised. Is that, someone starts, unable to even finish naming what they are looking at. In the warlord comes the dread-filled guess as a towering, fire-wreathed shape rises out of the horde. Whatever it is, it carries itself like something built specifically to end nights. No, the prince says quietly, and somehow that's the scarier answer. That bastard's just the vanguard, Balorhard clarifies grimly, which means whatever's actually leading this army is worse. He's one of the fiercest orcs sworn to the orc king himself, the bravest of all his generals. A blood-red magic circle blazes to life around him, humming with raw menace. The air cracks and screams around him like the storm itself is afraid. He rises fully into view now, crowned in horns and drenched in that same red light. He's the nightmare that's haunted knights and sword masters alike, the undisputed leader of the battlefield. Every soldier on that wall feels it the instant he steps forward. His grin splits wide, tusks and all, hungry for the fight to come. They call him the Night Slayer, and he's just made himself very much at home outside the gates. Every knight in this world channels mana to fight. It turns out orcs have their own version of it. They call it battle aura, raw and primal. And there's only one way an orc makes that aura stronger. Fight more battles, simple as that. And commit more massacres than anybody else. Orc career advancement is not exactly a gentle process. But every so often, something rarer shows up. A handful of orcs turn out to be freakishly sensitive to aura and killing intent, able to perceive power that's invisible to everyone else. Orcs worship that gift, they call it the third eye. And right now, that third eye is locked onto something the humans are about to regret provoking. Word is already spreading among the knights. This particular orc, the one they've started calling the Night Slayer, is a born commander. Sure, tactics and strategy might not be his strong suit. But hand him a target and that third eye finds every crack in the line. This thing screams for blood. He crushes his enemies better than anyone because with those eyes, he can literally see the whole fight play out. He's already been scouting Wintercastle's weak points, down to exactly where its sharpest sword is stationed. Vincent isn't ready to just take that intel on faith. You haven't been wrong yet, Ian, he says, but I'll have to see it for myself. So he goes looking for a fight. Vincent squares up, ready to find out for himself whether this orc actually earns that arrogant title, Night Slayer. He charges straight into the orc line, blade first. Steel flashes through the blizzard. The orc grips its massive weapon and grins, every jagged tooth on full display. The clash detonates in a flash of light and orc blood. Blades keep flashing through the dark as the fight drags on. One orc goes down hard in the snow. A nearby knight can't believe his eyes, to deflect that so easily. Even Vincent's own allies are stunned just watching him work. The orc swings again, fury and blood in the air. Vincent turns the blow aside without breaking stride. The Night Slayer roars back, this one actually hits. Vincent doesn't flinch. Blood streaks his face, but his eyes never leave the target. I don't know anything about you, he admits, while his fellow knights watch the standoff from the ramparts. But I can tell you hate losing. Somewhere behind him someone calls out, Ian. Back at the castle, Ian, the man everyone's supposed to call your highness, grins at Vincent. You know how to deal with this Night Slayer, don't you? Vincent, playing it cool, I don't know why you'd think that. Ian isn't buying it for a second, just look at your face. That smug, satisfied look gives him away completely. You look exactly like a knight who just got handed a treasured sword, Ian teases. Then the mood turns. All his judgments rely solely on that third eye of his, Ian says. But in this world, things aren't always what they seem. No matter how patient he is, an orc is still an orc. So if you dangle a nice, juicy delicacy right in front of him, he won't be able to resist lunging for it. The bait plan is born. Vincent's blood runs cold the second he realizes what Ian means. It's too dangerous for your highness. Ian just crosses his arms. I told you, cheap tricks won't work. First off, you rangers and the Knights of Winter Castle won't do. You just won't look appetizing or easy for him to get to. But leave it to rookies and they'll get breached before we can even react. See, my men and I are perfect for this. Elite level training, zero real combat experience, exactly what he's shopping for. Take the Night Slayer out first and the rest of this siege is a breeze. Vincent tries again anyway. Even so, there's no need for your highness to be the bait. Winter Castle can fend them off just fine. Without such a risky operation. And your arm hasn't even fully healed. Ian just shrugs it off. This is nothing. Vincent grabs his wrist to check for himself. Ian winces, trying and failing to look tough. It still hurts quite a bit. But I should be able to move properly by the time the battle starts. Think about this rationally, Vincent. Because the real target was never actually the Night Slayer. It never was. Even now, as the two of them stand here arguing, something far bigger is closing in. His presence keeps swelling second by second. Somewhere out in that bloody haze, a monstrous shape stirs awake. It's getting closer to Winter Castle, if this battle doesn't end fast. Winter Castle falls in exactly 1 week. 1 week, Vincent lets that sink in. The clock is officially ticking. If he doesn't make a move by then, we fall back to the original plan. Deployment. Ian grins. Deal. Adelia, arms crossed, watches the whole plan come together in silence. It's about time our secret weapon got a taste of blood. Vincent, out on the wall, addresses the troops. Listen up. Our primary goal isn't to wipe them out, it's to draw out their leader. Central wall, positions set. We stall as long as it takes for him to show up. Vincent takes his post on the eastern wall. The western wall is lined up and ready. Archers stand by. Bowstrings draw taut across the walls. Fire! A hail of arrows tears into the storm below. They find their mark. An orc drops riddled with shafts. More orcs charge, screaming straight into the volley. One raises a looted shield to block the barrage. It holds for now. A defender's blood runs cold, though those are the shields of the Balorhard soldiers, those bastards. How dare they shamelessly use the keepsakes of our fallen soldiers. Vincent bellows over the wall, fire, keep firing. Don't ever forgive them. A defender curses under his breath, damn it, there are too many of them. Siege ladders slam up against the walls. One gets shoved straight back down, orcs and all. They're climbing the walls. An orc hauls itself over the ramparts, snarling. Stop them. A shield takes a bolt of blue lightning point blank. Arwen wades in, sword and shield up, her blade crackling with mana. She carves clean through an orc's guard. Steel through hide, no hesitation. Blood spatters her face, she doesn't even blink. Push them back down. Another ladder full of orcs goes tumbling. Elsewhere on the line, a knight roars and cuts one down clean. Cut the ropes. Bring the catapult stones. Don't let them reach the top of the wall. The horde screams back, utterly undeterred. Hours bleed into a bruised, bloody sunset. The fighting doesn't let up even as the light dies. An arrow-riddled orc foot plants itself in the snow. Something huge stalks toward the walls, silhouetted against the dying sun. Damn it, their numbers aren't going down at all, someone growls. Up on the wall, Ian scans the field, frowning, and I still don't see that Night Slayer anywhere. Nearby, Arwen crackles with borrowed lightning, scanning the horizon. Ian just looks smug about the whole thing, everyone's exhausted. He must have noticed by now. This stretch of wall has quietly become Winter Castle's blind spot. and something huge comes tearing through the smoke to exploit it. A shape moves fast through the falling snow. It leaps straight for the wall. It's the wolf riders. Arwen, you handle them. Yes, your highness. Ian grips his blade, time to dangle the bait. And he lets loose, wings of dark, roaring power erupting off his back. Even Arwen freezes at the sheer weight of it. The flame of Requiem howls to life around him. Somewhere out in the trees, a blood-red eye snaps open, drawn straight to him. The air itself seems to catch fire. Something out there just noticed exactly where he is. Blue power and crimson malice collide in the dark. Arwen goes rigid, this energy. Vincent's breath catches, just as I heard. Phase 1, Vincent mutters. Is a success. Ian bares his teeth in a grin, he's here. Out of the horde, something massive rises, wreathed in blood-red light. The whole battlefield seems to shudder at its arrival. The Night Slayer has finally joined the battle. Night falls over the frontier wall and an orc warlord comes charging out of the dark, weapon raised, rain lashing down around him. Arrows streak across the burning sky as the defenders open fire, but this beast doesn't even flinch. Up close he's all teeth and fury, and it's his own men who are screaming the warning, that bastard is here. The wall crew scrambles into formation, blades and spears raised as the order rings out to attack. Fire, the archer captain gives the signal and the sky lights up with a volley aimed straight at the charging orc. He shrugs the arrows off like rain and keeps slashing forward, completely unbothered. This time it connects, blood sprays from his roaring mouth as the arrows finally bite. Wounded and staggering, he's still on his feet, and you get the feeling this fight is only just getting started. Keep firing, the commander bellows, refusing to let the momentum slip. One orc breaks off from the pack entirely, and it's making a beeline straight for the western wall. And that's when the cavalry arrives, the first prince himself, blade wreathed in blue fire as the whole garrison erupts, your highness. His own guards beg him to fall back, it's too dangerous, but he just flashes that same reckless grin he's known for. Come on up, he says, planting his sword and daring the charging brute to try him. He digs his heel in, bracing for the hit that's about to land. The orc's fist splits a support beam clean in half like it's kindling. And he's still coming, closing the gap fast through the wreckage. Debris flies as he barrels toward the wall, nothing slowing him down. Somewhere close by, a much bigger threat clenches its fist, watching the chaos unfold. A shape steps out of the shadows, red eye burning in the dark. This is not just some rank-and-file orc. Arwen, stick to the plan, the prince orders. Yes, your highness, comes the crisp reply. He raises his sword and lets the power pour out, red and blue light tearing across the sky. His hair whips up, glowing with raw energy, as he shouts for everyone to clear off the wall. A massive green fist rises, ready to slam down on everything below. So it is you, the shadow murmurs, recognizing exactly who he's dealing with. Sword raised, the prince turns to face him head-on. The human who raises that insolent flame, the voice sneers from the dark, so first names have officially been skipped. The king has ordered, the voice continues, dripping with menace, that your execution take top priority above all else. Charming way to open a conversation. That is wonderful news, the prince deadpans right back, not remotely fazed. And there he is, the enemy commander steps fully into the light, tusked and grinning, ready to collect. At least that means you won't be running away, the prince fires back, cracking a grin of his own. Blades clash and the two of them settle in for a real fight. The commander gets rocked by a counter, sent reeling backward mid-swing. They're trading blows at point-blank range now, neither one backing down. The prince plants himself, sword raised, cape snapping in the wind, not a scratch on his resolve. He grits his teeth and pushes the attack, refusing to give ground. Their blades meet midair in a shower of sparks. Put everything you have on the line and fight honorably, the commander snarls, rich, coming from someone leading a siege. The prince answers with a full-force swing, wrapped in swirling blue energy. The commander's grin only widens, red eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He goes down laughing, engulfed in the blast, completely unhinged about it. Midair he even throws out a compliment, what a fighting spirit, coming from him that's not exactly comforting. The prince just smirks back, cocky as ever, clearly enjoying himself. Now, someone shouts, and this is where the real plan kicks in. A hidden net snaps into motion, closing in fast. What? The commander barks, genuinely caught off guard for the first time all night. Heavy rope slams taut with a crack, the trap fully sprung. And just like that, the so-called unstoppable commander is tangled up against a wooden frame, going nowhere. Pull, the soldiers roar, hauling on the ropes with everything they've got. Every muscle straining, they keep dragging him down. The ropes bite deeper as he thrashes, boxed in on all sides. The prince swoops in overhead, blade crackling, closing in for the finish. You bastard, don't sully an honorable fight, show the dignity befitting your spirit. Funny how honor only matters once he's the one losing. The prince brings his sword down anyway, blue energy detonating on impact. Dust and rubble settle over the wrecked battlefield. Now comes another shout and a second blast rips through the wreckage of ropes. Soldiers keep hauling with everything they have, the castle wall looming behind them. The commander spits, still seething even fully bound. He strains against the ropes, glaring pure hatred. The prince presses his blade right to his throat. You bastard, comes the furious reply. The dust finally settles over the cracked stone. The western wall stands scarred against the sunset, wreckage scattered everywhere. Soldiers line the battlements as the prince, bloodied but standing, surveys the damage. Thank you for your hard work, Arwen, he says, and for once the gratitude is completely sincere. A commander's voice cuts through the noise, ordering the prisoner handed over and the strike team to fall back immediately. The prince drops off the wall in a single leap, striking down hard as he lands. Any more than this and we'll be at our limit, the rope crew warns, arms shaking. If you can't hold on, fall back, he calls back, already moving to cover them. He stands tall in the settling dust, every bit the hero of the hour. It suits you well, the prince tells his captive, savoring the moment. Being trapped down here, he adds, fitting a golden mask right over that snarling face. Now he grins, clearly enjoying this way too much. Actually look like an orc, he finishes, and honestly, that's a low blow even for him. The commander roars in fury at the insult, straining uselessly against the ropes. The prince closes it out with one last clean strike, blue light flashing across the wreckage. Elsewhere on the battlements, the skirmish is finally winding down. As the sun sets over the wreckage, a new figure steps into frame. A dark-haired knight strides up with a heavy sigh, clearly unimpressed by the mess. Seeing you up close, you look even more atrocious, he tells the bound commander, not exactly holding back. He plants a boot down, kicking up dust as he takes stock of the prisoner. Ian, I will take over from here, he says, relieving the guard on watch. I am not completely handing him over, the prince clarifies, I will return later. Teal lightning crackles to life around the knight as he takes his position. Don't be too late, he warns, because I'm not confident I can keep this guy alive until then, reassuring as always. Count Balerhard steps up to test the captive himself, blade wreathed in crackling teal energy. Sparks scatter as the exchange picks up speed. As expected, the rumors were true, the prince thinks, watching from close by. They say a quad-chain knight is no less than a swordmaster, a warrior who's reached true unity of will and blade. Balerhard's whole body blazes with power, the aura around him almost blinding. His will guides the path of his sword, and his mana follows wherever his will goes. However, the prince thinks, and you already know there's a catch coming. This orc belongs to a bloodline that can read that kind of energy unnaturally well. Mastery alone won't be enough. I should hurry, the prince mutters, already turning to leave. He moves quickly through the corridor, mind already made up. There's another fighter better suited for the Night Slayer, he thinks, and that name alone tells you how bad this guy's reputation is. He heads for someone whose body moves before their mind even catches up. A kind of swordsman whose intentions can't be read at all, exactly what's needed here. He finds her waiting in the quiet of the armory. It's your turn, come out now, he says, Adelia. She's curled up quietly in the corner, looking anything but ready for a fight. The owner of these bloodstains is your opponent, he tells her, setting the target. Her eyes go wide, startled, not exactly the reaction you'd expect from someone about to unleash hell. Something shifts in the shadows of the room. The prince watches, tense, bracing for whatever's about to happen. My God, he mutters, gripping his sword tighter. The air itself seems to hold its breath. Traits so terrifying that even one would be enough, he thinks, watching her from behind. Fire erupts around her as the trait Warmonger activates. And then the trait Butcher activates too, the flames roaring even higher. The blaze swirls violently, consuming the whole room in light. What's left barely looks like the meek maid from a minute ago, just a snarling, blazing warrior. Sword ablaze, she squares up, fully unleashed and ready to move. To think they'd all bloom at once, comes the stunned reaction, and yahi, nobody saw this coming. Back at the frontier wall, the orc warband hasn't lit up. The sky over the ramparts is still lit with clashing mana. One of the duelists is mid-swing against a snarling, wolf-like brute, sparks flying off crossed blades. The clash rings out, steel screaming against claw, neither side giving an inch. Off to the side, Count Balorhard mutters to himself he thought he'd imagined it, but that orc keeps reading his sword path before he even swings. The orc grins and keeps pressing, matching him blow for blow like it already knows where the blade's headed. Balorhard grits his teeth mid-thought that orc really is anticipating him, perfectly predicting his every sword path, like it's already watched this fight happen once before. Awake in sight, he mutters, finally putting a name to it. Nearby, another knight scrambles to react. That's gonna be hard to handle, he mutters, watching the reeds pile up. His eyes go wide. This fight just got a lot more complicated. Balorhard barely dodges a follow-up swing, breath ragged. What was that? He growls. He resets his stance, dust kicking up around his boots, refusing to give ground. Steel meets tusk in a shower of sparks as another knight throws himself into the fray. And that's when she steps in, hair whipping in the wind, one eye catching the light like something's about to snap. An orc roars and charges straight into the fire, and for a second that whole corner of the battlefield goes up in flame. She doesn't flinch. Whatever's coming, she's already moving to meet it. Blades cross in a blur too fast to follow. From a distance, Balorhard's fist ignites with fire, then he does a double take. Wait, wasn't that his nephew's maid? There she is, in her plain maid's dress of all things, standing dead center of an orc warzone. Someone nearby mutters that she's nothing like her usual gentle self, right now, understatement of the year. She swings in without hesitation, and the orc barely gets its guard up in time. Ambushing me like this? The orc snarls, indignant like she owes it a fair fight. Where's your honor as a warrior? It shouts, bold complaint from a guy currently getting his teeth kicked in. She doesn't bother answering, she's too busy swinging. Another strike lands clean. The orc staggers, blood spraying from a fresh gash. She's already moving to the next target before this one even hits the ground. Watching from up on the wall, the first prince tilts his head. What's happening over there? He asks his uncle. Balorhard doesn't even blink. Let's just say she's like a berserker, he says, like that explains everything. Down below, Adelia is breathing hard, practically vibrating with pent-up violence. Turns out that reckless, fearless swordplay isn't an accident, it's baked into who she is. Even a certified sword master couldn't handle the monster she's tearing through, and somehow she's managing just fine. There's a reason for that. Her hidden trait is called the Slaughterer. It just hacks and carves through whatever's in front of it, full stop. There's no grand strategy behind any of it, no master plan. And being a certified warmonger doesn't exactly help either. The orc she's facing roars back, refusing to yield ground. Your mindless attacks can't reach me, it bellows, dead certain it's got her figured out. She just keeps coming. Faster now, blade low. A madman never thinks when they fight, it reasons smugly, exactly the kind of thinking that's about to get it killed. Her blade finds a gap nobody should have been able to find. What is all it manages before the pain catches up? This orc carries a rare gift, the kind that reads an opponent's blade before it even swings, the same trick that rattled Balorhard earlier. But all that predictive skill runs on reading a pattern. And Adelia doesn't have one. Her awakened sight is completely useless against total chaos. Just swinging your sword without dodging or defending, the orc sputters, genuinely offended by how little sense her style makes. What kind of feral farce is this? Not wrong to be confused, just very late to be asking. She just grins wider, hair catching the firelight like she was born for this. Up top, the first prince can't resist a jab. An orc calling her beast-like, isn't that a little ironic? Then he turns back to business. Now, uncle. If you're done resting, let's go. Translation: playtime's over. Down on the field, the fight keeps escalating, lightning crackling off crossed blades. How dare you? Someone snarls, clearly not used to being talked down to, let alone by royalty. Its expression twists into something a lot uglier. Then a voice booms out over the battlefield, "You wretches can't even raise your heads before the king." Something massive steps out of the smoke, bigger, meaner, radiating a whole different level of menace. The air itself seems to tear as it moves. Everything happens at once, screaming, steel, chaos breaking out across the wall. In the middle of it, the first prince throws himself in front of Adelia, taking the hit meant for her. He grunts hard as the blow lands, but he doesn't budge an inch. Cuke. Balarhard stares, stunned. What is he doing? Even the uncle didn't see that one coming. The impact rattles through all of them. Isn't this battle, Kai? Someone breathes. The orcs' combined battle energy is all gathering into one spot, and that's never a good sign. The orc king's silhouette swells, wreathed in churning red light. Its face twists into something between a grin and a snarl. The first prince's expression drops. No, he breathes. It's not the orcs, he realizes. He's ripping the power straight back out of his own soldiers, draining the very warriors who were fighting for him. The red light swallows everything around him. Somewhere in the crowd, one of those soldiers has a thought as the life drains out of him. Even if I can never stand before the king again. The light keeps pulling. I won't let you take away his majesty. A last act of loyalty, even as his own king cannibalizes him for power. Adelia's grip tightens on her sword, watching the orc king's power build. Then I'll show you my full strength as well, the first prince says, low and dangerous. Blue mana wraps around his blade, sharp and cold. He starts to speak, not quite a spell, not quite a prayer. I stacked a mountain of green corpses tall. The whole fight seems to pause around him for half a second. Balarhard, Adelia, even the orcs, caught in the moment. And beneath it, a crimson lake was born to all, he continues, voice carrying over the battlefield. Blue light detonates outward from him in a wave. And before it, I stand and honor your soul. The orc king's markings flare an even deeper red, clearly not thrilled. The clash between them sends a shockwave rippling across the wall. He doesn't back down, sword raised and steady. Red slashes tear through the air on the orc king's end. Steel meets whatever that crimson power even is, and the impact staggers him. Cuke. Somewhere off to the side, an unfamiliar voice murmurs, "It's him," from within the mountains. Balarhard's head snaps around at that, red light reflected in his eyes. He's interfering far too openly. Someone mutters, "Whatever's really going on here, it's bigger than one duel." There's a pause, then quieter, "Damn it." He starts the verse again anyway, teeth gritted. I stacked a mountain of green corpses tall. Up on the wall, the first prince goes still, uncle. Because Balarhard's whole body is lit up with crackling teal lightning now, his knight's aura fully unleashed, and he's reciting the same verse. A crimson lake was born to all, Balarhard finishes, sword raised high. Lightning arcs off the blade in sheets. The air itself seems to hum with it. His eye burns bright teal, locked and focused. Power rolls off him in visible waves. He surges forward, wreathed in light. I stacked a mountain of green corpses tall. And beneath it, a crimson lake was born to all. His blade comes down like a verdict. The first prince stares, and something in his own chest answers back. And before it, I stand and honor your soul. The words echo around him again, unbidden. Dark power stirs at his back, restless, tangled up in the same verse. It's resonating with my mana heart, he realizes. What is this feeling? Something bigger than he expected is waking up. For a second, he swears he sees someone else standing beside him on the wall. Balarhard, meanwhile, is still fighting, blade locked against the orc, sparks flying. I stacked a mountain of green corpses tall, he shouts again, driving the point home. And beneath it, a crimson lake was born to all. The strike lands hard. Down the wall, other knights start picking up the chant, 2 spears and swords lit with the same teal light. One after another, they fall in, voices rising over the din of battle. I stand and honor your soul, an archer finishes, bowstring glowing. More of them join in, the whole line lighting up like a circuit closing. Even the first prince feels it building in his own chest, the emblem on his armor flaring bright. From above, the whole fortress wall looks like it's caught fire with blue lightning. I stacked a mountain of green corpses tall, the soldiers chant together, charging as one. And beneath it, too distorted to really call it a poem, the thought goes, and yet. A crimson lake was born to all, too structured to be called a song either. Whatever it is, it's spreading like wildfire. Almost like a military march, someone thinks, watching the light ripple down the line. Except stitched into every line of it are old wishes, old grudges, feelings that never got to be said out loud. A hand ignites with raw blue current, clenched tight. Emotions that rival even a proper ballad, so I stacked a mountain of green corpses tall. A pale-haired figure moves through the light, blade drawn, like a memory bleeding into the present. And beneath it a crimson lake was born to all, and before it I stand and honor your soul. The whole battlefield seems to hold its breath. For just a moment, it's like someone else entirely is standing where the first prince should be. Old words surface from somewhere older than the fight itself. You sing of a cruel season. The worst time when the winter wind blows. Whatever this song is, it's been waiting a long time to be finished. Something shifts, a soldier plants his spear and feels it happen, a new song has been born. A figure watches it happen, wide-eyed, barely breathing. The first war song has been formed and his eyes go glassy with disbelief, because nothing like this should be possible. A large-scale war song, the Four Seasons Winter, has been formed. It has a name now. The first prince stands at the center of it, power pouring off him in waves that have never existed in this world before. The wave rolls outward, swallowing everything in its path. The Orc King braces against it, snarling. But there's no stopping it now. His eyes burn bright with borrowed lightning as the new power locks into place. The blade comes down clean through Orc and Shadow alike. He moves like the song itself is carrying him forward. The Orc King roars, cornered for the first time all fight. Blood sprays as the blade finds its mark. One of the fallen orcs manages a final, broken loyalty, I in the name of the king. Behind him, Balerhard and Adelia catch up, all three of them standing in the wash of blue light pouring off the wall. True to its name, Winter Castle, the whole fortress ends up buried in light and frost by the time it's over. One thing's for sure, a brand new song has just been created, and the orcs are going to be hearing about it for a long, long time. The dust hasn't even settled over the castle yet, and the sky's already lit up like it's mocking everyone down here. There he is, the first prince, still standing after tearing through a wave of orcs like it was nothing. But nobody around him looks relieved. Something's still very wrong. Up close, you can see it, he's sucking down air like he barely made it out of that fight. Then the shout goes up, the captain's collapsed, just dropped right there on the stones. Word spreads fast anyway, His Highness has won. And for 1 second the exhausted troops actually smile. That smile doesn't get to last. Somewhere else in the castle, something just slammed into stone. Every head snaps toward the sound, the celebration's already over. There's a crack at the castle gates, someone stammers, and the relief curdles straight into dread. That crack doesn't stay a crack for long. The gate gives way completely, orcs are punching straight through the front door. And they're not trickling in, it's a flood. One grim, fur-collared commander doesn't even blink, he's already reaching for his sword again. The first prince just sighs and draws his blade. They won't even give us a break, he mutters. Fair point. The commander barks out one blunt question at the ranks. Anyone need a breather? Last chance to say so. Nobody takes it. The answer comes back in one voice, we're ready. Rewind a bit. This whole mess started with one commander barking a single order, Ian, signal. A streak of blue mana rips through the air like a starting gun. The first prince turns to face his whole army, drawing one last breath before he says it. Charge, one word, and the whole line surges forward. Steel and orc hide collide in a blur of blue-tinted mana. This is the kind of frontier most people never see, snow-covered mountains, miles from anywhere warm. And it's ugly, this isn't a clean storybook fight. Every swing out here costs somebody something. Frozen valleys, silent walls stained red, that's the real cost of holding this border. The fighting doesn't let up for a second. It just keeps coming, wave after wave. War horns at dawn, that sound alone is enough to wake every soldier still breathing. One veteran commander grits his teeth through it, watching his people bleed for every foot of ground. The smoke barely clears before the next charge comes. They're fighting for the castle walls now, orc by orc. We've cleared every orc off the walls, comes the shout, a small win finally. Looks like those bastards are finally running out of steam, one soldier grins. But the commander doesn't share the optimism. No is all he says, and that one word is scarier than the fighting. Because he's just felt something, a strange, borrowed heartbeat pulsing through his own hand. Whatever power just surged through him, it isn't his, it never has been. And he knows exactly what that means for the fight ahead. Leave only a skeleton crew on the walls, he orders, everyone else needs to move. The order lands like a slap, nobody expected to be pulled off the defense. But he doesn't ask twice. We're leaving the castle too, and just like that the whole garrison is moving, roaring as one. Boots pound out through the gates in formation. Follow His Highness the First Prince, and there he is out front, mana blazing. Here's the part that should scare you, this is still just a boy who hasn't even come of age. Only his third real fight ever, and still everyone falls in behind him anyway. Because when steel meets tusk he doesn't flinch. Every single one of them followed him into this. One knight in particular cuts through the enemy line like she was born for exactly this. These are the knights he handpicked himself. Commanders with reputations that precede them. The sharp-eyed leader of the veteran rangers. And the notoriously hot-tempered knights of the north who never needed much convincing to start swinging. Together they carve straight into the heart of the orc horde. Every one of them entrusted their lives to a boy whose very heartbeat doesn't even belong to him. And that trust gets paid for in blood, panel by panel. But he keeps cutting a path forward regardless. And so, he pushes past his own limits one more time. By the time anyone thinks to look up and catch their breath, the mountainside is littered with the wreckage of the fight. Somewhere in the haze, an unfamiliar figure watches it all unfold in silence. The dust starts to settle over the battlefield. Someone walks the frozen ground, taking stock of what's left. There's a prize out here that by rights belongs to him now. A hand reaches down into the snow and closes around it. The enemy's own war banner, ripped straight out of their ranks. It finally falls into his hands. The whole company gathers around to see it up close. Blades get sheathed, for now at least it's over. And the first prince raises that banner high over his head for everyone to see. We won, the word rips through the ranks like wildfire. Long live His Highness, someone chokes out, barely holding it together. The cheer spreads down the line, even the hardened commander can barely believe what he's watching. Somewhere in the chaos, someone yelps in surprise at something entirely unrelated to the battle. Turns out one old soldier just face-planted mid-celebration, laughing in his sleep. Someone just passed out over there, a knight snorts, guess they overworked themselves, honestly fair. Not everyone gets a laugh though, somebody still has to carry the ones who didn't make it. One commander can't stop turning something over in his head, that song. It really is remarkable, he mutters to himself, still shaken by what he just heard. That wasn't a chanson, the first prince corrects him, dead serious. It's a war song, he says, and his eyes are already fighting to stay open. Then he just drops straight down into the snow. Ian, are you? The commander shouts, catching him, panic cracking clean through his usual stone face. But there's no answer coming. It takes a beat to realize the truth, he's not hurt, he's just completely, totally asleep. Move him to the tent, the commander orders, voice still tight. Then, without missing a beat, he turns to the harder work, honoring every soldier who didn't walk away from this. For a long moment, there's nothing left but silence over the ruined field. Far from all of it, someone else has been watching this whole fight unfold. A war song, huh, she muses, a slow smile creeping across her face. Sigrun never can resist a good surprise. You never fail to surprise me, she says, like she's talking to someone very far away. Then, shall I give you a surprise gift as well? Coming from her, that is never a comforting question. Dark, crackling power spills out around her, staining the air. Take your time, she purrs, like whatever she's setting in motion isn't the least bit urgent. And something ancient and monstrous starts taking shape inside that swirling dark. Whatever she just woke up, nobody back at camp is ready for it. Back at camp, blissfully unaware of any of that, the first prince is just snoring. And everyone lets him, he's earned every second of it. Time jumps ahead now. Not long ago, a force of elite orcs 2 full corps strong hit the Winter Castle. The 3rd Corps and the Rangers wiped them out completely, and ever since, House Balahard has braced for round 2. Even if every soldier Balahard has were called up at once, they'd still be badly outnumbered. The commander's own verdict, delivered right in the throne room, holding that castle alone is simply impossible. One noble opens with flattery, my gratitude and respect for your victory as expected of Balahard, buttering them up before the real ask. Marquis Bielefeld cuts straight past the flattery. Asking Balahard for even more support is a genuinely big deal. One red-faced noble immediately starts pointing fingers, accusing someone of stirring up trouble on purpose. "I know it's hard to believe," comes the calm reply, as a heavy crate gets hauled into the room. "I've brought evidence, please take a look." The lid comes off, and the whole room recoils at once. "What is that?" someone gasps, unable to look away. The skull of the enemy leader himself, the first prince personally struck down. It's easily twice the size of a normal orc warrior's skull. And according to His Highness, something out there is 3 times bigger than even this. That number alone is enough to shut half the room up. Not everyone's convinced though, some faces just harden with suspicion instead. Someone finally says the name out loud: the Orc King. 8 confirmed warbands under his command, at minimum that's 16,000 troops or more. Please bear in mind the seriousness of this, comes the warning, cold and direct. One noble scoffs it off anyway: the first prince hasn't touched a sword in a year, it's just a big skull, nothing more. Another jumps in to needle House Balahard directly, hinting they're just leaning on their reputation. He doesn't get far before someone else cuts him off cold: "Watch your mouth. Do you think the Count would lie the way you do?" Marquis Bielefeld snaps back and the room erupts. The king finally weighs in himself. Count Balahard simply isn't the type to lie about something like this. If the man himself thinks it's this serious, that's reason enough to believe it. The king doesn't hesitate. The minister is to hire mercenaries and get them marching north immediately. "Yes, your majesty," comes the immediate reply. "Ah, right," the king adds, almost as an afterthought. "Weren't their noble sons the first prince took prisoner last time?" One young noble can't hide his frustration facing a threat this size, and the central army still won't send real reinforcements. "Is this really all we get?" an older noble presses, "for being the shield that's guarded the north without fail?" For over 100 years, before anyone can answer, the doors open. And every head in the room turns toward whoever just walked in. The royal family cannot turn a blind eye to this, the newcomer says, footsteps echoing down the hall. Not to the loyalty and dedication House Balahard has shown. Every step brings him closer to the throne, armor catching the light. The whole hall falls quiet as he approaches. "Your Majesty," he says, coming to a stop before the throne. "I will head north with the knights myself." It's the second prince, Maximilian Leonberger, stepping up to back his brother when it counts most. The capital's dead quiet under a full moon, but don't let the calm fool you. This is the night the whole plan for the Northern War gets decided in secret. In a private chamber, the king lays out the plan. Swing by the outskirts of Alin County on the way north, and quietly disguise the Iron Lions and part of the Central Army as a mercenary company, holding them on standby. Command of that hidden force, he says, just needs to be taken. No announcement, no fanfare. Then the real bombshell: Count Balahard has broken through. That surge of light isn't a rumor anymore, it's confirmed. Out on the frontier, columns of soldiers trudge through the snow toward a fortress the king calls a place that must never be allowed to fall. The first prince listens quietly and simply says he'll remember what's being asked of him. But there's a however hanging in the air, and the way he says "Your Majesty" tells you this conversation isn't over. The king leans in, voice heavy. If the plan really was to send the Iron Lions and the Central Army all along, why act so calm in front of the nobles? One of the princes presses him on it. Why play it so cool in court when this whole scheme was already in motion? The king doesn't flinch. If he'd openly raised an army and marched it to Balahard's aid, he explains, the whole thing would have reeked of treason. The empire would have claimed the crown was secretly arming Balahard's rebels, and used it as an excuse to crush them both. Under gray skies, the royal banner leads columns of knights forward, the quiet build-up nobody's supposed to be watching. Even one perfect excuse, the king warns, is all their enemies would need to condemn the whole family. Cut to years earlier, a younger version of the king, freshly armored, vowing he'll never bow to that kind of pressure again. No excuse, however small, he swears, will ever be handed to their enemies again. An older king, his own father, grips his shoulder and says his name like it carries the weight of the whole kingdom, Maximilian. Grief flickers across the old king's face as he murmurs, almost to himself, "My son." Young Maximilian answers simply, "Yes, your majesty." His father can barely hold himself together, telling him that from this day on he must walk the righteous path no matter what. He drapes the golden lion crest over the boy's shoulder. As long as he does right, everyone who still serves the Leonberger name will rally to him. But that loyalty only means something if the North itself stays strong enough to matter. Young Maximilian vows he'll protect it, no matter the cost. His father warns it won't be easy, and in the present, Count Balerhard has already pledged himself as Adrian's patron. To a boy raised in the capital, his father adds, the North might as well be enemy territory. Young Maximilian hesitates. Isn't his brother still part of the royal family after everything? His father's face hardens. "Never forget this, Maximilian," he says, "never forget what your so-called brother did to this kingdom." The sentence lands like a verdict. How that child, his father spits, turning away in disgust, sold this kingdom's future to the empire. Young Maximilian tries to defend him. His brother was only 13 years old at the time. His father cuts him off cold. "I do not wish to hear it." The old king's eyes burn with old rage. That memory, he says, is still burned into his eyes. The sight of loyal knights shattering their own swords in front of him. Swords crossed in judgment over a fallen crown. And every one of them tearing off their own rings in surrender, a punishment that erased their bond to the crown forever. It comes back to him, he admits, every single time he closes his eyes. A memory surfaces, a pompous noble looming over a defenseless young boy. That laughter from that day still cuts through him even now. A younger, wilder version of that disgraced brother sneers that he's never once forgotten it either. Word later reached the king that his brother regretted the past, grinding his teeth over it in private ever since. They even say he built a real name for himself out in the north. He didn't repent, the king mutters, he simply forgot. And even if he sharpens his resolve and hones his sword now, what could that possibly be worth? Those loyal men will never be able to stand as a ring again. Should he really tell today's knights to learn heart mana like common mercenaries just to survive? The bitterness still hasn't faded. Even 100, 1,000 men like Adrian couldn't replace what was lost that day. Nothing could ever replace them. The memory fades, and in the present an order finally comes down. Go to the north. Before Montpellier can make its own move. A young knight receives the order, resolve steady on his face. "As you command," he answers. A pause hangs in the cold air before the march begins. And just like that, the reinforcements are moving, racing the clock straight into the frozen north. A column of knights rides out under the royal banner, kicking off the real frontline relief mission. Stragglers keep falling behind in the brutal, relentless march. But nobody dares stop moving, not for a second. One knight mutters that the second prince's own determination out here is honestly remarkable. That's Antoine, leader of the Silver Fox mercenaries, riding alongside, noting the prince's body shouldn't be holding up this well for someone who's never lived like a soldier or a mercenary. And that's Erhim Kiringer, vice commander of the Iron Lion Knights, keeping pace right behind him. The second prince pushes on, exhaustion creeping into his face but never into his pace. Erhim checks in, "Your Highness, are you all right?" "Sir Erhim," the prince answers, "I am fine." He presses on, "Every second counts right now, doesn't it?" Erhim agrees, but judging by the snow, they're close to their destination. The mountains stretch out ahead, brutal and endless. Then two of the knights spot movement up ahead. Are those refugees? Erhim sends a man to check it out. The soldier calls out to them, "Did they just come down from Balerhard territory?" A shaken refugee stammers out a yes. The count himself ordered the evacuation, they explain, said everyone needed to prepare for an emergency. Asked what's really happening on the front lines, the refugee can only shrug, "How would we know? They're only fleeing because the soldiers told them to. That's all anyone really knows." The second prince turns that over grimly. An emergency evacuation? Is Balerhard seriously bracing for Winter Castle itself to fall? Nothing left to do but push harder. "Yes, Your Highness," Erhim answers. The blizzard swallows the column whole. They march on anyway, half blind in the whiteout. One soldier groans, "What kind of blizzard even is this?" Now he finally understands why Winter Castle has such a brutal reputation. Through the snow-choked mountains a marker finally appears, Frozen Valley, 80, and then are those human voices. No words yet, just rhythmic thudding drawing closer through the snow. Footsteps crunch through the drifts as a marching chant rises, snow-covered mountains, frozen valleys. A red-haired soldier belts it out at the front, flag held high against the wind. Soaked in crimson blood, the walls remain silent. Dawn breaks, only the war horn echoes through the land. Searching for warmth through the raging winter blizzard, someone in the column spots them. Wait, are those Balorhard soldiers? The song keeps rolling anyway, something about burning firewood down to nothing while waiting for spring. The singer catches himself mid-verse, "Oh spring, oh." He snaps the whole unit to attention, entire unit line up. Balorhard soldiers scramble into formation as the royal reinforcements finally roll into view. The red-haired soldier snaps a hard salute, 3rd Corps Balorhard Ranger Company 17th Platoon, Jordan. Returns the greeting properly, an honor to meet His Highness the Second Prince. Jordan grins, good to finally meet the people of Balorhard. They must have come straight from the capital. His squad was just out on patrol. In weather like this, he says, ditch the wagons and push ahead without them. We'll guide you from here, he offers. The marching song keeps going in the background, dawn, war horns, the whole grim, catchy chorus. Jordan's men sing it like it's a lifeline through the storm. The second prince admits he expected the North's men to be rough and silent types, not this. He asks Jordan what exactly that song is. Jordan beams, it's the 3rd Corps marching song, Poem of Winter. Isn't it amazing? Jordan asks, clearly proud of it. Singing it, he swears, genuinely makes his body feel a little warmer out here. That's why they always sing it on the march, and get this, His Highness the First Prince wrote the thing himself. The rest of the lyrics, Jordan admits, the troops just added themselves over time. It was written the very day the first prince first arrived on this front, apparently in the middle of a raging storm just like this one. The second prince just says quietly RIC. In his head though, he can't help noticing, they mention his brother in literally every other sentence and they clearly adore him for it. Jordan adds one more story, how the first prince once carried a fallen soldier on his back for an entire day through weather like this. The prince quietly hopes that particular tradition doesn't repeat itself today. Right on cue, the blizzard finally stops the moment they reach the gates. Jordan laughs, it always happens like this, dragging you through hell right up until you reach the gates. Even the first prince got furious about it, apparently, back when he first arrived. Jordan shrugs it off, hey, may as well stay positive about it. Now then, Your Highness, he says, allow me to introduce it. The kingdom's northernmost frontline fortress finally comes into view. The second prince's face goes tight with shock at the sight of it. Winter Castle. Something dark and half-buried reaches up out of the bloodied snow nearby, a grim reminder of just how bad it's gotten here. The walls themselves look barely patched together, scarred from fighting that never really stopped. An orc corpse still lies where it fell, not even cleared away yet. The second prince stares. These are the leftovers of a battle that only just ended. Brutal doesn't begin to cover it, then a familiar voice cuts through, Jordan. Someone barks at Jordan for loitering by the gates and a voice nearby teases, showing off again. Jordan throws up a fresh salute at the newcomer. Did he just get back from scouting? The newcomer, armored, golden lion crest on his shoulder, points out Jordan doesn't exactly look like he's coming back from a scouting mission. Jordan grumbles that some annoying types just wouldn't stop tailing them on the way in. Yeah, so quit asking so many questions, one of his men chimes in. The lion-crested newcomer squints past them at the new arrivals. But who are these people? The second prince blinks. Wait, did the reinforcements finally arrive? The lion-crested man turns around and the second prince freezes. This person is. Finally clears it up. This person is His Highness the Second Prince. The second prince just goes because Jordan's already grinning, pointing the other way, and this is His Highness the First Prince. Jordan can't help himself. Do you two seriously not know what each other looks like? The whole group just stares between the two brothers, equally stunned. Nobody quite knows what to say to that. Then the first prince breaks the silence, delighted, "Now that I think about it, we really do look alike." Seriously, the second prince mutters, still processing it. The two brothers size each other up properly for the first time in their lives. "We're practically identical," one of them admits, and somehow, after everything, that's the note this whole chapter ends on. Snow blankets the front lines as this recap opens on a battlefield that's only just gone quiet. Boots crunch past a fallen orc's hand still clutching the frost, ground fought over just days ago. Leading the column is the first prince himself, jaw set, walking straight into the aftermath. "Seems there was a battle," he murmurs. "Yeah, 3 days ago," comes the reply from the knight beside him. "You'll get used to it once you've been here a while," the knight adds, cold comfort considering he just got here. The prince can't help but wonder just how many battles these men have had to fight to talk about corpses this casually. The column presses on, banners snapping in the wind, the fortress finally rising out of the snow ahead. Someone marvels that anyone can stay this calm surrounded by hundreds of bodies. A red-haired knight just laughs it off. That same knight jokes that once you've seen enough live orcs, the dead ones actually start looking pretty good by comparison. The small escort, including the prince's silver-haired aide, falls quiet as the fortress gates loom closer. "Looks like they've come out to meet us," the prince notes, spotting a welcome party forming at the gates. Balorhard Castle, the shield standing between the kingdom and whatever's coming out of the mountains. The royal procession halts before the steps as cloaked figures from the garrison step forward to greet them. A broad-shouldered man in dark armor and a wind-torn cloak strides out ahead of the rest, voice booming across the courtyard. "Respects to the royal house of Leonberg," he declares. "I am Vale of Balorhard, the prince's own uncle, commanding the north." The prince grins back, "Respects to the shield that blocks the north wind, it's an honor to meet the kingdom's renowned silver lion." Somewhere behind him, the red-haired knight punctuates the reunion with a triumphant blast of his horn. Flags snap overhead as the greeting party falls in, the whole garrison turning out for the royal arrival. "Welcome to Balorhard," rings out over the courtyard. Balorhard walks the gate alone first, guards falling in step behind him, snow swirling around the old fortress doors. "Respects to the royal family's unchanging friendship," the garrison calls out in unison. The prince can't keep the smile off his face. Whatever he expected out here, a welcome this warm wasn't it? The procession moves through the gates together, banner held high, into the fortress that's held the line for years. On behalf of the royal family, he tells them, "I express my gratitude for your struggles, your dedication, and your sacrifices." It's more than ceremony, he means every word, and for a moment uncle and nephew share something closer to a real embrace. Balorhard, hardened commander that he is, looks almost caught off guard by how much that gratitude actually lands. "Let's head inside then," someone says, and the scene cuts forward. Time skips ahead to a very different table. My brother, whom I hadn't properly seen in a while, had changed beyond recognition, the narration admits, relieved he looks healthy but uneasy about what that health might be hiding. Back at the capital, the first prince tears into dinner like a man who's genuinely enjoying himself. Across the table, his brother just watches, unimpressed, fork barely moving. "Battles are super frequent out there," the prince announces cheerfully, "and there are tons of monsters." Somehow he says it like it's a selling point. Why is he staring at me so intensely, the brother wonders, then flatly asks if he's got something to say. It's nothing like that," the prince says, waving it off with a grin and a glass of wine. "So how is Winter Castle really?" his brother finally asks, cutting past the small talk. "Is there anything uncomfortable compared to the palace?" "It's absolutely great," the prince beams, missing the point entirely. "Battles are super frequent, and there are tons of monsters," he repeats, delighted like he's describing a vacation. He's grinning ear to ear about a war zone. A war council is about to have a very different reaction to those same numbers. Is he seriously spinning that as a good thing, his brother thinks, baffled, while someone else at the table just quietly serves more food. "Eat a lot while you can," comes a quiet warning across the table, "or you'll regret it later." "I'm fine," the prince insists, still smiling, still shoveling food. "Won't it make everyone else uncomfortable if you eat like that?" the prince asks, genuinely trying to be considerate for once. It's unusual for you to look out for others, his brother notes dryly, arms crossed, clearly still sizing him up. Before that, the prince cuts in, turning serious. I'd like to know the exact situation at Winter Castle. The mood at the table shifts instantly as the real conversation begins. While I've only briefly surveyed the area on the way here, the prince starts, laying out what he saw. There were easily 1,000 orc corpses scattered near the castle walls, he reports, and his brother's face goes rigid. Monsters have been hitting the castle every 4 days. The numbers shift, but it's never dropped under 500 at once. Surely the enemy has suffered significant casualties by now, his brother presses, looking for good news that isn't coming. No, their numbers haven't decreased, the prince answers flatly, all trace of his earlier grin gone. If the battles have kept going like that, he continues, arms folded, letting the math speak for itself. Rather, they've increased, and even right now, they're still steadily growing. And there are at least 9 Legion banners visually confirmed so far, he adds. This isn't a skirmish anymore. The enemy still fields a force of at least 18,000, the whole table goes quiet. Nobody touches their food for a long moment. The situation, it's becoming clear, is far more serious than anyone back home expected. Yes, but even so, someone starts, unwilling to fully accept it. Strangely enough, the people of Balorhard themselves don't seem nearly as grim about it as the numbers suggest they should. It seems His Highness the First Prince has also adapted here better than expected, someone remarks, still turning the visit over in their head. Although we're brothers, the voice admits, I haven't actually had many chances to face him directly. However, my brother is very different from the rumors, they concede, tracing routes on a map. Some time ago, it turns out, His Highness visited Iron Lion Castle and something happened there worth talking about. At that time, the report goes, His Highness dueled our regular knights back to back, dozens of matches in a row. And he didn't lose a single one. The first prince I saw today seemed to have progressed even further than back then, the witness adds, clearly rattled. So why didn't any of that turn into rumors, someone presses, suspicious that a secret this big stayed quiet this long? His Highness did not want the rumors to spread, comes the simple answer. It makes no sense, the brother thinks privately, for talent like that to appear out of nowhere overnight. It's probably easier to hide what you already have than to fake what you don't, he reasons to himself. Just what in the world is my brother hiding, he wonders, staring at the reports in his hands. The question hangs there, unanswered, in the dim light of the hall. The War Council reconvenes and the real interrogation begins. First, I'd like to ask about this. Does the so-called king of orcs you mentioned actually exist? One of the older council members demands. Is there anyone who has actually seen its true form in person? Presses a grizzled, mustached elder at the table. Silence, nobody has a clean answer for that one. If you look outside, the prince finally says, there's something like a giant pillar planted in the yard. The whole council gets up to go see for themselves. It flew here all the way from the mountains, he tells them, pointing at the massive spear jutting from the ground. That is the spear he uses, the prince states plainly, no embellishment needed. Given the distance from the mountains to this castle, one official scoffs, you're telling me a mere orc threw that. Perhaps it was a ballista, someone offers instead, because a monster operating siege weaponry is somehow the easier theory to swallow. A monster hurling a ballista bolt all the way here from the mountains, the prince repeats flatly, pick your poison. Which one do you want to believe? He finally snaps, arms crossed, done entertaining the denial. His expression has gone completely cold. If you're not going to believe it, he tells them, you might as well just go back. What we need out here are reinforcements to fight beside us. Not some squawking interrogation squad, he finishes, and the official visibly flinches. It was just such a surprising story, I was only trying to confirm it, he stammers. I apologize. The room deflates, nobody's laughing about ballistas anymore. Let's take a short break, the council leader finally calls and papers get set down all around the table. We'll resume the rest of the discussion in an hour, he adds, and the room starts to clear out. The first prince stays behind a moment, gathering himself. Brother, comes a voice, a second sibling, blonde like him, catching him alone in the hallway. I heard you were the first to notice the changes in the orcs and the very existence of their king, he says carefully. Ah well, the prince deflects, caught slightly off guard. I've been interested in old tales for a long time, he says, spinning it into something believable on the spot. Did you read some ancient texts or something? His brother asks, only half convinced. I just gave a rough answer, the prince thinks to himself, but come to think of it, that's actually a pretty plausible excuse considering the rumors about this body. Flashback, as a kid, this brother once stole the founding king's legendary sword and stabbed himself with it just to show off. And ever since, he's practiced the founding king's outdated mana heart method, a whole personality built around old legends. There couldn't be a more perfect example of someone obsessed with the founding king's myths, the narration jabs. Well, anyway, focus snaps back to the present, and to the brother who idolizes legends walking a step behind. That guy, it turns out, is currently the second prince of Leonberg. I can see why the king considers his eldest son such a thorn in his side, the second prince muses, watching him. Just and good, with a gentle yet unyielding, strong character, he thinks, studying his brother's profile. More than enough to be called a genius in more than one field. If Lionel, my close friend, had the makings of an iron-blooded monarch. Maximilian is the one born with the qualities of a wise king, he finishes, naming names that clearly mean something bigger is coming. However, the tone shifts, and the mood turns heavy again. An era is approaching that wisdom alone cannot overcome, the narration warns. The Greenskin King appears and the evil elves reveal themselves, looming side by side in the vision. Everything the kingdom thought it understood starts burning. A chaotic era is about to arrive, and ordinary people start running, carrying what little they can save. The monarch forced to navigate this coming era of chaos will need more than a crown to survive it. He'll need to know how to turn cowardly sheep into lions, and how to slaughter the pack of wolves waiting beyond the walls. And that role, the narration insists, wouldn't fit anyone more than me, because he plants his sword into the ground, cape whipping in the wind. He stands alone amid the wreckage, every inch the king this kingdom doesn't know it already has. It was an observer who watched over countless wars and chaotic eras, and the one who's going to be the ender who finally brings those endless wars to a close. Down in the fortress yard, Valorhad's forces get split up for the coming storm. One column peels off to reinforce the Third Legion and hold the walls. The order snaps back sharp and fast. Yes, your highness, these soldiers know exactly whose command they are under. The Silver Fox Mercenary Corps gets held back in reserve, ready to plug any gap the moment things go sideways. As the prince and Count Balorhard walk the ranks, someone mutters that the grumbling is only natural. Nobody signed up to get their unit reshuffled. Behind them, a massive glowing weapon gets fitted into place, fresh gear and reinforcements alike folded straight into Valorhad's army. Word from command frets that pulling troops off the wall could look like defying central authority, but green recruits with zero monster experience can't hold the line either. Balorhard, an orc trophy still in hand, waves off the worry. There's no need to panic just yet. Maximilian isn't so sure once the real fighting starts, he says. Nobody on that wall is thinking about politics anymore. Balorhard turns the question right back around, wanting to know exactly what's running through the plan in front of him. Caught off guard, the answer comes out flustered. What do you mean? Whatever the plan is, it's already paying off. The capital finally understands just how much Valorhad depends on him. Half listening, he just wants to know what other tasks are left to handle. Balorhard needles right back. Lately, it's all been dumped on someone else's desk while he keeps his hands clean. Walking off, he admits he'd thought there was no path left to take, then a flash of light cuts the thought short. Elsewhere, in a quiet moment, an older knight stands alone in a shaft of light, turning something heavy over in his mind. He admits it to himself, quietly. He's finally started to see a path forward, and with it, an old ambition has come roaring back. His fist clenches white-knuckled in the cold. This is not a man planning to sit behind a desk. Not as a commander barking orders from the rear, he decides. As a knight, sword in hand. The prince listens in silence, reading every word off his face. The declaration lands heavy. I will fight the warlord myself. The prince flinches at the name and Balorhard tells him flatly it's thanks to him to Ian that he's found the nerve. The people around them stammer, stunned this isn't the cautious count they know. He simply says he's realized what he owes his later years. Someone hisses in disbelief, why is this man suddenly acting nothing like himself, just as a surge of blue mana crackles through the air. Then the horn cuts through the cold, an alarm blaring across the fortress, snapping everyone to attention. Vincent's head snaps up at the sound, already bracing for the worst. Hooded figures move fast through the ranks below as the alarm keeps sounding. A rider cuts across the courtyard, the horn still wailing over the walls. The prince is already running, red cape snapping behind him. That horn means real trouble. "Vincent, the walls," he shouts and gets a quick no problems right back. Vincent adds they've kept the defenses at full readiness around the clock, no slacking on his watch. But something on the horizon stops the prince cold. "What are you doing?" A ripple of green light answers him, and a ragged, hooded shape stands silhouetted on the wall, not one of theirs. The orc horde surges forward beneath the walls, a captured banner raised high as they charge the fortress. One snarling orc grips its shield tight, the enemy attack has begun for real. Steel bites deep, the first orc goes down hard under the defender's counterstrike. The wall shudders as rubble rains down, orcs roaring as they claw for a foothold. A massive green fist slams into the barricade, splintering wood and stone alike. Blood sprays across the stone as the defenders scream the order, block the ladders. The prince roars from the ramparts, throw anything, weapons or otherwise, just keep them off the wall. Don't hold back, he shouts, pour everything into it, no orc gets a foothold today. They have to keep the horde disoriented before it can find its bearings. Someone yells over the din. A hooded archer draws back and lets a flaming arrow fly straight into the mass below. The fire arrow streaks through the frozen air, trailing sparks. It slams into the packed orc ranks, steel and flame colliding in a burst of chaos. The whole formation goes up with a roar of fire. Flames chew through the horde as more orcs howl and scatter. Catching his breath, the prince realizes with a jolt just how brutal an ordinary day looks like out here on the frontier. Someone barks at him to snap out of it, no standing around blankly on the wall while the fight's still raging. Maximilian, gold armor and red cape blazing, throws himself into the fray right beside the prince. His blade flashes as he yanks his cousin out of harm's way just in time. Panting, he lays it out plain, the one dressed flashiest on the battlefield is always target number one. An orc snarls in close, unaware it's about to become somebody's lesson in tactics. Flustered, the prince manages only a stammered thanks. Maximilian isn't done, go down out here, he warns, and the orc's morale spikes instantly. That's the troubling part, the prince admits quietly to himself. Maximilian barks new orders, Sir Erhim, get over there and support them. Highness, someone shouts back a warning, the wall's too narrow to fight like this. Maximilian keeps calling the shots, too many bodies on the wall at once and everyone's movement turns to chaos. Only knights get waved through the gate, he orders the regular soldiers hold position. One of the newcomers snaps a sharp salute, you've become even more dignified since I last saw you, Your Highness. The prince stares, recognition dawning, he knows these faces. Old comrades wade straight into the orc ranks together, blades flashing in perfect sync. One knight's sword crackles with energy as he grins across the battlefield, it's been far too long. The reinforcement banner snaps into view, the Iron Lion Knights have arrived, ice magic crackling and ready. It's been a while for you too, Sir Arwen, one of them calls out over a freshly downed orc. Arwen's group spots a familiar face in the chaos and blurts out, stunned, Sir Dunham. Arwen and Dunham fall straight into a fighting rhythm, blades flashing side by side. We'll talk later, she calls. She'd already guessed some of these mercenaries were actually knights in disguise. Watching from above, Maximilian and the prince note there are more disguised knights out there than they thought. At their level, one reinforcement knight figures they can safely leave this stretch of wall in their hands for a while. Blood arcs across the sky as the fight below rages on without pause. A blade flashes, cutting clean through another attacker. One knight grits her teeth mid-swing, refusing to give an inch to the orc bearing down on her. There's no end to them, the prince mutters, exhausted, just how many are there? Rough count puts the horde at around 1,000 strong, but something about the wall's own numbers feels off too. Decreased, the prince repeats sharply he can't spot Winter Castle's knights anywhere on the line. Steel rings out across the ramparts as the desperate fighting rolls on. His eyes go wide, he spotted something he wasn't expecting. Below, Winter Castle's own forces are massing entirely outside the walls, marching out into the open snow. Winter Castle's forces are in front of the gate, someone realizes with dawning horror. The prince stands rigid on the wall, taking in the full, reckless shape of the plan forming below. Don't tell me they're planning to open the gate and break straight through that horde, he stammers. Open the gate, the order rings out anyway, steel drawn and ready. The gate grinds open and the prince strides through it flanked by Balorhard and a fellow knight, straight toward the horde. The heavy iron doors groan wide on their chains. The orc horde answers with a bone-rattling roar, surging to meet them head-on. Over the chaos, a voice rises in song. Snow-covered mountains, frozen valleys, the opening line of an old marching hymn. The song swells, mana crackling around the singer's armor. The walls soaked in red blood remain silent. Vincent's eyes go wide, mana light reflected in them. He recognizes that song. The Third Legion's military song. Someone gasps as blades flash in time with the melody. The lyrics ring out again, louder now, magic thrumming with every word. Blue mana flares around night after night as the whole line surges forward, charged and ready. One knight's blade lights up entirely, wreathed in crackling blue energy. The magic dances up the length of the steel like lightning looking for somewhere to strike. Only the sound of the advancing horn echoes in the dawn. The song continues and someone gasps, "Wow, what is this mana vibration?" Something is strange, a knight mutters, watching mana circles bloom across the whole formation. "Your Highness, circulate your energy and protect yourself," Vincent shouts as the prince's fist ignites with power of its own. "My goodness," someone breathes, watching the battlefield light up with clashing mana. The prince cuts loose, blade and magic together tearing through the orc line. Blood and light spray together as the fighting reaches a fever pitch. Another orc crumples into the snow, the fight far from over. In his head, old gossip from the capital echoes even as he fights, the nobles there. He drives his blade through another orc without breaking stride. Said it was certain he stole his uncle's achievements, the memory continues, bitter as ever. They said he couldn't even kill a single goblin, let alone an orc, he recalls, blood on his blade proving otherwise. He fights on, glowing with a power the old rumors never accounted for. That he was a useless, violent rogue, the old insult surfaces again in his mind. Another orc falls to a clean, brutal strike. Completely worthless, the words still sting even now. He admits quietly he still doesn't know which parts of what they said were true and which were lies. But one thing he decides is beyond question now. Watching him fight, someone else can only think, impossible things are happening right in front of my eyes. From above, the snow field stretches out littered with fallen orcs as far as the eye can see. "Sir Urhim, let's join them too," Maximilian urges, but the answer comes back uneasy. "It's impossible, Your Highness." Urhim and the soldiers around him just stare, breath catching in their throats. Throwing exhausted troops into that fight now, Urhim warns, would be reckless. "Why?" Maximilian presses, not following the logic. The soldiers around them insist the gap in level just shouldn't be this enormous, and yet here they are. The camera lingers on the snowbound battlefield as someone murmurs a quiet, desperate please. Picking their way through the aftermath, Urhim's group can't stop wondering what exactly makes this fight so different. A banner is driven into the snow, the mark of victory, plain for everyone to see. The prince walks calmly through the wreckage of orcs he's just cut down. The wind kicks up around the standard as it's carried forward. The banner rises over the gate as the prince and his knights march back in, triumphant. "We won," someone cheers, the relief finally breaking through. Another soldier just stares at the wreckage, unable to manage more than a stunned howl. The prince raises the banner high and roars in triumph as below, someone finally names what they just witnessed, a Mana Heart Knight. A grizzled silver-haired commander can only ask himself how anyone displays that kind of overwhelming power. An aide addresses him quietly, Commander Antoine." The first prince wishes to see you privately once the battlefield's cleared, the aide relays. Antoine simply answers, understood. Antoine narrows his eyes, still turning it over. This is nothing like what he'd been told. The rumors had it he wasn't even as good as his younger brother. Clearly, somebody's story was very wrong. Someone's hollering across the field, "Hey Vincent, I won." Vincent just stares back, less than impressed. Because apparently he's already up to 19 flags and he's very proud of it. By his math, he's suddenly jumped to 26 and he's not finished counting. A Legion banner obviously counts as 10-unit banners, so now, conveniently, he's got 28. By that logic, he announces, strolling along like it's settled, he's actually got 35. What? Someone finally shouts because nobody does battlefield math that creatively and gets away with it. A soldier calls him out on it. The company commander spent years collecting that many flags, and here he is trying to beat the record in a few months. Good grief, I'm exhausted to death, he groans. What do you lot even want? Aren't you leaving already? They're not done teasing him though. Come on, tired from killing a few orcs? Didn't he once say those orcs weren't even worth a meal? What do you take me for? Caught out by his own bragging. For once, he doesn't have a comeback ready. Cue the flashback, him screaming into a blizzard that a mere orc force was nothing to worry about. Even 10 times that number would be no problem, past him boasted. Present him is regretting every syllable. It is, in fact, a royal cracking jokes with rank-and-file soldiers, and somehow it doesn't look bad on him at all. All right, he tells them, you lot just one battlefield cleanup duty for today. Ugh, that's cruel, someone groans, but under all the joking there's real respect in their eyes. Aren't you leaving already? Someone else grumbles. We're going, they complain plenty and loudly, but nobody actually disobeys him. The column trudges on through the mountain pass behind him, still grumbling, still following. How could that look in their eyes be anything but admiration? Your Highness, someone calls out. I'm glad you're safe, a knight tells him, catching up. To fight so bravely in your very first battle. Even I was impressed, someone else adds, and for once he's genuinely caught off guard. Ah, I see, is all he manages, a little thrown by the sincerity. The group just laughs it off around him, easy and warm like this is any other day. He can't help thinking it quietly, they're proud of him. Funny, considering back in the capital, everyone who ever praised him did it the exact same way. Less like honoring a soldier, more like patting a clever kid on the head. He remembers squirming under all that polished flattery as a kid. How embarrassing, he mutters, looking anywhere but at the crowd. Meanwhile, his brother got called a true man without anyone even blinking. Back in the present, 3 more soldiers jog up. Your Highness, may we properly greet the first prince as well? He just blinks at them, caught off guard all over again. Go ahead, he says, waving them on with an easy grin. Thank you, Your Highness. One salutes hard enough to nearly drop his spear while the others just laugh. You were amazing out there. You somehow seem even more ruthless now, someone jokes. What's with you all? Why so friendly all of a sudden? I heard you volunteered to come here, he says, putting the pieces together. That's correct, Your Highness, comes the reply, quiet pride behind it. Turns out they'd been hiding their own reputation. This is the honored Iron Lions unit, and the mission north was brutal by design. I think I understand, he says, and he clearly does. So why volunteer for conditions that bad? Your Highness, one of them starts to explain. Please don't be too impatient, the man teases, smug as ever. I was simply surprised, the prince admits, quiet for once. Meanwhile, back in the capital, everything was business as usual. No one back home had any idea a full-blown war was raging in the north. Orc war bands crashing through the snow, soldiers screaming just to hold the line. These insignificant monsters had gone and built themselves a kingdom, and right in the middle of it. A bloodline nobody back home was watching closely enough. The Leonberger name was quietly taking root out here, growing into something much bigger than anyone realized. And he knew it better than anyone. Who back in the capital could possibly have seen this coming? Which brings us somewhere much quieter, a torchlit room far from any battlefield. Someone's already waiting for him there. It is an honor to meet you like this, Your Highness, the stranger says, bowing low. I am Antoine, he introduces himself, leader of an insignificant mercenary corps. I see, the prince says, settling back in his chair. are you under contract with the royal family? For now, we have a long-term contract, Antoine says, and after that, the prince presses. Would a mercenary who could die any day really make plans that far ahead? Antoine deflects, smirking. The prince skips the small talk entirely. Make a contract with me. Your Highness, our core might be nobodies, Antoine warns, but we don't come cheap. Your price, huh? The prince muses, then reaches straight for the one thing Antoine's actually been hoarding. Crude methods, he says, almost offended on Antoine's behalf. I'll turn it into something proper. He points right at him, cocky as ever, laying out the pitch. So nobody looks down on you again for using an inferior technique. What you've got now is a crude mana heart built on a mid-grade method at best. Lightning crackles up Antoine's arms as the words sink in. The path your energy's been taking you down is nothing but a sandcastle built out of impure mana. He says it like a plain fact, not an insult. Somewhere far off, the capital sleeps on, none the wiser about any of this. Even if the realm's the same, he goes on. The difference in quality is like heaven and earth. The air itself seems to bend around him as he speaks. He settles into his seat like he owns the room, mana curling around him in glowing script. If words alone could do it, comes a voice from behind him, I'd already be a sword master. Is that a refusal? The prince asks, not even looking up from the table. Then Antoine starts and stops himself, however. That depends, the prince says coolly, on who's saying it. To me, Antoine grins, leaning in. Grant a noble title. The prince just smiles and Antoine bows his head. Unlike those stiff, straightforward knights, Antoine thinks to himself, this one might actually be worth something. Very well, the prince agrees, without missing a beat. Antoine drops to one knee, sealing the deal. The contract period will be, the prince starts and lets the silence stretch out. Until I become king. Do you know how to use heart mana? Antoine asks, smirking like he already knows the answer. Of course, the prince replies, drawing his blade. Antoine answers by drawing steel of his own, twin daggers gleaming. Lightning wraps around both blades as he squares up for real. Let me show you, the prince says, and for once, it's Antoine's turn to be caught flat-footed. A blade that cuts blades, that's the technique on display right here. Antoine grits his teeth and holds the line just barely. Steel screams against steel. Antoine bursts out laughing, delighted despite himself, and the prince can't help being impressed right back. Huh, the prince blinks, genuinely thrown this time. This, Antoine says, holding up his blade, is the sword song I possess. One of the better-known ones in the industry, he explains. Took me half a year tailing a high-ranking mercenary just to learn it. Spent every coin I had on it, but it saved my life more than once, so no regrets. Don't tell me, the prince says slowly, other people's sword songs are all like this too. Some difference in efficiency, Antoine shrugs, but mostly yeah. This is driving me crazy, the prince mutters through gritted teeth. See, martial poetry, sword songs normally get passed down through bloodlines, generation after generation. It's meant to stop the quality from watering down by teaching it to just anyone. Even within those bloodlines, who actually gets taught is jealously, strictly controlled. And yet here they are, buying and selling poems for gold like street vendors. Nothing tanks the value of a sword song faster than that. I need to change the contract terms, the prince decides. 20 years, he says flatly, and Antoine's jaw hits the floor. What? That's basically a lifetime contract. No mercenary corps on Earth signs something like that. A contract of servitude, the prince corrects, already drawing his sword. Would suit you a lot better than a lifetime one. Then he starts reciting something about piling green corpses into a mountain, a red place forming underneath. And I stand before it, he continues, sword raised, power gathering fast. Honoring your soul, he finishes. The strike comes fast, and Antoine barely gets his blades up in time. Mana shatters around them both. He doesn't let up for a second. Blue fire curls off every strike he throws. You said you spent half a year, he asks, on that crude little fragment of a song. The shards just keep raining down around them. Blade meets blade again and again. Then what, he asks quietly, is the value of my verse against your 20 years? Silence. Antoine doesn't have an answer for that one. I'll give you time to think, the prince offers, however. Antoine swallows hard, sensing there's more coming. His instincts are not wrong. Something in the air just shifted, and it shows all over his face. Behind the prince, something vast and black starts to unfurl. It's that same terrifying power from the battlefield, his hidden song of requiem, awake and watching. I will not wait very long, the prince says and walks away, leaving Antoine to make his choice. At his private castle, the first prince fires off a quiet request. He wants to borrow some of his uncle's people for something off the books. The answer comes back fast: 3 rangers who know the mountains, 3 more who can track anything moving through them. Back at his desk, his aide Vincent frowns at the paperwork. Aren't there already people assigned to escort him on patrol? We're not doing a patrol this time, the prince says, and Vincent's stomach visibly drops. So what exactly is this then? Vincent's answer flat and grim: a hunt. Vincent's brain audibly short-circuits. Excuse me. The prince reminds him, calm as anything, that orcs aren't the only things lurking up in that mountain range. Somewhere up there, the orc warlord has sat still for almost 2 months now, and that silence is starting to feel a lot louder than an attack. Nobody really knows why he earned that title, but everyone agrees on one thing about a warlord. Sooner or later he'll start moving again, and the prince doesn't plan to be caught flat-footed when that happens. I can't just sit around waiting for that day to come, he says, already halfway out the door in his head. Vincent immediately hates this plan. That's far too dangerous. If anything happened to your highness at a time like this, he finishes, dead serious, staring the prince down. The prince just smirks. Vincent, you said the exact same thing about that orc scouting mission. How did that turn out? Fair point, but the Blade Mountain orcs are a different breed entirely. Vincent has no comeback for that one, he just goes quiet. He exhales, defeated. Then I'll assign you more personnel. Please, he adds, don't refuse this one. The prince, already walking off, doesn't look like he's in a mood to argue. Whatever you want, the prince tosses back over his shoulder, conceding more ground than Vincent expected. Cut to the mountains. Adelia, sword in hand, is shaking like a leaf. This is her very first deployment. It's a pretty pathetic sight, someone mutters, but it can't be helped. I expected her to be nervous, the prince admits, watching her hands shake, but this is a bit much. Truth is, this whole hunt was basically arranged just for her sake. Watching her from behind, he figures she still looks more like a maid playing dress-up than an actual knight, and yet she's carrying a blade too dangerous to swing carelessly in just any fight. Her instincts as a knight need to wake up one way or another. And that has to happen before the real war starts. Anyway, putting that aside for now. A silver-haired knight in gold-trimmed armor strolls up uninvited. Don't tell me you lot are tagging along too? The Iron Lions have arrived. His Highness the Second Prince sent us, one explains, while another shouts his own introduction loud enough for the whole mountain to hear. I, Dunham, am here as well, Your Highness. The prince shrugs it off, not that it matters to him either way, as the whole odd little war party assembles on the mountain trail. Someone turns to a hooded mercenary. Antoine, are you coming too? The grizzled mercenary just smirks. I won't be joining you. Instead, he sends his own men, who announce themselves at full volume. High-rank mercenary Locke, high-rank mercenary Jean. Before they picked up mercenary work, Locke and Jean used to roam these exact mountains for a living. Antoine's endorsement is backhanded at best. They're sharp, work them like servants and they'll actually be useful. The prince quietly runs his own read on the two of them and clocks a string of traits that basically spell out spy. He can't help but wonder if his uncle sent this whole entourage just to test him. Understood, let's head out, comes the order, though at this rate he half expects Uncle Balorhard to show up and insist on coming himself. Right on cue, a familiar voice makes someone flinch. Uncle Balorhard himself has come down to the gate in person. I had to see you off properly, didn't I? The timing was so perfect I actually thought he was joining the hunt, the prince jokes, then needles his uncle. Guard the castle properly while I'm gone. Balorhard just gives him a flat look. It's a castle I've protected since before you were even born. Then quieter, the real point of the visit slips out. Just make sure you come back safe, Your Highness. Watching his uncle fuss over him, the prince can't help but think these two act like father and son sometimes. Well then, he says, and the whole ragtag hunting party finally rolls out through the castle gate. This time they really are getting going. The trail climbs higher, the snow thickens, and the trees start to close in around them. Something's watching them from the tree line, just a flash of green in the white. They're now midway up the Blade Mountain range, deep enough that turning back isn't really an option anymore. The party ducks low behind a snowbank, scanning the ridge ahead for movement. Vincent signals for quiet and glances at the prince. What's the call? Something huge shifts in the snow just ahead of them. No more waiting around, the prince is already moving, blade first. A hulking green shape rises up out of the snow, eyes burning red. Someone breathes out the word everyone was dreading. It's an ogre. Steel comes out fast as the fight kicks off in earnest. One of the knights closes the distance, cape snapping in the wind, weapon already swinging. Vincent grips his blade tight, bracing for the beast to charge. The prince and his knights hold their line, dead set on bringing this thing down. The ogre answers with a roar that shakes snow off the trees. It swings a clawed fist wide enough to take someone's head off. One of the mercenaries ducks under it and answers with a slash of his own. The blade bites deep into the ogre's leg and it staggers. Furious now, it snaps its jaws and swings back twice as hard. Do not fear, warriors, someone bellows over the chaos, rallying the line. It's merely a monster, and for a fight this ugly, that's about as much of a pep talk as anyone's getting. The prince, Vincent, and the rest hold formation, watching for the opening. Do not be afraid, the cry goes up again as the blades find their mark. The ogre finally goes down under the combined assault, dropped for good. The moment they catch their breath, the view opens up and in the distance, a whole column of orcs is marching through the snow. This hunt just got a lot bigger than one ogre. Before they can regroup, something else steps out of the tree line, bigger, meaner, and clearly not done with them. Someone snarls, recognizing exactly what kind of trouble just showed up. You bastard. The creature lunges, tusks bared, faster than something that size has any right to be. Its fist slams down hard enough to crater the snow. "Oh-ho," the prince says, almost delighted watching it work. One of the iron lions fills in the details. Even among noble orcs, this one's high-ranking, with real combat skill behind the muscle. Its whole body flares with a furious red glow as it digs in for round 2. For the king, one of the knights roars, throwing himself back into the fight. The beast throws its head back and roars right in his face. Now's the time, warriors. 2 more orcs come charging in to back it up. Steel and claws meet in a blur as the fight spreads. Then the prince's eyes snap wide. A notification flashes through his senses. Adelia Bayern's trait, Butcher, has just activated. His grip tightens on his sword, but he doesn't move yet, not this second. He watches her like a hawk, timing this down to the breath. Every instinct in him says to hold the line just a little longer. Not yet, he tells her low and firm. Something darker flickers behind Adelia's eyes as she fights to hold it in. Endure it a little longer, he says. The plan is simple if brutal. Wear the thing down first, then let her finish it. Grind down its strength just a little more before they unleash her. The knights keep pressing, chipping away at it hit after hit. Steel rings against hide as the fight grinds on. It's still dangerous, still swinging for blood every chance it gets. And then further up the ridge, something far bigger starts to move. A second monster rises out of the snow, red-skinned, horned, and enormous. Nobody's even finished with the first fight, and there's already a bigger problem incoming. What in the world is that? One of the knights chokes out. The prince goes very still, that is, and he doesn't sound thrilled to finish that sentence. A real ogre, not the pretender they just put down, the genuine article, the essence of what that title actually means. Born that way through and through. An ogre is a predator with a bottomless appetite, full stop, that's just what it is from birth. It tears through anything in its path without a second of hesitation. And in that sense, it's a born butcher too, the same word that just lit up over Adelia's head. Not yet, the prince repeats, holding her back for one more breath, just a little longer. The ogre bears down on them, and the ground itself seems to flinch. The prince holds his ground, eyes locked on the monster, waiting for exactly the right instant. An ogre that's fully awakened its own butcher essence fights on the level of a swordmaster, which means so, potentially, does she. It'd be ridiculous to think that I, just a sword expert, could actually kill that thing, he admits out loud. Then without missing a beat, Adelia, get ready. But that's exactly why it's worth trying, he says, and her eyes ignite red as the trait takes hold completely. He pours everything he has into backing her up, mana flaring around him. Adelia's blade catches the light and starts burning gold. A knight's rank only ever climbs, he reminds her, by making the impossible happen. She surges forward, faster than anyone expected. I know that light, someone murmurs, recognizing the glow for what it really is. She draws a single sword, and the whole mountainside seems to hold its breath. The blade she'd trained with was never just an ordinary sword. It carries a strike built for one very specific job. A strike that's felled countless giants throughout history. And an ogre, as it turns out, is nothing but a giant's bloodline in miniature. Which makes what happens next practically inevitable. Adelia raises the blade, eyes blazing gold, and brings it down. The strike connects clean, and even something that size staggers under it. She's not done yet either. She's already moving in for the follow-up before the first hit even finishes landing. There's nothing timid left in her expression now. The blood flows freely enough to carve its own path through the snow. The ogre claws at her, wounded and desperate now. And what's left behind will feed the ground it falls on. Grim as that sounds, that's just how these things end. There's a savage kind of satisfaction on her face nobody's seen from her before. She walks it down, blade dragging light behind her with every step. The trembling made from an hour ago is nowhere to be found. Through the giant's blood and flesh, the old saying goes, this land shall be renewed. One last arc of gold cuts clean across the sky. She's fully committed to the strike now, no hesitation left in her at all. Behind her, the prince is the one actually paying the price for this, quietly singing something he calls the poem of the dawn to keep her powered through it. The power keeps building, way past what should be safe. It swells into a full-on golden storm around them both. A warning flashes that her stats can't fully endure a technique of this rank, so, wisely, he only lets part of it through. He reins it in again and again, careful not to burn her out chasing this. Even scaled back, it's more than enough. The strike detonates in a wash of gold light across the mountainside. Rewind a second because this one starts as a mystery. Word going around camp is the prince dragged someone totally unequipped for war out into these frozen mountains. And not just anyone, a woman everyone assumed was too timid and fragile to last 5 minutes out here. Even his own uncle couldn't figure out why. Into the mountains they went anyway. But then everything changed. Steel flashes in the snow, something's about to go very wrong for somebody. Which is our cue to rewind further, back to where this whole mess actually started. Blood in the snow, a blade already drawn to its limit. This fight was ugly from the jump. In the thick of it, a blonde knight with eyes that don't match, one blazing red, one pale gold, teeth gritted through the pain. What she's up against is built like a small mountain, roaring loud enough to shake snow off the trees. She's not backing down either, carving straight into its leg like it owes her money. Call it a truly overwhelming presence, this thing hits like an avalanche. But even more impressive, watching quietly from a distance, was somebody else entirely. The beast claws back, glowing and furious. Two fighters charge it head-on anyway, because apparently that's just how this squad rolls. A reckless, balls-out charge straight at the thing, no plan beyond hit it harder. And it keeps driving forward no matter what gets thrown back at it. Turns out she was being perfectly backed up the whole time by the first prince himself, blade already swinging. That mismatched-eyed knight again, grinding through the pain and pushing the attack anyway. For a second, the whole mountain just holds its breath. Then she's back in it, blade flashing gold. Impact, a clean, brutal hit lands. Her achievements were the ones everyone could see and cheer for, but the monster swings back hard enough to send both her and the prince tumbling. Boots dig into the snow, cape snapping, and they're already scrambling back to their feet. Without His Highness, the first prince in that fight, this battle simply doesn't go the way it did. He's the one holding her steady now. This battle could not have happened at all without him. Somewhere off in the snow, his uncle watches it all unfold. Knights ride hard through the chaos. There's no opening to interfere, not yet. Balorhard grits his teeth, watching a fight he can't jump into. Over there, someone shouts and a mounted knight barrels toward the fighting. Our opponents are over there, no time to hesitate now. Steel meets steel across the whole battlefield. Arwen's in the thick of it too, cutting a path straight through the orc ranks. Balorhard watches the girl he thinks of as family carve through the enemy, still stunned at what she's become. He and the others spot the real target hiding in all that chaos, the orc commanders themselves. Excellent judgment, someone mutters, right as an orc nearly gets the drop on Arwen. In just a few months, Balorhard thinks that girl's gone from scared recruit to a seasoned knight. She wades through a field of fallen orcs like she was built for exactly this. One of the orc commanders is still standing, banner and all. Arwen keeps pressing forward, hair whipping in the wind, not slowing down for anyone. An orc roars back at her, refusing to go down easy. Its face is a mess of blood and fury by now. Back with the main group, something catches everyone's attention. It sounds like it's trying to say something. An orc, one of them asks, confused. Turns out it's proposing terms. Settle this with an honorable duel, one-on-one. Fall back, the prince says simply, already smiling like he's got this handled. That lion crest catches the light. Your Highness, the first prince, someone asks, half worried. Balorhard isn't thrilled either. Then what about the ogre, he presses. The answer comes fast, in the shape of a blade. Snow and rock kick up from the force of it. The prince is already airborne, cape snapping behind him. Everything goes dark and sharp for a second. This is not a fair fight on paper anyway. Up close, this thing's grin is nightmare fuel, red eyes glowing under a mane of black hair. Balorhard's face says it all. He did not expect any of this to actually work. It worked out well, the prince mutters, sounding almost as surprised as everyone else. Hey, I accept your proposal, he tells the beast, sword raised. It just grunts back at him. How unusual, a human who can speak our language, it rumbles, genuinely thrown. Save your admiration. Let's settle this with an honorable duel, the prince fires back. Good, come human, challenge accepted apparently on both sides. Blades meet in a shower of golden sparks. The prince leaps straight at it, sword raised high, no hesitation left in him. Steel rings out across the frozen mountainside. He lands a solid hit, and the creature roars in pain. Watching from a distance, Balorhard can barely believe his own eyes. Their blades lock again, mana crackling between them. Judging by how freely this thing throws around that red energy, and just how monstrous it looks doing it, blood dripping down its tusks, Balorhard realizes this orc hits as hard as a triple chain knight, not a fair fight on paper. And yet the prince keeps pushing forward, teeth gritted, sword glowing. And yet that monster is being matched blow for blow by a kid who fights back just as hard. Remember, this is a boy who's only picked up a sword for a little over a year. Their swords clash again in a blinding flash of light. Blue mana crackles through the air between them. Rock and debris scatter as the orc staggers back. It snarls at him, refusing to admit it's losing ground. Blood runs down its face now, patience clearly wearing thin. One more strike lands, clean and hard. Its claw swings out desperately as the prince presses the advantage. And now he's overwhelming it, plain and simple. The prince stands tall, that dark, wing-like power of his flickering to life behind him. The killing blow falls, and the orc's roar cuts off mid-breath. Crow-croc, it manages before going still for good. It was a good fight, the prince says, and for once he actually means it. He stands over the fallen orc, breathing hard but victorious. Off in the snow, Balorhard just exhales, relief written all over his face. Arwen sheathes her sword nearby, watching the aftermath with the man she thinks of as family. The prince lets out a long, exhausted sigh. That took everything he had. Footsteps crunch through the snow, someone's approaching fast. Yo, your highness, the prince turns, startled by the voice. Has the battle ended? Asks a young woman, tears already streaming, a cloth wrapped over her eyes. She's blind, clutching something gold to her chest, shaking with worry for him. Wait, he blurts, hands up, don't come any closer, stay right there. You'll get blood on me, smooth your highness, real smooth. She lets out a shaky breath anyway, relief winning out over the blood warning. Behind them the battlefield stretches out, orcs fallen everywhere the prince walked. Yo, you're too much, she manages as the group starts making its way back. Days blur together after that, just endless white mountain and marching. The group presses deeper into the snowy forest, still hunting whatever's left out here. A trio of rangers creeps ahead through the trees, scouting the way. The rangers seem much bolder than before, the prince notes, walking alongside his uncle. With the ogre scent spreading this strongly, someone murmurs, uneasy. Most monsters would have run away long ago. Aha! Nobody sounds thrilled about that logic. One of the rangers keeps watch, bow ready on their back. Something up ahead gets pointed out fast. The prince and his uncle push forward through the storm. If something doesn't run away even after smelling an ogre, someone starts and everyone already knows where this is going. The whole group trudges on through the blizzard, wary now. That means it's a monster equal to an ogre. Cue the massive white-furred thing snarling out of the snow. Its face alone is enough to ruin anyone's day, fangs bared, one eye glowing red. Something dark and clawed unfurls out of the storm behind it. Yeah, equal to an ogre, great. The whole crew squares up together this time, Adelia, Arwen, the prince, all of them. And the beast lunges straight for them. A troll, another name added to the worst guest list in the world, and the group marches toward it anyway. Arwen's shield takes the brunt of its first swing. After that, they just keep roaming these mountains for days, one battle bleeding into the next. Balerhard's right in the middle of it, bloodied and shouting orders. Fighting battle after battle, Adelia's really coming into her own now, golden light wrapped around her blade. And then something shifts, his own bound power, the poem of Dominion, reacts to a change in someone tied to him. There's been a change in Adelia Bayern's traits. She's gone and created her own martial poem. Bound by her oath, she offers part of that achievement straight to her master. He's just picked up a verse of her poem of the crow. Adelia kneels in the dirt afterward, wrung out, the light around her fading. Will never come, it's less a wish and more a resentment, the verse says, not exactly a cheerful tune. Whatever memory that poem is built on, it's clearly still raw for her. A poem that sings of a longing that can never be fulfilled. The prince goes quiet, turning that over in his head. He runs an appraisal on her out of curiosity. Adelia Bayern, 17, still officially a maid on paper. Swordsmanship B, mana sensitivity A, traits, butcher, war maniac, gluttony, timid, caretaker, servant mentality. Gluttony, he blinks at that one. He stands there a second longer, turning the word over in his head. Don't tell me what she craves is blood, please say no. War maniac and butcher are already troublesome enough. Adding hungry for violence to the pile is not what he needed today. Still, it's good that we gained something, he says, looking out over the sunset. Let's head back now, time to call it and go home. Back toward Winter Castle they go, through bare, frozen trees. The castle comes into view in the distance, quiet under the night sky. The prince catches something off in the dark, HM. A screech splits the night, and the castle's already burning. Steel is already clashing somewhere down there. Looks like they're in battle, Balerhard says grimly, what shall we do? The prince just grins and draws his sword, guess rest is cancelled. We break through, he says, I'll take the lead, the rangers stay in the middle. The whole group charges down the slope toward the fighting. Erhim, Dunham, and Arwen will cover the sides and rear, he calls out, already moving. Something huge and furious roars up ahead of them. The prince's face is all business now, sword humming with energy. Looks like that one's the commander, someone calls, right as a burst of energy tears through the dark. Arwen's already carving a path through the orcs with her shield. Take off the head first, somebody's not messing around tonight. Middle of the night and Winter Castle's walls are already crawling with orcs. This siege has been going on way too long. Steel keeps meeting orc hide, blood keeps flying, and nobody on that wall is backing down yet. One knight is holding this whole line together through sheer will, snarling at a clawed hand reaching for him, just a little longer. He keeps his troops moving with one promise: once today's battle ends, everyone gets to rest. Another soldier picks up the cry, begging the line to hold on just a little longer. Finally, a breather, the knight sags against his own sword, chest heaving. Everyone at Winter Castle is running on absolute fumes right now. One soldier's mind drifts mid-swing, if only His Highness were actually here right now. In his head, the prince already has throwing the gates wide open and charging out himself. In that daydream, the whole miserable siege gets finished in an instant. Nice thought, reality's got other plans. And reality is an orc screaming jaws inches from your face, not a nice daydream about the prince. Vincent's blade keeps flashing anyway, blood on his face, jaw locked tight against the pain. Damn it, pull yourself together, he snarls to himself as much as anyone. An orc lunges straight for him mid-strike, no time to breathe, let alone rest. Winter Castle itself looks like it's one hit away from just giving out. Another orc drops in a spray of blood and mana-charged steel. Vincent's not slowing down. One more leap, one more strike, over and over. This isn't a place that gets to waver just because one particular person is missing, he tells himself, gasping through it. More blood, more steel, no end in sight. Then Vincent freezes. That sound, that's not an orc. A soldier bolts up screaming that reinforcements are coming down from the mountain range. It's His Highness the First Prince. Cue every soldier's morale spiking through the roof. And there he is, cutting straight through the orc line like he owns the place. The prince has returned, and he's already caught up to the captain himself. Honestly, watching him move, you'd swear His Highness was their actual captain, not some royal tourist. The order comes down fast. Everyone gather in front of the gates. Only the first 30 lucky bastards get to go out and finish this. Word spreads fast. Only the first 30 people get through. No exceptions, they're told, not even for the captain. Vincent is not thrilled about that. So he just leaps out anyway, arguing the order technically hadn't been given yet. Convenient. Gates thrown open, and the chosen 30 pour out screaming. Damn it, charge! Vincent's right at the front of it. Full charge, the whole garrison finally goes on the offensive. Soldiers pour over the battlements behind him, fear replaced with something closer to hope. It is genuinely a miraculous sight to see. A prince no older than 16 just walked onto this battlefield, and yet he throws himself straight into the thick of it alongside Vincent, no hesitation at all. Winter Castle's shaky morale just skyrockets out of nowhere. And just like that, the orcs that wouldn't quit for hours suddenly lose their nerve and start fleeing. Vincent's own power flares up, that signature teal-blue mana crackling around him. He unloads it straight into the nearest orc, no mercy left to give. Prince and captain fighting back to back like they've done this 100 times. One last combined strike, and the tide of this battle is officially turned. Dawn breaks over a battlefield that isn't screaming anymore, not bad at all. The orcs that made it this far didn't make it out. As the sun comes up, the prince walks away from the wreckage in that red cape like he was born for this. It wasn't clean. This is what surviving an all-night siege actually looks like. We are victorious. The garrison finally lets itself cheer. Long live Winter Castle, they roar, fists in the air. Hooray, and His Highness looks extremely pleased with himself about it. They hoist him right up onto their shoulders, chanting his name. Long live His Highness, the First Prince. The whole battered garrison means it. Mid-cheer, his head suddenly snaps toward the dark. Something's wrong. His whole expression sharpens in half a second flat. Whatever it is, the knight beside him feels it too, and neither of them likes it. This killing intent, what is that? The victory party is officially over. Something ugly and red is bleeding into the darkness beyond the walls. Whatever this is, it's building, and it does not feel like just another orc. It lashes out, and everyone standing there looks suddenly very, very small. The aftermath is instant blood and slash marks appearing out of nowhere. One of the knights recoils in pure shock. Nobody saw that coming or even saw what did it. Vincent takes a hit and doubles over, gasping in pain. The rest of the knights freeze, horrified. Even the prince flinches at whatever just tore through his own men. Vincent forces himself back upright, bleeding but refusing to fall. Damn it, the prince mutters, whatever this thing is, it's gotten noticeably closer. Somewhere in the castle, a wounded voice is begging for someone, anyone, to save them. Somehow they make it through that night. And by morning, His Highness looks disgustingly pleased with himself again. His presence is, everyone around him has to admit, genuinely astounding. Cut to a grand hall, and it's time to count the spoils. Trophy heads on display, proof of exactly how brutal last night really was. More grim proof laid out for everyone to see. I took down 14 ogres and 11 trolls, the prince announces, not remotely humble about it. If I'd had more time, he adds, I would have wiped out every last one of them. So why, someone asks, is there only one head to show for it? Why would I lug back a pile of useless junk? He shoots back at Vincent. You doubting me? It's not doubt, Vincent says dryly, it's that these pelts barely add up to 4 kills. Most of them got hacked completely to pieces, the prince explains like that settles it. There were barely any intact pelts left. Ah right, he shrugs like this is a perfectly normal excuse. This one, he says, is from an elite orc combat unit he took down in the mountains. And adding in the Shaman's Legion flag he just snatched on top of that. So what's the score looking like now? This has apparently become an official competition. I've got 39, the prince declares. And Vincent's sitting at 36, so close and yet. Vincent Balrard, the prince says smugly, savoring every syllable of the loser's full name. I win, he adds, and Vincent's face goes red on the spot. His Highness overtook the captain. The troops are having entirely too much fun with this. The captain lost. Vincent is thrilled to be reminded repeatedly. Didn't he just grab that flag from behind after the fight was already over? Vincent's not letting this go quietly. I cannot accept this. Boo, how unsightly, the troops heckle right back. Let's give credit where credit is due. Vincent snaps. Whose side are you punks even on? Who is your captain exactly? He demands, getting absolutely nowhere. So is His Highness the greatest warrior of Winter Castle now? Someone asks, twisting the knife. Ahem, a new voice clears its throat and the whole room turns. Was it 59? The newcomer asks, like he's just remembering an old score of his own. It's Count Balorhard himself, smirking down at both of them. You still have a long way to go, Ian. The prince's jaw hits the floor. He was not expecting that. Aren't you ashamed, as an elderly gentleman, joining in on young people's games when you've half retired from the front lines? A record, Balorhard says coolly, is something that never disappears. We're never beating that, Your Highness, the others admit, defeated. Of course you can't, Uncle, Vincent chimes in, and the whole room cracks up laughing. Just like that, the dread hanging over this place a few hours ago has completely melted away. One dumb joke and the whole mood in the room flips. The atmosphere has changed before anyone even noticed it happening. Was that just a bad joke, or exactly the kind of resourcefulness a field commander needs? Elsewhere along the frontier wall, more troops keep marching through the snow. Vincent heads off with one of the other knights, business clearly not finished yet. Balorhard's expression sobers up fast with his own men. One joke wasn't enough to actually fix what's wrong here, the prince murmurs to his own reflection. Already good enough for now, someone says, and the group moves on inside. By the way, the prince says, shifting suddenly to business. Are no more supporting forces coming from the north or the central region either? The lords down south should have sent reinforcements by now, he adds. Something's off. Actually, Vincent says, some of our own straggling forces did just join up. Based on what they saw on the way here, so those really are troops heading to Winter Castle. Somewhere back along that route, an officer just tells his tired men to rest up before they move on. Meanwhile, back at court, the nobles have their own take. Oh my, Count Balorhard's making quite a fuss this winter. Isn't Winter Castle always overflowing with troops anyway? Someone sniffs from the comfort of a ballroom. Word is, the lords of the central region and the north have zero intention of sending separate forces at all. Damn it, what the hell, do they seriously not get what happens if this place falls? The map of the whole kingdom might as well be on fire if Winter Castle goes. They'll be next, he realizes, every province down the line. A steady hand lands on his shoulder. Ian, calm down. Winter Castle will never collapse, Balorhard tells him flatly. Uncle, the prince blinks, caught off guard by the sudden calm. Did you maybe reach some kind of enlightenment or something? He teases. Not quite yet, Balorhard admits, looking a little worn out himself. However, he says, and that teal-blue mana ignites around his hand again. Lightning crackles up his arm, power building towards something huge. It's almost at my fingertips, he says quietly. His breakthrough is that close. It would have been nice to have a little more time, he admits. Yet time, as always, is cruel. But don't worry, he adds, magic light gathering around him because. Night Vale, he calls out, summoning a name nobody's heard yet. This knight, Balorhard says, has never once lost a battle against orcs. Help is finally on the way. A sealed letter goes out under royal wax, exactly as instructed. The prince has rewritten the request for reinforcements under his own name, and he's not exactly optimistic about it landing. Sure, everyone says they'll send help, but he's a known troublemaker, and the uncle raising him isn't exactly beloved at court either. 3 shadows in the dark, and a decision about to matter a lot. But there's one name they'd never dare snub, the golden boy of the family, the second prince. Getting the request approved is one problem, getting it here in time might be the real one. So he calls in a favor, Maximilian. If the lines break, he tells his brother, fall back to the fortress and dig in there. They simply don't have the numbers to hold otherwise. But no matter what happens, the prince refuses to abandon the people of Winter Castle, not up for discussion. A quiet moment between brothers before everything gets loud again. Maximilian pushes back, "Aren't you one of those people too, brother? The knights need you more than they need me." The kind of selfless line that gets people killed in stories like this, so let's hope not. What a relief, someone breathes out, "We'll take it." Then a jarring cut, some raving stranger screaming curses at the damnably ruined bloodline of Leonberger, sword already drawn. The prince's face goes stone cold. Whatever that was, file it away because it is absolutely coming back. Small comfort in this, at least one person left in this family has blood that runs thick. Winter Castle stands quiet under a rare stretch of blue sky. From above, the fortress looks almost peaceful, buried in snow. The mood is calm before the storm calm, and everyone can feel it. For once, the orc raids that used to hit like clockwork every 4 days have gone quiet. And in that strange lull, everyone inside Winter Castle starts quietly gearing up for the massive battle everyone knows is coming. Somebody's putting the downtime to good use, crackling with borrowed lightning in solitary meditation. That kind of focus doesn't happen by accident. Still no word back from the central or northern regions about those reinforcements. Radio silence, basically. But the knights Balorhard always bragged about, those ones show up right on schedule. Armored warhorses thunder in through the snow. Black lancers comes the call and spears rise in answer. A commander sprints in ahead of the column, "We've returned, mission complete." "Apologies for the delay, your grace," the new arrivals say, falling in with the rest. "Great," the prince says, cracking a real smile. "Reinforcements check. Now introductions." "What a magnificent sight," someone murmurs, taking in the assembled column. A tall, bearded knight steps up. "I'm honored to meet you, your grace. Quion Lichtheim, commander of the Black Lancers. I've heard a lot about you," Quion finishes, grinning. Turns out one of his men, Vincent, will not shut up about how great it is fighting alongside the prince. Poor guy about dies of embarrassment on the spot. "This might be new for you, your highness," Quion warns, "but the Black Lancers are always first into the fight. Spears rise against the sky ready. Looking forward to fighting beside you, your highness," the Lancers say. Likewise, the prince answers. Cut to a few days later. Something stirs out there in the dark, and it does not feel friendly. The full column stands assembled below the castle walls, banners snapping in the wind. Faces go tight and grim as the scouts report in. A blade gets drawn in the snow. A shield takes a brutal hit. Then the orc horde comes screaming out of the storm, all at once. Red eyes, bared tusks, zero hesitation. Somebody sets their jaw and braces for what's coming. "Damn it, still nothing on those reinforcements," comes the frustrated report, and then that's cut to something moving through the dark, fast, low, and clearly not looking to be seen. The orcs already have a name for this human, a hero who transcends the orc species, not exactly a compliment they hand out often. The mountains sit dead quiet, which is somehow worse. Something guards the way forward, glowing red eyes and a face built to terrify. This isn't just any banner, it belongs to the warlord's own line. Word of the intrusion reaches the commander, and his face goes hard. Back at the walls, nerves are fraying badly. "I can't believe morale's already this shot, and the battle hasn't even started," someone mutters. "This is ridiculous," another voice snaps. Whatever's happening out there in the dark is leaving a serious trail of blood behind it. The raid itself is a blur of steel and violence. One fighter cuts through the chaos like nothing's going to stop them. Somebody watching from a distance can barely believe what they're seeing. Debris rains down as the dust finally starts to settle. Seriously, is all Balorhard can manage? Honestly, fair reaction. Because at the top of the enemy's own watchtower, snapping in the wind, is a banner that definitely does not belong there. "That's a hell of a way to declare war," someone says, understating it massively. "Now that we've got our present," Balorhard growls, "time to return the favor." "Co-commander," a soldier blurts, pointing up in disbelief. "There's someone on top." Sure enough, a tiny silhouette stands on the spire. That's nobody can quite finish the sentence. The first prince, the whole camp erupts. "His Highness is on the spire." Ian, yes, apparently that's just a Tuesday for this guy now. Balorhard just stares. What on earth is he up to now? Turns out this is exactly what he's up to. One clean strike, and the enemy's banner comes free in his hands. Even the rank and file can't quite process what they just watched. One of his men just smirks, clearly not surprised by him anymore. The The stolen banner snaps hard in the wind, a trophy now. I can't believe we captured the enemy's flag before the battle even started, neither can we, honestly. What a great start, the troops cheer from below. What is his obsession with flags? Someone mutters, watching him strut back. If it's the king's flag, shouldn't that count as 50 points? Apparently there's an actual scoring system for this. Now even the commander can't keep up with him. A war horn blast makes it official. Intermission's over. The horn's echo rolls out across the whole frozen valley. Column after column falls in, ready to move. Someone starts reciting, low and steady: snow-covered mountains, frozen valleys. Castle walls stained with crimson blood remain silent. Prepare for battle, not exactly subtle, but it gets the point across. Lightning crackles down the line as the knights surge forward. Snow-covered mountains, the verse repeats, sharper this time, blade already swinging. Castle walls stained with crimson blood remain silent, and with that, the lightning comes down for real. A massive arc of blue energy tears across the battlements. Lightning streaks the length of the wall in a single blinding line. Watching it all, Balorhard just sighs. Ian seems pretty busy today. If he's going to show off like that, I can't just stand still either, can I? There's the family competitiveness. Lightning wraps around the blade, ready to answer the challenge. The strike lands in a blinding flash. It rips clean through the orc line, no survivors in its path. One orc barely gets a fist up before the beam finds it. Blood sprays as the whole squad goes down in one motion. The field afterward is just gone, wiped clean. He took care of all those orcs in one go, a soldier gapes. As expected of our commander, the cheer goes up. Black Lancers front row, Balorhard bellows, calling up the vanguard. Charge, and just like that, the real battle is finally on. Lightning-lit spears drive straight into the enemy ranks. The orc horde surges to meet them, snarling and desperate. Blades and claws collide in a blur. Charge echoes again as the full line slams forward. The orc horde takes the brunt of it, ranks folding under the impact. Steel finds its mark again and again. Blood sprays across the snow with every strike. An orc roars in fury and pain as the line breaks around it. The battlefield is pure chaos now, orc snarls answered by knight steel. And with that, the real fight for Winter Castle begins. This is just round 1. Winter Castle again, and the orcs are back for round 2, throwing themselves at the walls like the last wave didn't even happen. A defender roars out orders down the wall. No time for hesitation up here. Rangers fall back and fire, peel off the melee, let the arrows do the talking instead. A hooded archer draws fast, loosing shot after shot into the green tide below. Knights handle the orc warriors, foot soldiers cut the ladders, every job spoken for, nobody's standing idle tonight. Blades meet claws right at the top of the wall, it's ugly, close and loud. Pull back and look at the whole line and it's the same story everywhere. Orcs, orcs and more orcs. Their strategy isn't exactly subtle. Charge until the wall breaks and don't bother counting the bodies. Mindless, relentless charging over and over, even if it costs them tens of thousands. That's the whole plan. Count Balorhard isn't so sure that's the whole story though, but he mutters, watching the horde. Their sheer numbers cover the mountainside like a stain. It's genuinely hard to look at. And that overwhelming mass isn't just a threat, it's a weapon in its own right, a wall of bodies that can grind any defense down. It can't be helped, Balorhard decides. We need to use fire, blunt solution for a blunt problem. Losing on day 1 would gut morale, so no half measures. Balorhard calls for the oil barrels to be readied. Yes sir, carts get loaded and dragged into position. The fire plan is officially underway. The first prince watches the numbers pile up and doesn't love what he's seeing. This is beyond what he starts and doesn't finish. An orc goes down hard, blade still buried in it. One down, thousands to go. The oil jugs rattle into place, ready to make this fight a whole lot hotter. Casualties on the walls, supplies burning through fast. The math on this siege is getting uglier by the minute. Pour the oil over the wall, it goes. It splashes down over an unlucky orc mid-climb. Bad day to be first up the ladder. Set them on fire, and just like that the whole front line lights up. Don't hold back on anything, just throw. Fireballs and torches rain down without mercy. The first prince knows this can't just be a war of attrition. There has to be a better answer than burning oil forever. Balorhard's blunt about it too. Keep this up, and they'll be fighting these monsters barehanded inside a week. Someone watches the chaos in silence, letting it sink in while the orcs keep charging below. At this rate, the thought trails off. Winter Castle sits in the mountains like a fortress that's already half a graveyard. The commanders walk the burning walls together, grim and quiet, sizing up just how bad this really is. The Winter Castle is doomed, or so the saying goes. This place didn't earn that reputation by accident, and we're about to find out why. I may have lived a reckless life, someone thinks, staring out over the snow, but not a sinful one. Not exactly a comforting thing to have to convince yourself of. Orcs loom out of the dark, and a cloaked figure freezes for half a second too long. A young knight with pale silver hair grits his teeth and braces for the hit. There's a saying, lie down with dogs, wake up with fleas. At least your bloodline won't come to an end, someone offers, which is a genuinely rough kind of comfort. Meet Bernardo Illy, the silver-haired knight we just saw bracing for a hit. I ended up dragged into this, he says bitterly, just because I was standing next to a bunch of good-for-nothing nobles. Blood on his face, eyes hard. This is a memory that clearly still stings. I was put on trial without warning, he recalls, standing in a courtroom. I'm the witness, Bernardo Illy. Being a witness was supposed to be the safe seat. All because he testified against those nobles and earned himself a whole lot of enemies for it. After that first trial, Illy somehow found himself standing on the defendant's side instead of the witness stand. Funny how that works out when you make the wrong people angry. Down he goes, quite literally, into the dark. To clear his name of crimes he never committed, there was really only one option left on the table. He had to join the army. Congratulations, Illy, welcome to the worst possible career change. Try not to die, someone tells him, truly the warmest send-off in military history. Because we have no time to take care of all the soldiers here, a hooded officer explains flatly. Nobody's holding anyone's hand at Winter Castle. Illy, ever humble, brags to his new squad that he's obviously here to take those orc bastards down. Foreshadowing has entered the chat. I've been learning swordsmanship since I was 10, so obviously, he adds. How pathetic, comes the reply, and honestly fair. The notoriety of Winter Castle wasn't built overnight, they remind him. Pride doesn't survive contact with the North. The North was not a place to be taken lightly, and Illy learns that the hard way as a knight nearby gets cut down in front of him. Before a month was even up, every noble who came with him was dead. Just more names among the other criminals sent north to disappear. I was the only one left, Illy says, standing alone among the bodies. That kind of survival leaves a mark. A dark little smile creeps in. If I don't survive here, he thinks, and doesn't need to finish that sentence either. Something shifts in him mid-fight, mana crackling blue around his blade. I'm going to end up like those bastards. Fear makes a hell of a motivator. His blade carves clean through anything in its path now. Blue light floods the panel as Illy's eyes go sharp with something new. Mana Heart, it's called, and it just became the most important thing Illy's ever done. Who would have thought the one burden he couldn't bring himself to abandon, even after his family fell apart, would end up being the thing that keeps him alive? He staggers, wounded, an orc closing in behind him. This disgusting world, Illy mutters, and keeps fighting anyway. This damned life, he screams and cuts loose with everything he's got left. He leaps in, blue mana blade trailing behind him like a comet. Something meets his blade that absolutely shouldn't be there. A gold burst of force slams into him and Illy chokes out a cry of pain. He's thrown backward hard, blood at his mouth, sword torn out of his grip. His sword clatters uselessly across the stone. Illy hits the ground and just barely manages to groan. It's so heavy that it's sickening. Even his own blade feels like it's betraying him now. His hand falls away from the hilt, not good. An orc roars in for the finish, and there's nothing left in the tank to stop it. Then a blinding light tears open the dark, and something huge steps through it. Damn it, I was too late, the newcomer curses, already moving. Since I'm going to die anyway, Illy thinks, resigned, I might as well die without pain, and closes his eyes. A blade tears through the dark in one clean, brutal stroke. Did you just close your eyes? Not exactly the greeting Illy was expecting from his rescuer. One grunt of effort and the orc that nearly ended him is put down for good. A red-caped figure keeps cutting through the wave without slowing down. Ili, blood-spattered and stunned, can barely process what just happened. His rescuer drops another orc without breaking stride, cape snapping in the wind. Silver-white hair, sharp blue eyes. Ili finally gets a look at who just saved his life. "Yo, your highness, it's the first prince." "Of course it is. You," the prince says, looking him over, giving nothing away. "You bastard, who are you affiliated with?" Not the warmest first impression, but he did just save the guy's life. "Isn't it basic knowledge to never close your eyes during a battle?" The prince tears into him. I'm sorry," is all Ili can manage. "Leave if you're not going to fight," the prince snaps, already turning back to the battle. He's already back in the thick of it, cutting down another orc mid-sentence. "You're getting in the way," the prince adds, not exactly softening the mood. Ili just stands there for a second, soaked and shaking, trying to process it all. Something about that whole exchange sits heavy with him. "Damn it," Ili thinks bitterly, "whose fault do you think it is that I was sent to this place?" A fair question aimed at a prince who has no idea he's the answer. "He doesn't even remember me," Ili realizes, watching the prince fight on, completely unaware. "You think," the prince starts, trailing off, focused on the fight. "I'd lose just like that?" Ili asks himself, something stubborn flickering behind his eyes. The prince moves through the battlefield like it's second nature to him. "I got worked up," Ili admits, which is one way to describe suddenly deciding to keep pace with royalty. Steel meets orc hide again and again, no let-up in sight. After that, Ili stayed close to the first prince for several days straight. Wherever the prince went, Ili went too, whether he was told to or not. The fighting only gets fiercer from here. It becomes the fiercest battle of them all, and Ili's right there in the middle of it. As for Ili, he threw himself into following the prince with everything he had, maybe a little too much. Blood sprays as he forces his way through another orc's guard. He fights through the pain, one thought driving him: survive. Then suddenly doubt creeps in. Something about this fight feels different. "Take care of the injured and step back, retreat," the order rings out over the chaos. "Stop fighting and fall back." Ili can't help but wonder why some of them are fighting so desperately when they've been told to run. A hulking orc looms over the line, and not everyone is listening to the retreat order. In the middle of a fight that suddenly feels hopeless, one person refuses to back off. He puts his life on the line like it costs him nothing at all. Ili watches, and something in him rewrites itself. Dark energy flickers at the edge of the frame as the fight tips somewhere dangerous. Ili's hand snaps toward his blade without a second thought. Arg, two bodies collide hard and go down together, blood flying. It's a nasty close-range mess of a hit. Blood scatters across the stone in the aftermath. "Oh no," Ili's stomach drops watching it happen. "You idiot," someone shouts, second Prince Maximilian, and he does not sound calm about it. "If you're going to be like this, just leave." Maximilian barks, not exactly patient with recklessness. "I made a mistake," the first prince admits under his breath. "This shouldn't be the time for me to get distracted." The first prince still hasn't recognized me, Ili thinks, watching it all from the sidelines, feeling smaller by the second. "If you're going to fight, do it properly," Maximilian tells him, tough love and no patience. A gloved hand reaches out toward him. Ili's face says everything he isn't managing to say out loud. "Ili," the prince finally says his name, and everything in Ili goes still. "You remember me?" Ili can barely get the words out. "I recognized you a while back," the prince admits. "I just didn't show it." Turns out he'd known all along. Swords clash again as the fighting refuses to let up, even for a moment like that one. "Damn it, why do you keep on asking me to fall back?" Ili's not about to leave now, of all times. He charges forward again, cape snapping behind him. "I'll follow you until the end." It's not an order anymore, it's a promise. He shouts, sword raised, done holding anything back. "I will follow you even if it costs me my life." And just like that, Bernardo, Ili finds the person he's willing to die for. In the smoking wreckage of a town torn apart by orcs, a lone knight picks through the dead, sword planted in the ground like it is the only thing holding him up. He looks up, hollow-eyed, and finally asks the question hanging over the whole battlefield: is it over? A memory surfaces. Someone once told him, "You said you would follow me even if it killed you." That promise is about to matter a lot. Second, Prince Maximilian, all golden armor and lion crest bravado, looks a challenger dead in the eye. Then go ahead and try. Caught off guard in the wreckage, a pale-haired knight can only manage a stunned pardon. A red-caped figure calls down from the battered wall just 2 words, "Come with me." The knight's eye narrows, wary of where this invitation is about to lead. A dark-haired knight commander lays out the terms flatly. Starting today, your status will no longer be under the central army, but directly under the prince. She finishes, letting that land. Tell me now if that is not what you want, she adds, giving him the out. He weighs it in silence, the offer heavier than it sounds. His Highness also said he would not force anyone who refused, she starts, before he cuts her off. I don't refuse, he blurts out. She almost smiles, then follow me. Somewhere nearby, a voice mutters to itself, that woman, eyes locked on her. Turns out it is the same smug noble who mocked her over drinks not long ago, now suddenly very interested in the knight everyone laughed at. Night settles over the ruined town, and the moment quietly passes. Up on the battlements, the knight's voice turns bitter. Balsone, that bastard. He truly deserved to die, he says, and he means every word. This is Bernardo, last of House Ilay, the house that held onto its mana heart until the bitter end. At Winter Castle, in the middle of the fight against the warlord's horde, Bernardo finally found someone worth pledging his future to. And that same siege is where Maximilian first laid eyes on the woman who would become his unrequited love. Arwen never looked twice, she already belonged to his brother's cause. Somewhere quiet, a scholar's quill starts scratching across fresh parchment. It is Niccolò's own account of the Battle of Winter Castle, written as he lived it. Day 1 of the siege begins. The Orc King they call the Warlord arrives at the gates with an army 20,000 strong. Winter Castle's rangers and soldiers throw themselves into the fight and somehow push the horde back. The cost of that first victory, 89 dead, 114 wounded. Then the eastern wall falls. It gets reclaimed, but at a brutal price, 371 dead by the 4th day alone. The record keeps going, one grim entry after another, as the rangers keep holding the line. By day 6, every resource in the castle is running desperately low. By day 13, the defenders are running on fumes, though at least the orcs' numbers have thinned too. Still, there is no end in sight. Over 300 more dead, too many to keep counting. Niccolò simply writes, omitted. Day 15, and the old scholar is still bent over his desk, still writing it all down. He pauses over one line, the reinforcements. Did not come. The guards keep their post anyway in a courtyard, still waiting for help nobody sent. Back at the war table, that same silence hangs over the room. At this rate we will be wiped out, someone says. We must pull back the front line. We cannot abandon the castle, the commander cuts in, arms crossed, refusing to budge. Holding out no matter what is not always the answer, someone presses. There is nothing to gain from this battle, is there? This was never a battle fought to gain something, comes the reply from the head of the table. It is a battle fought so we do not lose everything. He turns to one of his strategists, Sir Urhim. Do you know why Valorhad built a fortress in such a barren place? A finger taps the map, right on Winter Castle's spot in the mountains. Because it is the only route monsters can take south out of the Blade Mountains. If they get past here, nobody knows where the monsters will go, he finishes. And if we rebuild the front line, where would it even start and end? No fewer than 6 territories share a border with Valorhad. There is no good answer. Beyond the walls, the orc horde is still out there, banners and all, in no hurry to leave. If this place falls, at least one of those territories, maybe more, becomes hell on earth. Maximilian slams a hand down, furious. Why are the promised reinforcements nowhere to be seen? Nobody at the table has a good answer for him either. They have forgotten winter, someone finally says, staring out at the snow. They have completely forgotten how brutal this season is out here. Maximilian's face goes pale. Don't tell me. Has this happened before, he asks, dreading the answer. The advisors trade a grim look. It has. Still, this time your highness brought 2 entire legions with you, did you not? One of them reminds him, and it still was not enough. For hundreds of years, in this barren stretch of land nobody outside ever thinks about, soldiers have kept fighting the same fight, blizzard after blizzard. Just how lonely has that fight been all this time with no one watching? Maximilian's fist clenches on the table. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. He slams his fist down, voice cracking, damn it. The outburst leaves him shaking, slumped and hollowed out in his chair. A hand closes over his on the map. Maximilian, calm yourself. His older brother pulls him into a steadying hug. All Maximilian can get out is, brother. The situation is not good, the advisor admits, but I have no intention of simply enduring until we lose the castle. Any further battle of attrition will only cost us more lives. Count Balerhard lays it out plainly. Therefore, at dawn tomorrow our forces will open the gates and march out. Our target is, Ian's face goes hard. The warlord, he says, and for a moment, everyone can practically feel that monster's presence. A creature that has not stirred in 400 years, now wide awake and hungry. However, to reach him we have to break through at least 3 legions first, Ian points out. Is that even possible? Someone mutters. Ian's hand curls into a fist. I will take the vanguard and open the way myself. Balerhard does not hesitate. The Black Lancers will support you from behind. All of Valerhad's heavy infantry will participate. 100 knights of Valerhad march with you. Maximilian finishes the plan. Lancers march out while half the infantry stays behind with Vincent to hold the walls. Maximilian reaches out. I will also. You're staying behind, Ian tells him, flat and final. There is no need for 2 members of the Leonberger bloodline to take part in this. Brother, Maximilian's voice catches, somewhere between hurt and scared for him. Ian turns to his uncle instead. Uncle. Maximilian manages a small, sad smile. Just save one place for me. Whatever comes next, he wants to have a part in it too. Even after the meeting breaks up, the night before dawn stretches on and on. Outside, the camp settles in around Winter Castle's frozen towers, waiting for sunrise. There were a lot of people I still had to see before tomorrow, Ian thinks to himself. If Winter Castle falls, he begins laying out contingencies and the officers around him go pale. Pardon, then, Your Highness. Everyone he talks to reacts a little differently to what he asks of them. I wish you victory, Your Highness. The Iron Lions stand behind you. Different words, same promise underneath. Balerhard grips his shoulder. No matter what happens, think of your own survival first, Ian. Protecting Winter Castle is the fate of the people of Valerhad, not yours. Bernardo, newly sworn, offers his own vow. Your Highness, I will count the warlord's banner as 200, so please. Maximilian presses his hands together like a prayer. Please return safely, brother. Ian watches his brother's back for a moment before turning to go. How many times have I heard some version of that just this morning alone? Ian wonders. Your role will be important, he tells his next visitor, walking beside her. Your Highness, I. Arwen struggles to get the words out, walking at his side. He is about to order her to stay in the rear while he walks into what could be certain death. He knows exactly how cruel that is and does it anyway. You're the only person I can entrust this task to, he tells her. Because you're here, I can walk out that gate with peace of mind. He catches her as she sways, holding her steady. I'm counting on you, Arwen. She says nothing. There is nothing she can say. She turns away to wipe her face before answering, I shall do as you command. That promise you made me about following me even if it killed you, not this time, he warns her. Do not do anything foolish. Arwen's jaw tightens. Foolish, she repeats quietly to herself, not quite agreeing. Ian walks off alone down the corridor, footsteps echoing. Arwen, you should go inside and rest as well, he adds. Yes, Your Highness, she answers quietly. A door clicks shut behind him. He is finally truly alone. Sitting down in his own quarters at last, he lets out a breath. There really were a lot of people to meet. The exhaustion finally catches up with him, if only for a second. Something in the room is not quite as empty as it should be. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself, Ian says to the shadows. Stop spying on me. A pair of huge white wings unfolds out of the dark. A massive owl-like beast with glowing purple eyes settles in. You looked deep in thought, it says, so I was merely waiting for a while. Ian huffs out a tired laugh at the theatrics. Of course you were, he says dryly. I called for you ages ago, you are awfully early. The creature's purple eyes gleam, unreadable and ancient. And then, wrapped in that same violet mana, a familiar silver-haired figure appears with a knowing smile. Ian steps closer through the swirling light, like he already knows exactly who this is. Sigrun, he says, and just like that, she is back. We open on the frozen north at dawn, the mountains catching the first light, storms about to break and not the weather kind. Inside the keep, the first prince strides off alone, cloak snapping behind him. Something's clearly weighing on him. Behind him, Adelia's voice catches, "Yo, your highness," she's trying to hold it together. He glances back and for a second his guard drops. She tells him quietly to please be careful. He keeps walking. Unfortunately for her, she's not coming with him this time. Adelia grips the sword she sharpened herself just for this and says nothing, eyes glassy, that blade staying home. Truth is, in the middle of real battle, Adelia's mind doesn't stay her own, not with the killer instincts wired into her. If he brought her along and things got messy, she'd lose herself completely, tearing through an orc pack with zero brakes. That's too big a risk to gamble with, Adelia included. He tells himself if they just had more reinforcements, he could actually put her talents to good use instead of locking her up safe. He sheathes his blade with a soft hiss of steel, decision made. Don't worry too much, Adelia, he tells her, trying to sound reassuring. And if things really go sideways out there, he's got other allies he can call on, he thinks, picturing a certain silver-haired someone. He flashes a confident little smirk, like a guy who definitely has a backup plan and isn't just bluffing. I'll see you when I return, he tells her simply and heads off. Cloaked in white fur and gold, sword at his hip, he marches off toward whatever's waiting for him out there. Cut to the castle courtyard, where the whole army's lined up and ready to move out. The prince strides through the ranks, armor gleaming, every eye on him. A silver-haired officer greets him with a sharp "Your Highness" and leads over a horse. What's this for? The prince asks. Turns out it's a purebred northern horse, the kind bred to stay brave even staring down monsters. The officer looks him dead in the eye. Please survive and come back safely. The prince just shrugs it off, says he'll wear a wound or two like a badge of honor. The officer reluctantly lets it go. Riding off, he can't help but think every single man from the north is built unreasonably tough, like they cloned this one guy Vincent 100 times. Hooves click against the stone as the column starts moving. You're here, Your Highness, a gruff voice calls out as he reaches the front of the line. Uncle Balerhard's already there, needling him with "I specially reserved a spot for you, it's perfect for you," in that dry uncle way of his. The prince rides up beside him, white fur flaring in the wind. A young squire nearby just gawks at the horse. Whoa, your horse looks cool, priorities kid. Thank you, the prince says simply and keeps moving. Balerhard scans the assembled ranks, looks like everyone's here. The prince flashes that same cocky little smile, showtime. Well then, he says, and the horses start forward. Hooves thunder against stone as the column picks up speed. Open the gate, someone bellows and the whole column rides out into the snow. Back at the walls, something huge is already closing in on the castle. Load the ballistae, yes, defenders scramble to arm the big crossbows. Ballista cranked and ready, fire. Bolts slam into the battlements as the assault begins in earnest. And here's why: a whole orc horde comes pouring up the snowy road at the castle, way more than anyone hoped for. The gate stands wide open, tiny figures rushing out to meet the wave head-on. Another impact rocks the wall as the defense holds, barely. Meanwhile, Balerhard's horse rears up hard, ready to charge straight into it. Hooves dig into the snow and take off. Rain lashes his face as he rides in, jaw set. Move out, he roars. The whole column bursts out through the gate straight into the orc horde. Riders crash into the front lines, blades already swinging. Archers scramble into position behind them. Everyone fire. Fire everything we've got, the archer captain screams over the din. One archer knocks an arrow with a plan of her own. We need to pierce through as much as we can. Path, a massive bolt of pale blue force tears clean through the orc ranks. Orcs get flung aside like ragdolls as the spell rips a gap wide open in their lines. Up on the walls, the archers keep the volleys coming, buying every second they can. Down below, it's pure chaos, blades and blood mixing with the falling snow. Knights carve into the orc line, no room to breathe out here. A blade catches an orc mid-roar, blood spraying across the snow. Balerhard swings down from horseback, cutting through anything in his path. An orc howls in agony as the blow lands. Prince and uncle fight side by side now, driving deeper into the horde together. True knights, the moment calls them, as the whole formation charges as one across the snow. 100 as one and 1 as 100, it feels like, watching the unit move as a single organism. Another orc goes down under the assault. The prince's face is all focus now, wind whipping through his hair. Riders in formation drive forward without a single wasted motion. Every movement between them is perfectly in sync, like they've drilled this 1,000 times. And then finally, they punch a path clean through. A blinding corridor of cleared ground cuts straight through the orc corpses ahead of him. That path, he narrates, is the one he ran down next. And ran. And kept running, Uncle Balorhard riding hard right alongside him. Until up ahead, a torn red banner comes into view, whipping in the wind. I finally reached the area where the biggest banner is, he thinks. They're close now. Orc ranks scramble in alarm as word spreads that the intruders have made it this far. Because that banner marks the king of the dark green tribe himself, wreathed in a menacing red glow. This is the ground where the so-called hero of the orcs once stood, and it shows. Are those the king's guards? Someone asks, spotting riders closing in with a red banner trailing behind them. Something gets hurled through the air as the two sides collide. Balorhard clashes blade to blade with one of the king's elite guards, sparks flying. Break through them, he orders, and the charge presses harder. Spear meets orc flesh in a burst of red. Blades flash blue-white through the chaos. In the distance, the king's whole camp comes into view, banner and all, as the small band closes in. One of the guards, horned and marked in red, roars out a challenge. Balorhard fights on, blood-soaked and relentless. The fighting turns brutal, red bleeding into every panel. Then someone goes down hard in the middle of it, and for a second things look very bad. It's Balorhard who's hit, gritting out a pained growl through clenched teeth. His horse strains forward, already bleeding from the fight. Is this how far I can get with the horse? The prince wonders, realizing the poor animal's about done. Blue lightning crackles around him as something in him surges. Balorhard's blade lights up with that same crackling energy as he clashes with a hooded guard. Everything goes dark for a beat, just silhouettes and steel. Then a blinding flash as a decisive blow lands. The horse, bloodied and exhausted, keeps pushing on anyway. Hold the horse tightly, someone shouts, bracing for what's coming. Don't get too close, the prince warns, power flaring visibly around him now. Balorhard rides on, grim and focused, closing the gap. Hooves tear through the snow at full speed. Here's the plan, the prince thinks, once the enemy's whole attention locks onto Uncle. That's his cue to strike from behind, and he does, sword crashing down from the saddle. Just a silhouette and a blade for a moment, everything holding its breath. Then the strike lands clean, blood arcing through the air. His eyes are ice cold behind the blood spatter on his face. The blow finishes what it started in one brutal flash. Red chaos washes over the whole scene as the guard goes down. Your Highness, knights shout, riding up fast, clearly rattled that he charged in solo. Your Highness, again more urgent this time. He plants his sword in the ground, breathing hard. As expected, it wouldn't be easy, he mutters, sizing up how tough this fight's really been. A wounded knight cries out somewhere nearby, voice cracking. His face is bloodied, and clearly it's not just the blood shaking him up. Ugh, my ears, someone mutters. Did the battle aura affect them too? Turns out this prince's presence messes with people in weirdly specific ways. The prince stands over the fallen guard, surveying the aftermath. The wounded knight, fur collar soaked in blood, is straight up sobbing under that helmet. Why are his eyes twitching? The prince wonders, utterly missing the obvious. The knight grabs at him, overwhelmed. Oh, his eyes aren't twitching, the prince realizes, the man's just crying. Are you okay? He asks, snapping into concern mode. Ah yes, the knight manages. Thanks to you, I was able to pull myself together. The prince just nods, blood still drying on his own face. Then your highness, the knight says, straightening up. A sword point rests in the snow for a beat while everyone catches their breath. We'll be in your care, the knight vows, and the prince rides on toward whatever's next. Somewhere up ahead, a bespectacled swordsman named Ian snaps to attention, blade drawn. You're late, Ian, someone needles him. The fight rages on around them as he shoots back, even if I was completely unbothered. Ian and the prince fall in step together, heading toward the real fight. They plant their feet in the snow, squaring up. "Let's do this properly," one of them calls out. And there it is, the king of the dark green tribe itself, wreathed in monstrous red energy. The prince charges straight into it through the driving red rain. "Uncle and I fought endlessly," he recalls, Balerhard's face bloodied but unbroken beside him. "Under the red sky," he goes on, "and then just end. And it was a defeat, full stop. However hard they fought, however perfect the plan, this one didn't go their way."